I really appreciate the collaboration on this powerful conference, and thank you to DoubleBlind Magazine for all the incredible paradigm shifting education that you bring into the world. And thank you to everyone for being here. We're so excited to have you here. It's such a pleasure, and we look forward to being in this educational journey with us. So Maxwell and I will be your guides for the Microdosing Summit. And I just want to start off really by honoring Dr. Jim Fadiman. He's one of my best friends in the world, and he's the reason, honestly, that most of us are here. For most of us learned about microdosing and this powerful practice because of Jim and the work that he's been doing for so long and so many decades, stewarding modern microdosing into the public consciousness. So we're just going to give a brief overview of the conference, and I'll say a little prayer, and then we're going to open it up for our keynote with Dr. Jim Fadiman and Jordan Gruber, who are the authors of the world's most comprehensive microdosing book. I first want to take a pulse from everyone that's here. How many people are new to microdosing? This is your first microdosing education. How many people are currently working with microdosing as a practice, and how many people are, really feel like you're advanced in your microdosing practice? Let us know in the chat. We definitely want to just see where everyone is in terms of your current knowledge base so that we can cater our summit to you. So welcome to DoubleBlind's first ever online microdosing summit. We're going to guide you through the most comprehensive microdosing summit that's ever been created. And I've worked really hard to put together just an incredible run of show today with some of, the top leading experts in microdosing education, microdosing research, facilitation. I'm Danielle Nova. I'm the creator of North America's first microdosing facilitator certification. And as many of us know, microdosing is rapidly becoming one of the most discussed practices in wellness, biohacking, mental health, and performance. So today we're really going to step into the global movement of microdosing at the forefront of consciousness, healing, human potential. And we're going to explore the groundbreaking research, all different types of expert-led tips and education on microdosing, real-world applications, deep knowledge, therapeutic frameworks, science, mushroom strains, decriminalization, and advanced facilitation practice, and how you can get involved as a microdosing facilitator in this rapidly evolving career. You're going to be learning directly from pioneers, experts, researchers, scientists, and clinicians and educators. And we just invite you to come with an open heart, leave with an expanded consciousness. And, my intention today is for you to really leave with new neural pathways in your consciousness. It looks like we have a lot of different levels of microdosing use, from people that are new to people that have been microdosing for a while, which is so exciting. I love that we can cater this to just such a wide variety of individuals. And so just a little bit of housekeeping. We have a powerful schedule here for you today. We're going to be doing a variety of different talks as well as activations. And in between every talk, we have a short break. So feel free to stay with us all day. Or if you can't make it all day, this is going to be recorded and you will receive the recording after. If you have any questions, please place your questions in the chat and we will have time for questions after every presentation. And this is also, we're in an interesting point in the evolving legal landscape of psychedelics right now, and federally, they're still not legal. So this is not a place to source for medicine or ask where to get substances. If we see that happening in the chat, or if you're trying to sell them, we'll just kindly ask you to not continue to do that, just because we want to protect the integrity of our space. And I'm just going to read a beautiful poem, and then we're going to open it up for our keynote. So this poem is called Birthing New Creations, Dreaming a New World into Being. Often our path is exactly the one that we don't feel prepared to walk. Walk it anyway. Often what is rising feels far bigger than we can possibly hold. Be a container for it anyway. Often our creations seem to have a wild, uncontrollable conscience of their own. Birth them anyway. Often what is ours to do is the very thing that intimidates us. Be courageous and do it anyway. We are birthing a new age. Right now, we are in a transition period between ages. in the process of allowing the old cycle to fall away and the new to rise. Like driving into the fog and trusting the road to appear ahead, we need to release old ways of being that no longer serve us, using our intuition as a compass. You are a group of souls that are incarnating in a specific periods of history, preparing for this exact time, dreaming a new world of being. The healers, the seers, the visionaries, the guardians of the earth, the mystics, and the storytellers of times past. It's time to give permission and space for what's beckoning to be born from within. We are dreaming a new world into being. And just really excited for the resurgence of psychedelics. And, this is an ancient practice that has been part of human evolution for thousands, probably millions of years. And we get to be stewards of this resurgence of microdosing. And part of the resurgence of microdosing is really bringing it into the world in a way that really provides safety and structure and professionalism. And Dr. Jim Fadiman was the first person to do that. He brought microdosing into the modern world. He created the first ever microdosing protocol. He started microdosing research and really brought professionalism and structure and care and education to this transformative practice. So I'm really excited to welcome my best friend, Dr. James Fadiman, and his co-author of their new microdosing book, Jordan Gruber, here with us.
It's very nice to be here.
Yeah, it's very nice.
All right.
So welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you both here. And I would love to just start off by briefly introducing both of you for those that are new to both you, Jim Fadiman and Jordan Gruber. Can you share with our beautiful community here today about the book that you just wrote together and the work that you've been doing for so many years?
Jordan.
Well, Jim and I have known each other since about 1990. We met at a psychedelics conference, and then he helped me with my enlightenment.com project. And then we wrote a review of MDMA, the spirit molecule, together. But then around 2015, Jim asked me to help him with a book on healthy multiplicity, the idea that everyone has subpersonalities, which is, you hear a lot about IFS, but our book is much, much broader than IFS. And after that book was done, it became clear that Jim, who had written the book on microdosing, needed to and wanted to write a real book on microdosing. So we launched into that in the end of 2020, and the book came out last year in February, but going into Spanish and Portuguese and Polish, and there's a British paperback edition. And you just have to look at the Rand Corporation's recent report that said in 2025 about 10 million people in the United States for microdosing. 9 of those million were psilocybin. So the trend is definitely going up. And the really amazing thing about Jim, one of them, is that he had been a serious psychedelic researcher for decades, going back to the mid 60s. And neither he nor anyone else that he knew was interested in these very small doses. And then word percolated up from Albert Hoffman, and Jim had a talk with someone, and then he was able to open his mind and apply what he knew about psychedelics and research, and made this whole thing at this level happen. So, it's a testament to Jim's open-mindedness that after 4 decades in the industry, he was able to do a 180-degree pivot and take this thing very serious.
Oh, and what a nice introduction to us. And without Jordan's prior background in a lot of things, including books and creating them and helping people, I couldn't have ever put together what we did. And we are, at the moment, you're seeing us in kind of post-traumatic relaxation, because we've been doing more than we possibly could for a couple of weeks to get new material out about what's been happening both in the research, which suddenly there's a lot of research. We're now at that second stage of research. For several years, people said, well, there isn't enough research. Didn't stop people from microdosing, but it gave critics who only need research something to say. Now we are at, as I say, part 2. We're not only having genuine breakthrough, important research, we are having kind of the kind of research that people usually do that don't matter much. And we are actually, for the first time, having in peer-reviewed journals not good research. So we're really making progress across the whole research spectrum. And so I should warn you, I'm very interested in new uses, and already in the chat, and thank you, whoever you are, he is microdosing to assist his hiking for his Parkinson's. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to just get that we're still, the door is still wide open to what microdosing can do. And we're glad to be at the edge of it. And we're glad it's happening right now in this, arena this morning. So thank you, unknown and wonderful person.
Thank you so much. I would love to start us off by starting very introductory, and then we're going to go advanced. So for people that are brand new to microdosing, what is a microdose? Why are people microdosing, and how do people apply it to their lives?
Go ahead, Jim.
Microdosing is taking a little bit of a psychedelic. It is also, the word now is kind of everywhere. So everywhere else it means a little bit, maybe, sometimes. Microdosing psychedelics is taking microdoses on a protocol with intention and with active awareness. It is a small dose of psilocybin or LSD or mescaline and maybe a few others. And it is, you actually need to know something before you do it. That's it.
Yeah.
And there's a book which is very helpful with all of the second level questions. Can I take it when I'm tired? Can I take it with medication? Will it work for such and such? What does the research say about such and such? Many of us have gotten to the place where we are so caught in the research, that research is as close to divinity as possible, that people literally say to me, well, if it hasn't been researched, then I can't do anything. And when you're dealing with materials that have like a 9,000 year history, that in itself is a contemporary problem.
So one of the things about microdosing that's most important is that it seems to happen most powerfully in a certain range, in a sweet spot, or like I like to call the peak efficacy zone, or PEZ, like the candy. If you go below that amount, you're not going to see much. And if you go above that amount, then the results immediately diminish. We've got some really good studies from Connor Murray working with Harriet DeWitt that shows that this is true, even if you're doing double-blind placebo-controlled brainwave stuff. It's like, we know it works this way. And plus, this is how everyone experiences this. And this is very similar in a lot of medicine. There's this U-shaped benefits curve. It's called hormesis. And if you have too much of something, whether it's caffeine or alcohol or aspirin, it can really mess you up. So the idea that for microdosing, less is more and less is enough, it's hard. And I don't know that we're going to go into some of the studies, but some of the studies just got this wrong. They studied what they knew was twice a microdose, and they got really bad results. And it's like, we know what the average range is more or less for LSD. Psilocybin is harder to pin down because it's so variable and it depends on people's health as well. But we kind of know. And if you go too high, it just doesn't work as well. And that's really hard for regular medical science to understand.
Exactly. I so appreciate you bringing that into this conversation. It's one of my favorite analogies I like to use. It's sort of microdosing is sort of like putting on prescription glasses for the first time. Once you find your perfect lens, everything looks brighter, clearer. You feel more at ease. Things might be easier. And if you feel good and you start to feel the microdose, you might think, oh, if I just add a little bit more to the prescription lens, and then everything comes even brighter and clearer. But if you add a little bit more, all of a sudden it's blurry again. So people really do have this sweet spot window. I'd love to hear about, so what are some of that, both the common applications of microdosing and how it's supporting and helping people, and what are some not so common applications of microdosing that maybe people aren't aware of?
Among the most common not surprisingly, are the most common concerns or illnesses or problems. Most common is to make your life work better. That's for healthy people. That's where most of it is. When we get into conditions, the most used application is for depression, and the results are very similar to the high dose studies that you've read about. We are also seeing a huge amount using it for pain, and also using it to help you taper off pharmaceuticals, medications that either no longer work or the side effects outweigh the effects. These are among the most well-known and widely used. And when we're talking about widely used, we're talking worldwide. We have reports from 50 countries in our files, and Microdose Me, large group, has files from 81 countries. So this is not a local phenomena. This is not a English speaking phenomena. This is what people are doing around the world for this variety of conditions.
And it's important to realize that even in the title of our book, the subtitle is for health, healing, and enhanced performance. The health and the healing and the physical conditions are hugely important, but so is the enhanced performance. So we have people doing long distance running and, certainly working out at the gym and certainly different types of meditation. So, there's such a great stigma against psychedelics if they're for anything that's, for pleasure or for, it's going to make you, a lot of people don't like that, but we wanted to have both sides of that put in the book. So, we see such a broad range and the range is only growing at this point. And we keep hearing new things through the website. Our website is called microdosingbook.com. And there's a place on the website that if you have like a new condition, like we heard about something with Tourette's recently, and it's an amazing story, and it came in through the website, and there's a place where you can submit your stories.
And your questions. But I want you, a lot of our answers may be, it's in our book, but we'll still give you a little answer anyway.
And we're really at the infancy phase of this development. There's just the more that we understand, the more the more expertise we can bring to our microdosing process and really use it as a tool for growth and transformation, the more benefits that we'll continue to receive from microdosing. It's sort of what microdosing has taught me is there really isn't a ceiling. The potential is infinite of how we can expand through the use of microdosing. So
let's be just clear that microdosing helps the physical, mental, spiritual system work better. It doesn't take you anyplace new. The skies don't open and the angels welcome you home. But it does allow you to sleep better, eat better, work better, think better, and have less discomfort.
And let me just say about that. So Jim came up with the word subperceptual early on. This term has stuck. It's in virtually every paper that comes out, including by those who don't agree, who we think are getting some things wrong. But subperceptual is not exactly right. You usually are aware if you're microdosing or not. And this comes back to the core scientific issue of if you can't effectively blind psychedelics and you make the only scientific criterion that counts one where you have to blind them, then something that isn't working right. So it's not exactly subperceptual, but like you put that really well before. If you go too high, I can tell you that if you go to the gym and you've taken too much, you're not going to be as focused and have the best workout. You will for 10 minutes and then you're going to get tired and distracted. And, the same thing with these folks in this ADHD study that they gave 20 micrograms of LSD. A lot of them, people were dropping out and seeing visuals. It's like, this isn't microdosing at all. So you got to keep it, low and slow and find that zone and, try taking less than you normally take because some people need less over time.
It's true. The more that people integrate with microdosing, sometimes they become more sensitive to themselves and their nervous systems, and they actually will need less of the dose over time. And I think it's important that we should approach microdosing with the same care and intentionality that we're bringing to macrodoses experiences. And it's not just about the dose, it's about the protocol, the applications, your mindset, the things that you're eating, the foods that you're eating, the environment that you're in, the people that you're with, the activities that you're doing. So there's so many different factors. Can you guys speak to, what are people commonly microdosing with? What are you seeing in terms of the experience reports? And, with the book that you wrote, what are some of the medicines that people are using when they're microdosing?
Jordan?
Well, I think it's mostly psilocybin at this point because of availability. I mean, we do have discussions like in our clubhouse coffee shop space about the differences between LSD and psilocybin at the microdosing level. And for some people, there are some, and others, they're practically around the same. You do sometimes see people working with other substances like just the vine, the Banisteriopsis copy of ayahuasca. The vine itself is not illegal if you're not putting it in DMT, and there's couple of companies that send that out, and it's an MAO inhibitor, and it seems to work pretty well. And you have, Amanita, which Jim doesn't really like me talking about too much, but it's legal in a lot of places, and it works really well as a microdosing agent. And then you find the odd and occasional person who it's peyote or it's wachuma or something, but I think it's mostly psilocybin. We come off as being sort of like strict in the book as saying there are certain things we think really aren't appropriate for microdosing. One of them is MDMA, even though the RAND Corporation included that in their survey of who is microdosing. There's a number of reasons why MDMA doesn't work so well. I don't think you can microdose marijuana. And I'm a big fan of marijuana, but it's a different thing. Neuroplasticity profile is different. People don't use it the same way. Ketamine, I think, it's not really microdosing. So, you want to start with the classic psychedelics and then kind of branch out. But there's something about the combination of the neuroplasticity and the anti-inflammatory effects and maybe increased mitochondrial expression. There's a lot of things going on. And it's a funny thing because in a way, it's not at all like a magic vitamin pill, but in a way it is kind of like a magic vitamin pill because it helps all of these different systems in the body and people just feel better. And when you feel better, it's easy, it goes from there.
So I'm just remembering years ago, very early on, a note from someone that says, if people find out what this does for your libido, you have a product, buddy. Now, when what we looked at, because relationships improve, and yes, as the sexual part of relationships improve as well, we don't know if that's because you're literally have more arousal capacity, or you are becoming more sensitive, more aware, more in touch with the person you're with, and that always increases the pleasure on both sides. So again, what we're looking at, we're looking at how do the results look? The wonderful thing, and you'll get some terrific scientists these days that say, well, let's open up the head, let's look at the brain, let's look at the system because we really want to know that, and we do. We're on the results end. So we're asking if it works for something, then let's investigate it. If it doesn't work for something, we're less interested.
Interesting. Yes. Very interesting. And, some of the differences that I've seen with psilocybin microdosing and LSD microdosing is when you're microdosing with psilocybin containing mushrooms, you're interfacing with the spirit of the mushroom, and the mushroom is sort of directing your microdosing experience. When you're microdosing with LSD, you're interfacing with your soul. And so there is more of a capacity to self-direct the microdosing experience. And I'm going to be talking in our next presentation just about how you can create new positive neuroplasticity with microdosing and really use it as a tool. And one of my favorite sayings is microdosing is not a magic pill, it's a skill. So we're going to talk more about that later. But can you guys talk a little bit about, there seems to be sort of this overall full body wellness. One of the analogies I love that you've used in the past, Jim, is talking about how microdosing is, some people push back and say, well, it can't be good for everything, but, sex is good for everything, exercise. So can you talk more about some like helpful analogies that can really ground people into this experience of how it can be supported?
If you come from the position of pharmacology and look in your medicine cabinet, and if it's a little one with a little label that says you have 3 refills, somebody has just sold you a symptom suppressant, in most cases, medicine, which is why it needs to be taken every day, because it suppresses the symptom, it wears off, the symptom returns. And from the pharmacology company point of view, having to use it your whole life is the best possible solution for them. Microdosing improves your own system so that whatever your symptoms are, your body already has ways of working with it. So you are moving towards being healthier with greater capacity to handle the stresses you don't know about, the viruses that you haven't seen yet, and the stressful parts of your life that you will be glad you got through later. So we're talking a very different model. And if you come at it from the, well, nothing can be good for everybody, which is certainly true of every medication I know, you say, well, then therefore, microdosing makes no sense. It's kind of a hoax. If you come from the what's good for everybody, and the answer is sleep good for everybody? Yeah. Is exercise good for everybody? Well, yeah. Is improved relationships good for everybody? Well, yeah. How about improving your diet? Well, that's good for everybody. Well, okay, there's a class of things that are good for anyone in the species. Microdosing is closer to that because it does the same thing that sleep and exercise and relationships do. It improves the natural healing capacity of the body, which exceeds every pharmaceutical you've ever heard of. We are only here because of what is called the placebo, meaning, and a different definition than you were taught, it's not something that is an irritant in research. It is, but it is the natural healing capacity of the body, and anything that improves the natural healing capacity of the body, you want more of.
You know, and a simple comparison is like, look at the way psilocybin works with depression with SSRIs versus microdosing. One of them, SSRIs literally stop your old used serotonin that the body would normally get rid of from going up. It's like literally putting a monkey, like blocking the hole, while psilocybin or LSD actually is an agonist and bonds with the serotonin system and regulates it so that you have the right amount. So one is all about the system suppression at any cost, no matter what else it does to you. And the other is about raising all of you so that you can heal yourself. So it's a very different model.
Exactly. I think one of the analogies too is sort of like modern pharmaceuticals are disassociating you from yourself and suppressing, keeping everything down. With microdosing, it's an associative. So it's going to make you more associated, and it's also going to bring everything up. So when, recently I was working with a client, and I asked him, it was his first microdosing day, and I asked him how his day went, and he, listed, oh, I feel better focused, I have more energy. I noticed I was just jumping all around the place. I was kind of, moving from one task to another, and I asked him, well, is that new for you? And he said, maybe I'm always like this, but I didn't even realize it. So microdosing is like shining a magnifying glass both on our conscious mind and in our subconscious patterns so that we can meet and see ourselves more clearly.
Well, we hear that a lot when people feel like they're back to their old self. And that ties in a lot with the other book that Jim and I wrote on healthy multiplicity, your symphony of cells, because one of the ways you can look at it is with enough of neuroplasticity, you can kind of find a way back to the self of yours that was happier and more functional, or maybe not as focused on pain, or Eckhart Tolle's pain body. So you have more ability to move in and out of the different parts of who you are.
Very recently, while we were putting this edition together, we talked to someone who had long COVID, young man, got it before there was a vaccine, horrible, terrible years, several years of brain fog and basically living in his bedroom. And he's now, he basically finished high school with all advanced placement, accepted at 7 colleges. He's doing better. And what he said is his mental processes, which were terrific before, are really good now. But he said they're different. And what he said is it's as if different pathways are formed, and he can actually observe now his mental problem-solving processes. Now, when you get farther into the day and we get into the scientists, you will perhaps hear that term neural pathways or new connections that's what it looks like in practice.
I love that so much. What are some things that individuals can do to shift their lives or open up new neural pathways and really direct them in the right direction as they're microdosing?
I mean, other than live better, more decent lives and eat better and have more sleep and better relationships, other than that,
I'm going to say more conscious breath work, going back to where we started with Maxwell today. Breath is the easiest key in, right? It's always available. You can learn to regulate your system and balance it. And so, it's also just slowing down and being more present regardless of what you're doing.
the
There
other
is magic key.
one other magic key is, if possible, be in nature. You are
Mm,
not, there is no species that's designed to live inside a cage, we call it a room, and go out very seldom. That's not the way any species we know of was designed. So, in order to restore your own natural rhythm, outside walking, um, everyone with dogs gets automatic health boosts from their walking. Because also, dogs say, let's stop right under this tree for a moment, even though you're in a hurry.
mhm.
So those are two things which are very open to you. And also, if you only have one tree in your neighborhood, it turns out if you literally put your hand on the tree for over a minute, there is a shift in your electrical system as you become more attuned to the rhythm that the tree works with.
Yeah, and similar, you want to be in bare feet when you can. I mean, it's all the other things that make you happy, but with microdosing, you have more capacity to notice them and maybe fit them into your schedule and make it all happen.
Absolutely. I love that so much. And, one of the things that I'm really a big advocate for is tracking your experience. So, really treating the microdose as if it's your research project. We all get to do citizen science on ourselves. The whole microdosing book was honestly built off of other people's experiences tracking their own process. So if you're new to this practice, or if you've even been doing it a while, one of the best ways that you can actually really see results with this practice is tracking your experience. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. But for the people that I work with, I guide, dozens of people throughout the month through microdosing protocols. And for the people that actually track their experience, they say that they get so much more out of the practice. Track your mood, track your sleep, track, any kind of new realizations that are coming up for you, and bring goals to this experience. Intention really helps you be able to receive results from this process, because microdosing is sort of like riding an electric bike. It gives you that acceleration, but you still have to be the one to pedal, but it can help you make change easier in your lives.
Let's add to that metaphor. You're the one also that has to see where you're going and know when to stop.
I love that. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you could crash the bike. You could actually, what the research shows about neuroplasticity, and Dr. Manesh Gurn is going to be speaking about this later, is that neuroplasticity has sort of become this buzzword, but actually it's neutral. So it can be positively influenced or negatively influenced. So if someone wants to work on their nicotine addiction and they keep smoking as they're microdosing, you can actually implement that deeper. So let's talk about some of the risks with microdosing. What are some of the risks? Who should be more mindful of approaching the microdosing practice?
One of the chat people was saying that they were very experienced, but they were concerned with cardiotoxicity, which means, does it hurt your heart? No, that's a summary of all the research. Now, if we look at the cases of cardiotoxicity among the 10 to 20 million people who've microdosed most recently, the answer is none. If we look over the past 50 years, however, where we've had 40 million people using high doses and microdosing, cardiotoxicity cases, none. So, shall we discuss? We don't, I hope we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. There is a lot of theory that some substances taken in massive amounts over long periods of time can and have caused heart toxicity. Okay? It isn't that it's an invisible idea, but it has nothing to do with microdosing except hard-bound misinformation, which will never be eliminated from the internet. So
Yeah, a good study came out in July 2025 on psilocybin, on March, and repeated low dose LSD. Anyway, the research is saying also it's not a problem. We've had that coming a couple of times. Two areas that you hear of a lot is one is pregnant people and nursing mothers. In our book, we have a long section about the mothers of the Mushroom Project and what they found out from their volunteers, and the fact that human beings have probably been taking very low doses during pregnancy for thousands or tens of thousands of years. So we have that. The other area is people who have ever had any or a hint of in the family history of things like bipolar and schizophrenia and things you're really worried about. And Jim usually talks about this, and he had a friend that maybe you should tell the story where you asked, was there actually any data? And the guy came back and said, no, but I'm afraid that this could happen. So there's very little data of someone taking an actual microdose and all of a sudden having a full-blown fit of one type or another. There's almost nothing like that, but those warnings are always put out there.
So when you're looking for concerns, just notice the difference between we think there is, or there might be, or it's just kind of like, versus here is information, even if it's one case where something actually happened that you have to worry about. And the only worry we have at the moment is people who are already on, and we've now seen this, 8, 10, 12 medications already. Say, well, I think I'm going to add microdose. And the answer is probably it's not all right. But we have no idea how much of your actual body is making the decisions for the cells versus all these chemicals that are working for and against each other. So people who are already multi-medicating, get professional advice.
Exactly. It's sort of like, if you're going to be cooking a new meal and you start off with all these ingredients that you've never worked with, it's so hard to tell which ingredient you like or the effects of the ingredient in the meal. And so it's really important. My rule of thumb is to, not work with someone that's taking more than 2 medications, and it depends on the medications. We really, really need to approach this with a lot of care and support and guidance, because it's a really powerful tool that we're working with. And one of my new favorite sayings, and I was talking to Jim about this morning, is it's not what you take, it's what you do with it. So there was this study that came out. Lucid News wrote an article about, I think there were over 1,000 people, and basically the results said that no one had long-term effects of microdosing, and no one even noticed the microdose on the day off. And I think that really shows that how people are approaching microdosing. If you approach the microdose as an antidepressant, it will only be an antidepressant. But if you approach the microdose as a tool for growth and transformation, there's so much that you can receive from this practice. The microdose won't change you. You will change yourself through the use of this microdose. It's tools don't work. It's how you use the tool. And so it's really important that we utilize it as a skill, and really can, understand how we might be able to create change in our lives. Maybe that's just becoming more in touch with ourselves. I'd love to hear from both of you. Were you going to say something, Jim? I I would love to hear from both of you as you were writing this book and receiving so many different experience reports. What are some surprising things that, or surprising reports that came through that you weren't aware of?
Whoa. Well, actually, when we started, all of them, because all I knew at the beginning is people with lots of psychedelic experience, high doses, when they took microdoses, they said, yeah, that was really nice. And then they said, the next day I felt just as good. That was our first discovery, that it didn't work when it's in your body and stop working as soon as it left. It actually got the system moving in a way that was beneficial. So that was our first breakthrough. We now get, oh my, well, let me mention Tourette's, because I'm most interested at the moment in problems that people have for which there is no known medical treatment or medication. And we have a very, very sophisticated Tourette's sufferer from age 8 who found that when he first took a microdose for the first time since age 8, he's now in his 30s, his tics stopped. And from that, he worked with microdosing and found that he could have whole days like a normal person. And he also found out if you take it too often, the effects don't work as well. So there's very sophisticated analysis from one individual of the whole procedure of using it for one thing, Tourette's. And of course, as soon as his Tourette's were not disturbing him, lots of other parts of his life, of course, began to feel better as well. So that's just one that you won't find anywhere. And it's not in our book, it's only in our, those of you who speak Spanish and Portuguese, when you get that volume, it's in there. But that's what we're doing now, is getting reports of unusual conditions. And now the question a lot of you might have, and we do, how is that working? And the answer is, and you'll get a very sophisticated answer later in the day, we don't know. But we don't know much. I mean, Alan Watts used to say something like, make a fist. How did you do that? And the answer for most of us is we don't know. But we do know if the brain says fist, it makes fist. And if you say open, it says open. So we live in a world where we really know very little about how we work, but we do know when we feel better.
So we had one guy write into the website who has had something like 45 major surgeries in his life. He sent us his x-rays, and he discovered a few years ago that by breaking protocol and taking 2 LSD microdoses a day and 1 psilocybin, that was the only thing that's ever stopped his pain. So what I like is that people are, they're figuring out what's going to work for them. We wouldn't have thought that would have worked to do that every day, but that's what works for this guy. And so, just like when we heard from Ben Greenfield, who's a big physical, workout guy who interviewed us about that, he'd heard from his long distance running friends that they all know that microdosing is helping them, run longer and with less pain and breaking their own records. And it's like, oh yeah, this just is working. So it's just kind of fun to, or even a woman who lives on the block. She's now in her mid-20s. She used to know my daughter. She was depressed for a while. She started microdosing on her own, and now she's really happy and functional. It's like very simple stories. And that's what comes into us through the website, where we'll have someone who's had something that a lot of things have not worked with, and then they kind of simplify and just try microdosing, and then it helps.
There's so many different applications, and it's so exciting how many different people can really find beneficial effects from microdosing. I currently guide over 70 people a month through microdosing experiences, and I'm learning constantly. My understanding of microdosing is constantly evolving the more and more people that I work with. And I love one of the sayings that you've said in the past, Jim, is, microdosing helps well people feel even better. There's so many different types of ailments and challenges and applications for, helping people move through difficulty. And microdosing can also really help so many different populations of people that don't have any type of challenges they might be navigating. Maybe it can help with just overall relationships, the relationship with themselves. A side effect of microdosing is that it can create self-love. One of the most common things that I've seen as well is a lot of focus and productivity and people just feeling like the best versions of themselves. Oftentimes when people don't feel anything from a microdose, if you ask them, well, how is that ego throughout the day, or their inner critic, 99% of the time will say, I was actually nice to myself today. I didn't notice that I was constantly being hijacked, or, the inner critic was not constantly talking to me. So it's just really interesting the different experiences people can have depending on what they're navigating. I would love to open it up into a conversation about microdosing on your own or microdosing with guidance. There was a question that came in the chat. So, a person said, I'm curious about the balance between autonomy and support in microdosing. Many people approach microdosing on their own with journaling, intention setting, and self-observation. But I wonder, is microdosing that can generally be safe as self-guided process, or do you think it is absolutely necessary or even helpful to have someone accompanying the process?
Well,
So I think that there are some people who like working with coaches and get a tremendous amount of value from co-regulating with someone who's experienced. And I know a lot of other people who really don't need that or want that. And so we wrote the book so you can microdose on your own. But I also know a lot of people who swear by working with coaches and say they've done much better. So I think it's both.
and what we've seen when we first wrote the book, we took this kind of wishy-washy neutral position on coaching because there wasn't much available and we didn't know much. We now have a new section which basically says there are coaches now in many countries. There are trainings throughout South America, trainings in Europe, trainings in the United States to become an effective microdosing coach. One of the nice things that working with Danielle, who was, I guess, the first microdose facilitating coach in the US, is just what she said, is not only she has had a massive amount of experience dealing with different people and learning, but what we found when you're coaching, it's a fine tuning. Should you change the protocol? Could you wait an extra day this week? Should you perhaps change the time of day you're working? Are you having difficulties at night, which is mean you take it at night? There's a lot of fine tuning, and for a lot of people, it's beneficial. And is it better to? And this is a Danielle metaphor. Well, we're trading compliments here. If you have a set of weights at home, you can do an amazing amount of exercise. If you have a trainer, you won't hurt yourself. And you will have a whole lot of other ideas that you didn't know about, and you will be watched to see whether you're doing it right. They both have their place. And now that there is coaching available, we can be much more supportive of perhaps using it. Again, probably worldwide, most people find that they benefit, but obviously the reason you're coached in anything is it's even better. It isn't that you're going to, if you say, well, I'm going to do running, okay, you're not going to do much harm to yourself, except if you start too fast. But if you have someone who looks at your stride and looks at your shoes and looks at when you're doing it and looks how you do it before and after meals and so forth, it's going to be better. So fundamentally, there is not something in this case too much of a good thing. Your own information, the book's information, people like Danielle, they all are availables, and that's a great relief to us.
I mean, I guess I would put it as like this: if you're using a coach to take awareness away from what you're doing and what you're experiencing in your own inner knowledge, then that's not a good use of a coach. If you're using them to augment that, then that's a good use.
That's great.
And the main role of a microdosing guide is for them to basically educate you how to use the microdosing as tool for growth and transformation. And they're also, I see myself as a neuroplasticity coach. I'm helping someone use the microdose for change and to help them get the results that they want through the use of microdosing. And so there's someone that can really track your experience. They can help you understand and explore your edges and really bring a high level of expertise and precision to your microdosing journey so that you don't have to spend months and months searching on all different types of Reddit forums trying to understand how to microdose. This person's going to teach you how to really be skilled in this practice. And I've trained over 100 microdosing guides. I also have a microdosing facilitator training, which I'll go into later. Jim Fadiman's on the faculty of this training. It's a new career where people are actually becoming expert guides in microdosing. So it's an exciting resurgence and expansion of this practice.
And there are different models of training.
Mm-hmm.
There's a beautiful model out of Peru. They've trained people in 10 South American countries. They're trained in Europe. And there are a lot of different American trainers with somewhat different ways of getting exactly what Danielle is talking about. So yes, the answer is coaching is beneficial and not coaching is less beneficial, but still, if all it does is end your depression, you're going to probably feel it was worth it. That you could get more, that's even better. I was looking at us and thinking, this is like a high tone version of those things that you see on Instagram about this incredible, interesting way of curing you with some obscure thing you've never heard of. And it's a wonderful story. And you know, at the end, you're going to be told that it's 50% off for the next 20 minutes. We're not, the nice thing about it at this point is none of us are selling microdoses. We're simply giving you the best information possible as of today.
Well, we are selling the idea, sort of, that because of the really high reward to risk ratio that microdosing provides, compared to, so certainly to pharmaceuticals, but to other psychedelics, it's an interesting proposition to see whether it's something that might work. And one of the analogies that we were using when we were doing our podcast and bookstores was that compared to a microdose, in a lot of ways, a full dose is a lot like an overdose of what you would normally think of an overdose. You know, your heart races, you have crazy ideas, you might have gastric stuff. It's like, it's an intense thing. If you can get to the same place without having to go all that way out there, I mean, maybe some people do need that. And they need to work with people and medical people and or have the whole big ibogaine thing and make, but for a lot of people, it's kind of like the slow, steady. So, I mean, think about if you take, if you take 100 micrograms of acid all at once, or if you take the LSD over a month 10 times, and divide it up, in which of those circumstances are you going to be able to see more and notice more and learn more and find out what you're doing so you can keep doing it in the future? Well, the answer is the lower dose, because it's a lot less intense. So I'm not against big doses, but the reward risk ratio is so high in microdosing for so many things, from treatment resisting depression to traumatic brain injury to long distance. There's so many different things. Why not check it out and try it? And you maybe want to make it more complicated and have a coach and work with somebody else and do this and that, or maybe you want to just get one of those, grow your own mushrooms in a bag in your closet, and that's all you'll ever really need. It's a pretty wide variety. But we're starting with that proposition that it's, I agree with Jim, and we have a lot to say about placebo, and it is the innate ability of the body, but it is with microdosing getting an actual real on biochemical assist, bringing us back to that, my favorite number, 1.54 quadrillion molecules of LSD in every microgram, 1.54 quadrillion. So your body has 30 trillion cells. So even at a microdose of 5 quadrillion, of a small LSD, you've got plenty of molecules to go around all the receptors in your whole body. And that also ties into, we didn't talk about this, the polypharmacology paper that came out, which is showing that lots of different parts of different psychedelics are affecting lots of different receptors and lots of parts of the body. And now this new fantastic paper by Manesh Gurn and all those people showing that, while there is desynchronization going on, there's also a lot of reconnecting and new networks going on. So these are exciting times to be microdosing.
Yes, it's very exciting. I wouldn't say it's more complicated to have a coach, but I think it can actually help people navigate some of the complications that, could potentially happen when they're approaching this practice for the first time. So, I think it's complex. There's a lot of different factors at play. And just, another piece about the risks, if people aren't ready to face themselves, if they don't feel like they have stability in their lives, or support around them, microdosing can bring a lot up. It can bring up our patterns, it can bring up our shadows, it can bring emotions up that we might not have been aware of. So approaching the practice with care and with intentionality, and always starting off with education, which we're all doing here today, I think is really important as we approach these powerful tools. So let's see some of the questions that have come in through the chat. So, if we begin to do our microdosing routine, what are some of the questions that we could ask ourselves? What would we be looking out for?
I think Danielle should answer that.
I think first, I would ask yourself before you microdose, what are you wanting to work on? What are you wanting to focus on? What would results look like for you? What are you hoping to achieve? What are you hoping to let go of? What would you like to evolve, grow into? I would track your sleep, your relationships, any bodily sensations, your focus. Also, anxiety is something interesting. Oftentimes, if people take too little bit of a microdose, they might feel more anxious. But if you take too much of a microdose, you might feel more anxious. If you get some of the benefits of microdosing but still feel anxiety, that would mean your nervous system is dysregulated. I would also track your ego inside your head or the inner critic inside your head. Also, your mood, any activities that you're doing throughout the day, and track each intention that you have. I always have people set an intention before they microdose, treat this process like a microdosing ceremony, and see how your different sensations track over time. And even having something specific that you're wanting to track. Maybe it's certain pain in your body. Maybe it's, your focus or anything that you're wanting to really look at to see how that evolves or changes over time. Let's see, there's been such beautiful comments in the question. What historical evidence does there exist that indigenous people ever did something similar to microdosing?
Well, early on, when I was, quote, developing microdosing and feeling eventually like I was this special being who was discovering something unknown to the world, I had an anthropologist friend, and he said, Jim, did it ever occur to you that the people who've been using these psychedelics for hundreds of years might have tried low doses? Moment of humility, shame, and just feeling like a jerk. Okay. Out of that, of course, we then started asking in indigenous cultures, not what's your ritual with everybody around and a night of drumming and huge amounts of material. Do you ever use it just as a little thing? And they say, oh, yeah, sure. The beechweed, ibogaine, for which we are now discovering has magnificent uses for addiction and other things. Instead of the beechweed, you use it for anything else other than this massive ritual that you use it for people becoming adults. They say, oh, yeah, we use it for hunting. How does it help in hunting? Well, it you can hunt longer, you have better, basically, you have more endurance, and also
Night vision.
uses visual acuity, so you can see better. Perfect for hunting. And this is a filmmaker who was working with them. She said, you have any other uses? She says, yeah, it helps sex too. So yes, indigenous people have been using microdoses forever.
There's a little write up. There's a little write up of this on the Microdosing Institute of the Netherlands. They have a page that's talking about this issue of pregnant and nursing moms, and in there they give you 3 or 4 or 5 different indigenous people who have long traditions of giving small doses to mothers and children.
Common sense.
Yes, and there's a lot of interest in also, animals being the first elders that have been the first microdosers. A lot of humans actually learned about microdosing from animals. The ayahuasca vine was being chewed on by jaguars, and different animals were the first ones to teach humans about microdosing. Even iboga was discovered because someone in the Bwiti tribe ate a porcupine, and the porcupine was the one that introduced iboga to the Bwiti community. They tracked back the porcupine and they found that it was found next to an iboga plant. So definitely animals are the OG ancestors that introduced this powerful practice.
There's some wonderful footage of dolphins, and they're taking a blowfish and they're kind of punching at it. So when they punch at it, it excretes a little bit of blowfish, really toxin, but in very small amounts. Dolphins then eat the little bit of toxin and they get high and happy. So they're the earliest hippies in the psychedelic movement. And the footage really is such fun to see happy dolphins with this poor little blowfish using its incredible, toxin capacity to get people to get fish happy. And I know dolphins are not fish. Okay, we got that. Okay, thanks. Save your chat.
Jim, I'd love to hear from you how you developed the first microdosing protocol and some of the expansion of protocols that you've seen of how often people should be microdosing.
Well, the so-called Fadiman protocol was developed by people around me. I told you after the first day they said it was great, and then the second day they said it was pretty good. So what I was interested in is what was it like for them mainly the first day. Well, if they were going to be taking it every day, as we had that pharmaceutical model in our heads, I would get no new information. They would just stay at that nice level, maybe get better, but basically that first kick up would be missing. So I asked people not to take it on the third day and then take it again. So then at the end of the month, I would have 10 data points instead of one. It was never designed as the best possible way to use microdosing. It was designed for me to get information. And it turns out that it's not a bad protocol at all, because after about 30 days, people begin to say, every day, whether I'm microdosing or not, is at a new kind of solidified level. So that's how it happened. And then people very reasonably said, well, how about other ways of doing it? How about Paul Stamets came up with what's now called the Stamets stack, where you say, well, if you're using this psychedelic, why don't you add a cognitive enhancer, lion's mane, and why don't you add a little niacin? Niacin is not used by indigenous people around the world, okay? But it does dilate blood vessels, which means that things get to every part of the body more easily. That was the notion. The Stamets stack said, why don't you take it 4 or 5 times a week and then take 2 days off? And I asked Paul, why 4 or 5? He says, well, you can't be too rigid. So these have evolved naturally. And one of the new protocols, which actually is now called the Nova Protocol, people next to me know what her last name is, taking it 2 days on and 1 day off. Some people take it every other day. People in Peru have been pushing people to get to the stage where they, quote, are intuitive, meaning you kind of know in the morning whether it's a good day or not. I'm not as comfortable with that because that assumes that your consciousness knows a lot more about your body than you do, but it's another way. And we also have found taking it every day often leads to what's called tolerance, which means it stops working. So again, a lot of different protocols, a lot of different ways, and knowing your own body and having some support or help or someone observing may be useful.
And we also have some of the science that's still out. You mentioned the same day effect study, the St. Pierre microdosing study, and that seems to show that was based on the microdose.me database. That seems to show that most people are feeling most of the effects on the day on. But when you look more carefully at that study, you see it wasn't designed to measure long-term baseline shifts in how people are thinking and feeling. So we've been using the analogy that it's kind of like a potter's wheel. So you kind of kick the wheel and then you do your thing, but you're not constantly doing the wheel. You kick it and you do your thing for a while, and then a while later, and that there do seem to be cumulative benefits over time. I mean, I think that's what most people feel, even if this one study said that's not the way it is.
Yes, I love that. That's a great analogy. Thank you, Jordan. And I think, teaching people how to act, one of the things that I talk about is teaching people how to act as if they're microdosing even on the days off. So as you're microdosing, one of the common effects is that you might feel less triggered. You might feel like your stress is lowered and that you have more emotional capacity. So even on your day off, how can you act as if you're microdosing and really carry through the effects even on the off days? So over time, we can actually shift our baseline. And sometimes people say, well, the microdosing isn't working like it used to at the beginning. And if I ask them what they're noticing is different, well, I've changed. And so That's a really beautiful sign. It doesn't mean that the microdose became less effective. It means that you could be changing your baseline as you're microdosing.
What we found with a lot of people who take microdosing for a particular reason, when that reason has been achieved, they find it beneficial to stop. And independently of anything that we were doing in the early days, people around the world came to the conclusion that it might be a good idea if you're microdosing for a couple of months to take a couple of weeks off, which lets the body do all the work, having now been primed and improved. And that seems to be also helpful. So if one size fit all, we'd have one size.
Uh-huh.
But as we're different and individual, and also we're not the same 6 months ago and 6 months from now.
Exactly.
So that you always need to be aware that it's okay to start at the beginning a lot of times.
So beautiful. So well said. And I think the best thing, just to build off of what you both are saying, is for people to explore different things, try different dose ranges, understand where your edges are, understand where the low is for you, the higher range is for you, try different protocols, see what works for your nervous system so that it's not a one size fits all. It has to be a highly customized process. We have just a couple minutes left, and I would love to hear from both of you. Where do you see the future of microdosing going? What are your visions, hopes, prayers for the microdosing field at large?
Hmm. Well, I've been wrong all along, so why shouldn't I continue my record? Um, when you make predictions, you are just waiting. You're just setting yourself up for in the future people to say, boy, he didn't know nothing. If we lived in a sane world, and we do not, microdosing would be available from a very early age on as a potential health supplement and a medical supplement in specific cases. That's where we're headed. And that's where basically, surprise, that's the indigenous model. Okay. So, of the dozens of tribes around the world, of civilizations around the world that have used it, they've all come to that conclusion that it's useful to have around when it's appropriate and with often people who know more than you do to help you make that decision. That's my vision of, and I hadn't really ever said it before because I hadn't thought it through, is yes, you should, by the way, if you look around, you are the indigenous people where you're living. Just as you want to restore yourself back to nature, you want to restore something like microdosing when it's appropriate and available. The current legal framework 100 years from now will be looked upon as what were they trying, why were they trying to prevent people being healthy and making alcohol and tobacco legal? Who were these people and why? That's why we don't have them anymore. They work themselves out and we have other cultures that are healthier. There's my fantasy and my vision.
So my fantasy starts with us coming to agreement around some of the basic science, and people are still doing studies with massive errors. I named the lexicon paper where they define microdosing as being functionally synonymous with placebo. It's a bad paper. It's a mistake. The ADHD paper is a bad one. The Mind Bio LSD 2A and 2B, where in 2A, 19 people have fantastic results. And in 2B, they make it double blind. And guess what? The people don't do nearly as well. They do terribly. That's because they've kind of disrupted the envelope of trust. So I'm looking forward to a time when we no longer question whether it's placebo. We understand there's a sweet spot, and that working with this, you can really begin to see the possible power of home microdosing for depression. Maybe 10, 20, 30% of the depression in the world could be handled in a really high reward, low risk way like this. But it can't happen until, the science gets a little clearer and the people who are some of the leaders in the field, don't sort of keep saying, in microdosing, we're not sure. It might just be placebo, or, yeah, if it's a really serious thing like treatment-resistant depression, microdosing is not going to work. We know it will because of many reports. So you have the skeptical scientists who need to give up having placebo as the ultimate criterion in an area where it's just wholly inappropriate. And then you need to have the psychedelic people realizing that, yeah, we understand there's a lot more money with big doses and proprietary blends of psilocybin, but you don't really need any of that for microdoses to be able to change the world just the way it already is. And so you look at the numbers from Rand, microdosing is going up in the United States and almost certainly worldwide. And I think eventually the science is going to settle out and we see it making sense and being more coherent. And we're going to realize that the same sorts of things that happen on high doses happen on microdoses, and that there's a wide range of benefits and that we can use them in a lot of different ways.
The other problem, they have not solved the problem yet of how to prevent microdoses from being grown and freely available, and how could they both suppress natural growth and have a pharmaceutical version that could be sold at a very high markup. As you've seen in the high dose world, if you pay attention to that kind of thing, they are solving that problem. They are finding total isomers of a psychedelic, patenting it, and using that to suppress other psychedelics. So we're entering now the commercial phase, and it's not necessarily going to be the most beneficial. So we're going to see.
Now, even in Texas right now, you have $50 million going towards ketamine, but now we have a new law saying ketamine at home use is going to be made illegal. So it's like they're going in both ways. So and this whole executive order thing, you'll probably talk about that later. I'm suspicious and have misgivings because I think that, the tendency is to take the power from the people, to take away the real medicine and not let people figure out and follow. We like to talk about nullius in verba, take it on no one's authority, the model of the Royal Society. We want people to experiment and figure it out on themselves, but start slow and go low and pay attention to what we've already figured out. That's where all this growth has come from, not from research.
Research is, what people forget is research comes second. Before that is something. Why would you want to research something? Well, because other people have had experiences. So we are basically the experience brokers. And what you will hear for the rest of the day from the science people is they got interested because of either their own personal experience, which they may or may not mention, and the groups of experiences that have been accumulated. And then they've applied their tools to see if it works in their tool system. And sometimes it does.
I wish we had more time to talk about the executive order, but we'll definitely touch on that. I really appreciate you bringing that into this conversation. And I think one of the crystals that microdosing teaches us is that ultimately we are the medicine. The microdose is a partner. It's a relationship that we're building with the medicine so that we can connect deeper with ourselves and really evoke our own inner healing intelligence and inner power. And if we just put these medicines in big pharma, we're just replicating the same systems of oppression and harm. So we really want to see multiple different trees and pathways for access, giving the power to the people and the individuals to be able to, evolve our own consciousness in ourselves. Any last words for this beautiful community?
It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to know that there is a large community. We're delighted with a certain amount of the science. I know I come off as a crank, but there's good science and there's not as good science, just like everything else. We're looking forward to a better future for all of us, but we're looking right now for a better present right now. And we have some of the personal tools to do that. And we have some of the tools that nature has given us to help.
And I would just say, we're back to start slow, go low, start slow, pay attention. And I think it's a really unparalleled opportunity, again, to work with the different parts of who you are and to really see them and to become more functional in your life overall. You can sort of redirect your symphony of selves, maybe change which musician is where and how often they get to play. And that's part of the real value of this. And you don't need to, spend lots of money on IFS to be working with the different parts of who you are. That's, the other book.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much for your powerful words,
Yeah.
for your powerful work, your wisdom. Microdosingbook.com is their time. I put the link to their book in the chat, but if you have an experience report that you'd like to contribute to them, they just wrote an incredible book. You can find it on Audible. You can listen to it. It's really my go-to for anyone that's interested or curious about microdosing to start reading the microdosing book. And I'm just so excited to be on this path with both of you. Thank you so much, Jim. You're my best friend. I appreciate you so much. I honor you. You're amazing. And Jordan, thank you so much for your powerful work and your consciousness. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this conversation with just such high level microdosing experts. So I'm excited for the work that both of you are doing, and thank you for spreading it all around the world. They have new editions coming out in Portugal, in Brazil, in the UK. So you two are really an inspiration to me.
Poland.
Thank you. Yeah. In Poland.
Poland's on the way. And my guess is French and German will happen, but it hasn't happened yet. We'll see.
You're
Thank
an
you so much,
inspiration.
Danielle. This was great. We appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, indeed.
Thank you, everyone. So next up, I'm going to be giving a presentation, a masterclass on microdosing, where I'm going to be teaching about some of the advanced skills and knowledge and expertise. We're going to cover the differences between LSD and psilocybin microdosing, and how to actually track your microdosing experience and use it as a tool for neuroplasticity. And then I'm also going to be doing hot seat coaching, where you can come and get coached and have some of your microdosing questions answered. So that's going to be up in just a couple minutes here, and we'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. Thank you both, and we'll talk soon. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you and welcome back.
Everyone. That was such a nice talk to start us off. Um, and yeah, and next we'll be having Danielle give a talk going a deep dive onto um, advanced knowledge and also in hot seat coaching as well for microdosing. So Danielle, would you like to get started?
Let's do it. Thank you, Maxwell. All right. Can you see my presentation? Okay, good. So welcome to my microdosing masterclass. I'm going to be covering education, facilitation, training, and we're going to be doing live coaching. I'm going to try to get through all this information as much as I can. There's so much here. When I was designing this presentation, I just kept adding things because there's so much fun information to provide. So I want to make sure we have enough time at the end for some hot seat coaching. So just a little bit about me. I'm Danielle Nova. I've been working in the psychedelic field for almost a decade. I work as the executive director of the San Francisco Psychedelic Society, which is the largest psychedelic society in the country. I'm the founder of Lumeria and the North America's first microdosing facilitator training. I've guided thousands of individuals through intentional microdosing practice. I'm currently guiding over 70 people a month through microdosing experiences. And I've also professionally trained over 100 clinicians, coaches, and wellness facilitators to be certified microdosing guides and just bring a high level of expertise to this experience. And I was also on the founding team of Decriminalize Nature Oakland. We passed the first initiative in the world to deprioritize all entheogenic plants and fungi in Oakland. And this was me at City Hall in Oakland, basically promising that I would focus on education. I think education is the foundation of any type of microdosing practice. So I'm here to bring a lot of education here to you today. And I also just want to continue to honor Jim Fadiman. He is my best friend. I work very closely with him, and he's the reason why I continue to feel so inspired in the microdosing field. He's popularized modern microdosing and really brought structure and professionalism to this practice. And I just continue to really appreciate him for paving the pathway for all of us. And I see my work as sort of a continuation of, what Jim has done for so many years in professionalizing our understanding of modern microdosing. So today I'm going to teach you how to use microdosing as a skill instead of as a magic pill. We're really in a moment of global massive shift. Over 10 million people have reported microdosing in 2025. As Jordan was talking about the RAND study, a lot of people are self-experimenting microdosing without proper guidance. And really my mission is to help people receive the maximum benefit out of their microdosing protocols. And my organization is called Lumeria. You can find us at lumerianow.com. And we empower a new paradigm of transformation through microdosing. We provide microdosing guidance and professional microdosing facilitator training. So through my experience guiding thousands of microdosing experience, I'm going to give you all my secrets today. I'm going to talk about what's missing in the protocols, the differences between LSD and mushrooms, microdosing as a tool for neuroplasticity, what actually works, the impact of having a guide, and how you can become a guide. And this is my logo, which really represents a microdose, and it's a fractal of microdoses because we can create a fractal of impact on our own lives and the lives of people around us as we grow and evolve through the use of microdosing, and always to be reminded to keep opening our hearts and keep an open heart at the center of every experience that we have. So this is a beautiful graph that kind of compares the differences between psilocybin containing mushrooms and LSD. I do want to say that this is very rudimentary. in the comparison. It can be so much more nuanced. I could do hours of a presentation just on the differences, but at a very high level, when you're microdosing with mushrooms, you're interfacing with the soul of the mushroom, with the spirit of the mushroom. The mushroom is sort of has an agenda, and it's going to direct your microdosing experience, which sometimes it can be different every time that you microdose. With LSD, you're interfacing with your soul. I call LSD a holographic or mirror medicine. Both of them reflect you back to yourself, but LSD is more of your interfacing with your soul, and you can direct your microdosing experience with LSD. Some of the signatures of psilocybin containing mushroom microdoses. Oftentimes people feel like it helps with mood, creativity, emotional well-being. It's sort of like an emotional excavator. It can come in and help you really process your emotions. With LSD is very focused, creative. It can be more productive. It's very also cognitive flexibility. It's more of a cerebral medicine. People do feel embodied in their bodies, but it's more of a philosophical cerebral medicine. Mushrooms can be a bit more embodied and emotional medicine. In terms of dosing, I really, with mushrooms, and we're going to talk about this later, we have Reggie Harris, who is the inventor of the first psilocybin containing mushroom testing lab. He's going to talk about mushroom testing and different varieties of psilocybin containing mushrooms. Right now, we don't really have a standardization when it comes to dried psilocybin containing mushrooms because there's so many different potent ranges in the potency of mushrooms. For example, 1 gram of one type of psilocybin containing mushroom could be, 10 times stronger than another gram of another variety. So, it's hard to say specifically the dose in terms of the mushrooms because there's such a, every mushroom in the batch has a different dose or different amount of psilocybin in it and different potency. So, oftentimes, across the board, I just don't really want to say the exact dosing, but oftentimes people are taking around 100 milligrams to 250 milligrams, depending on the type of psilocybin containing mushroom microdose. But we're going to talk a lot more about that in nuance. With LSD, oftentimes people are doing anywhere between 5 to 20 micrograms. Some people actually need less than 5. I'm working with someone right now that just takes like 1.5, and that's actually a lot for her with LSD. So there's just a wide variety of sensitivity to the dose, but with LSD, it can be a bit more consistent with the dose. Oftentimes, both of them can take around 30 minutes to an hour for the onset to come on. Mushroom microdosing is a lot shorter, anywhere between sometimes 2 to 3 hours up to 6 hours. With LSD, it can be anywhere between 4 to 12 hours. Some of the effects people feel: uplifted mood, mentally stimulating, focused, light, energizing. With mushrooms, it's very grounded, body centered. You feel more connected to emotions, nature, empathy. Mushrooms are very introspective and reflective and emotional. With LSD, it can be more mentally active and task oriented, but not always. These are just some of the differences, I would say. With LSD, it can be, more focused and creative. With mushroom, it's more calm, connected, but LSD also can be very calm and connected as well. So these are some of the differences and commonalities, but ultimately, they're both, they both share a lot of similarities energetically. With LSD, what I've seen is that the experiences can be just a bit more consistent. It's the same thing every time that you microdose. With mushrooms, sometimes it's a little bit different and more, it can be more fluid. So sometimes people have different experience on the mushroom microdose. And this is really coming from my experience guiding a lot of people throughout the world. So 2 pathways, one purpose. Mushrooms, as I talked about, you're really interfacing with the spirit of the mushroom. With LSD, you're interfacing with your soul. And both of them help you evolve your consciousness. The mushroom really supports healing, reconnection, and embody wisdom. With LSD, it can dissolve, kind of an illusion, the illusions that we create in our consciousness, and open the gateway to your infinite potential and to yourself. I think ultimately both microdoses help you become the best version of yourself. So I love how Jordan brought about in the last conversation about, the word subperceptual and how we're not really using that word. I'm calling a microdose a twilight dose. So that moment right when you're seeing the sun come up or right when the sun goes down, that last sliver of the sun, to me, that's a microdose. And that's what we're really looking for. We want you to be able to feel it and see it and notice it without having the overwhelming intensity of the sun. And that moment, right where the sun is the sliver, it's called the twilight. And that's the bridge between the physical and the spiritual world. That's the moment where dark becomes light. That little sun, sliver of the sun is what we're going for. We want you to notice the microdose, but we don't want it to impair your functioning. So if you've ever tried a microdose and didn't get the results that you've expected, this could be why. You followed a protocol, you did it correctly, and still something's missing. So we can have a tool, but it doesn't necessarily mean we'll change. Why most people don't necessarily get results from microdosing, it could mean a variety of different things. It could mean that the dose is off, that you're not necessarily having a feedback loop or any kind of behavior change or integration. Integration with microdosing is just as important as integration with macrodosing. You're taking a tool, but you're not necessarily working with it. So I'm here to teach you how to work with the microdose. And as I talked about in the last session, microdosing is like putting on prescription glasses. Everyone has a different lens. And if you work with a microdosing guide, they're going to be helping you figure out what your lens, and your lens is honestly going to shift over time. So, in the last session, we talked about your baseline changing over time. As your baseline changes, as you're really working with the microdose as a partner and a guide, your protocol might change, your sensitivity might change. You might need to change your dose, the timing that you're doing it, the protocol that you're doing it. It has to evolve as you evolve. So I want you to treat this process as your microdosing ceremony. One of the biggest shifts I teach is to move away from just taking a dose to entering a practice. So set an intention every time that you microdose, really welcome the experience with reverence and ritual. Honor the medicine that you're taking with presence and respect, and transform it into a practice. And transform taking it into a practice and really a practice of consciousness. So some things to think about is, what are you here to receive, evolve, create, process, release, activate, or even become more conscious of? So as Jim talked about in the last session, the protocol that I have, it's called the Nova protocol. And I developed this protocol out of so many different experience reports from people that took the microdoses. And what a lot of people found is that doing it 2 days on, 1 day off was producing a lot of wonderful results. And the purpose of this is so that you can feel this consistency, but that even on the day off, you'll still feel the effects of the microdose. And so it helps people build a relationship with the medicine while not feeling like an abrupt day off after they've been microdosing for several days. But this protocol can also be adjusted. So some people will do 2 days on, 2 days off. I always now start with this protocol, but I also teach everyone about all the different protocols as we discussed in the last session. Everyone has a different response to the medicine. And for people that are really, really sensitive to the microdose, this might be too many days on for people. So they might need to do the Fadiman protocol to have more spaciousness. For people that aren't as sensitive and really finding a lot of benefit, this protocol can really bring a lot of consistency. So have a lot of different flexibility. Your protocol gets to evolve with you as you evolve. And what I teach people is, let's say you don't feel like microdosing that day. Don't microdose that day. If it's supposed to be your off day, and you feel like microdose that day. Be flexible, be fluid with it, and really check in with yourself. Ultimately, your intuition has to guide this process. And just don't stay, I think not having a lot of rigidity with this, but having fluidity. As long as you're taking 2 to 3 days off a week, you won't be building tolerance. I love that Jordan spoke about the sweet spot window in our last session. Everyone has a different sweet spot, and we can have multiple different sweet spots. It's a window. So as you start your microdosing protocol, or even if you're reapproaching it, understand what your low is and understand what your high is, and you're going to have sort of a range of effects. Your dose can change over time. And also, as you integrate with the microdose, it keeps the window open. I work with a lot of people that come out of retreat centers. They've just done a big journey and they say that, they're a lot more open. They had all these realizations. What microdosing can do, microdosing can be a powerful tool to keep the window open. It keeps you in the place of neuroplasticity, of flexibility. It keeps you engaged in the work. It keeps the work at the forefront of your mind. And, we can have different sweet spots depending on the activities that we're doing. Microdosing opens a window. It doesn't do the work for us, but you can do the work with microdosing. So it can increase neuroplasticity, which is the opportunity to either interrupt neural pathways, behaviors, thought patterns, belief systems, and actually create new ones. But neuroplasticity happens over time. It happens through repetition. Manesh Gurn is going to speak more about that later. It can also increase awareness and increase emotional access. So what you do in the microdosing window matters to keep your window open. So this is a graph, and feel free to screenshot this graph if you'd like to use it at a future time. So this is sort of the spectrum of effects. So if the dose is too low, it means nothing shifts. You might not feel anything at all. If the dose is too high, you might feel overwhelmed, anxiety, fog, kind of dysregulated, like not like the normal version of yourself, challenging to function. If you're in your sweet spot, you will feel open, clarity, access, growth. You'll know when you're in your sweet spot. It's you. It feels like you, but the best version of you. And that's really what we're going for. Oftentimes people are like, well, I didn't feel anything, but I felt really good. I felt like myself. And that's what we're going for. We want you to feel more like yourself, more access to yourself. And as you track your experiences, you might actually notice more shifts if you weren't to track your experience. I'm going to teach you a little bit how to track your experience. A new thing that I've been doing now, it's called the extender method. So for some people, the microdose doesn't last all day. And so what we're doing now is actually introducing an extender dose. And this doesn't necessarily work for everyone, but for some people, let's say they take 10 micrograms first thing in the morning, and then they notice by 1 o'clock they don't feel the microdose anymore. So what we'll do the next time is we'll introduce an extender dose where maybe they'll take 10 micrograms at 8 a.m. and then they'll take 5 more micrograms at 10 a.m. What that does is it actually extends the length of the microdose. I'm also an advocate for recreational microdosing. I have a lot of people that I work with that are really trying to break out of alcohol or addictive behaviors. So if someone, used to be a heavy drinker, and instead of taking doing a whole night of binge drinking, if they do a microdose, in the early evening, to have, be connected, be out with their friends. I'm an advocate for that. I'm not saying, for people to replace drugs and alcohol with more drugs and alcohol. I'm really talking about reverent use of microdosing, and sometimes that can be used in the extender method. So this is actually a new framework that I've been using because I noticed that everyone metabolizes the microdose differently. So something important to know is the closer that you take the microdose to each other, the stronger the dose will be. The farther apart that you take the microdose from each other, that's just extending the microdosing experience. So let's say you take 100 milligrams of psilocybin containing mushrooms at 8 a.m. and then 100 more milligrams at 9 a.m., you're going to be feeling the effects of 200 milligrams. But if you take them farther apart, like a couple hours apart, you're only going to be feeling 100 milligrams just extended. Be mindful to know how long the effects of the microdose last for you so that it doesn't impact your sleep. So with mushrooms, you have more ability to kind of play with a different dose because it's shorter acting. With LSD, it's a lot longer acting. So you want to take it earlier in the day. Microdosing, the same dose doesn't necessarily equal the same effect. So it's not just about the dose. It's about the activities, the stress that you might be carrying, the environment that you're in. All of this changes your response. The sleep that you had the night before changes your response. The emotional state, your thoughts, your relationships, the foods that you're eating, the medications that you're taking, peptides you might be taking, other supplements, all of this can impact your dose and your experience. So instead of us just looking at how much do I take, when do I take it, it's really starting to zoom out and look at all these other areas that you might be contributing to the effects of your microdosing. What we're finding now, GLP-1 peptides or any of the GLP peptides reduce the effect of microdosing when if the microdose is taken orally, that passes through the digestive system. So if you're taking a GLP peptide, then taking the microdose sublingually seems to be like the only route for effects. Certain types of medications tend to not work really well in conjunction with microdosing, such as like lithium, Adderall, antidepressants. Sometimes people can take antidepressants with microdoses, but sometimes it can have a blunting effect. I would, long term, it's not great to combine all different cooks in the kitchen. The microdose, it's really more helpful unless you're using the microdose to titrate off of a substance to just have a more clear picture of how the microdosing is affecting you. One of my specialties is helping people that decide that they want to break out of addictive patterns or wean off of medications through the use of microdosing. I used to be deeply addicted to all different types of drugs. I was addicted to drugs for 15 years and also really dependent on medications. And, I almost died from my addiction and died from medications. And microdosing was really one of the only tools that helped me recover and overcome my dependency and really helped ease a lot of the withdrawals from getting off of medication. So I definitely think in the future, microdosing is going to be the gold standard to help people wean off of taking medications. And I'm going to actually show a video in a little bit after this session today about my journey of overcoming addiction and coming off of these medications and just the debilitating withdrawals that I experienced and how microdosing really played a role in my recovery process. And I actually documented my process going through that. So if you are either currently going through it or know someone that is, there's definitely hope and there's tools out there to make that process more comfortable and easeful. So, another thing that I've realized is different intentions with the microdose are actually create different doses. So what people that I work with have noticed is they have a certain dose for work and they might have a certain dose for non-working days. So that's where your sweet spot range can really come into play. I want you to try different doses, try different things and see what your dose, if you're really integrating microdosing into your everyday life. Maybe you have a dose specifically for your work, and maybe you have a dose specifically for creativity or emotional processes. Oftentimes this is not everyone, but sometimes people feel like a lower dose might be more effective for their working days, maybe a little bit of a higher dose. And this is still within the microdosing window, sweet spot window we're talking about. I'm not talking about larger doses, but taking a little bit more might be more effective for emotional processing or creativity, but everyone's different. This is, everyone has a different response to the microdose. I've seen some people actually want a higher dose for their working days and a lower dose for non-working days. So really, for you to have a toolkit of different dose ranges can be really helpful. And then, the missing link when it comes to microdosing is our behavior. So if nothing changes, nothing changes. Microdosing can amplify what you engage. It's not necessarily just about feeling better. It's about doing, thinking, perceiving, integrating, and implementing differently. It's not the dose, it's how you use the dose. So the 4-part system is really for you to consider your dose, your timing, your behavior, integration, tracking, and reflection. And that's what I train microdosing facilitators and I teach them how to become experts to guide individuals through their microdosing journey so that they can really guide people to help them find their sweet spot range and dose, to help them figure out what their window is, to understand the different timing of the doses, to help them track their behaviors and really use the microdosing as a tool for neuroplasticity. And a microdosing guide is someone that can help you integrate your microdosing experience. Most people only focus on number one, but there's so many different aspects to really creating the results that you want and getting the maximum benefit out of microdosing. Microdosing doesn't change your life. It gives you the confidence and access to change your life. The work relies on you doing it. So One of my favorite aspects of the microdosing experience is that it can turn down the default mode network in the brain. And oftentimes, what we found is the default mode network is where the ego is housed. When it's in high volume default mode, we can be overthinking. How many of you deal with the inner critic? I know I do. My inner critic, my ego tells me to stay small, to not share, to not try things. It just wants me to stay frozen and hidden. But with microdosing, it can kind of turn down the default mode network, that volume of the ego, so that we can operate and live our lives through our soul. So when the brain is in low volume default mode network, people feel presence, flexibility, flow, and that's really where new pathways and possibilities can happen in that space of low volume default mode network. And how do we use microdosing as a tool for positive neuroplasticity? So, as I talked about earlier, neuroplasticity is neutral. It can be positively influenced or negatively influenced. So, as new neural pathways shifts, the perception of our reality shifts. Our identity can become more fluid, less fixed. A recent study that Manesh Gurn did across all different types of psychedelic experiences, and they found that our identity can change. And it can really, what I think happens with microdosing, it can kind of dissolve fixed identity structures for us to start to question, well, am I at the soul level? What do I like? What do I not like? Maybe I was this way my whole life, but maybe I can be a different way. So we can really have greater access to shifting our identity, which is amazing and so exciting. And we have greater access to the present moment of awareness. We can be more receptive to subtle information and insight. You can direct your microdosing protocol. So if you want to make change in a certain area, microdosing makes it easier for you, but you have to be the one to direct that process. And also consistency reinforces new pathways. So, what Manesh Gurn will talk about is new neural pathways don't get created just once. It's by doing things over and over and over again. So having that consistency, and repeated states become traits through neuroplasticity. And what's so exciting about the microdose is that you're literally having an experience that can rewire the organ that perceives reality itself. Like, that's incredible. Let's direct it very carefully so that we're going in the direction that we want to go. I would love for you to track your microdosing experience like a pro. So these are some of the ways that you can track your experience. Focus on your mood, if you're just starting a microdosing protocol, take a baseline. Where are you starting from so that you can see your changes over time? Your focus and your sensations, your clarity, your energy, your body awareness, patterns. What are you wanting to work on? See what's actually working. What kind of patterns are you tracking? What kind of behavior shifts are you wanting to track? Maybe small changes can lead to real transformation. And then always, what I always track now is the inner critic, the ego, observe patterns, maybe track your spiritual connection throughout the day, track the sensations in your body, track your relationship to yourself, relationships around you, transform with the awareness. So the data you receive about yourself, the insight that you experience, and then putting that into action can create a lot of freedom. So I'm really passionate about guiding individuals through transformational change, and that's why I've created my microdosing facilitator training. So I'm going to talk just a little bit more about what that means. So why guidance can change everything. When you have a microdosing guide, this can really be someone to reflect your patterns, and you can learn from this person. They can help you adjust your approach, and they can help encourage you and help you avoid spiraling or going down into areas that you're not wanting to go down into. And a guide can really be a game changer. They can help you shift out of old patterns into new pathways and really be your partner and your guide. But ultimately, it's you doing the work. So, just like, one of the analogies that we talk about is going to the gym. Microdosing is like going to the gym for your consciousness and your soul. Your guide will teach you how to do the reps, but ultimately you have to lift the weights, you have to do the reps. If you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, you're going to be building a lot of muscle over time through the repetition. You're not going to go immediately to lifting the big weights right at once. You're going to start small, go low, start low and go slow. Microdosing coach is going to be watching you and helping you really lift these weights with a lot of precision and technique. So that is a link to my guidance program. I guide individuals through microdosing protocols and really help people receive the results that they want through intentional use of microdosing. So if you're interested in connecting more with my work, it's at lumerianow.com. And here's a link to Jim Fadiman and Jordan Gruber's new book, Microdosing book. I highly recommend anyone getting started, as I shared about in the last session, check out their book. It's the most comprehensive resource on microdosing to date. So if you haven't already, definitely check out their book. This work is growing rapidly, but right now what the world truly needs are grounded, ethical, heart-led microdosing facilitators. So if you feel that call in your body to become a microdosing facilitator, I would love to walk with you. So right now there's millions of people microdosing, but very few people are actually guided to receive the maximum benefit out of their microdosing protocol. And this is why results can oftentimes be inconsistent with microdosing. And I've created the microdosing facilitator training so that we can really help people get the maximum benefit out of their protocols. Imagine having support like this: personalized dosing and concierge guidance, real-time adjustments, neuroplasticity coaching, and accountability and expert level knowledge, and really having a partner in your transformation. So for those that are interested in becoming a microdosing facilitator, I'm just going to go through this a little bit right now, but also at the end of our summit, I'm going to be doing more of a deep dive into what it means to join the microdosing facilitator training. So what microdosing facilitators provide is education, screening, nervous system awareness, creating a custom concierge protocol, tracking an individual's results, also deep knowledge of contraindications, medications, tapering, and how to provide addiction recovery support. They can also create a facilitation business and really guide a lot of people through microdosing protocols. And this isn't, to me, it's not just about creating a microdosing facilitator business. It's really about helping people get results with microdosing and get the maximum benefit and helping people become the best versions of themselves. You're also doing neuroplasticity coaching and changing people's protocols and really integrating and helping them track their patterns and create lasting transformation. So inside this training, we focus on three main areas of expertise. We focus on how to guide someone safely through a protocol, how to actually create change and transformation, not just good experiences, and then how to turn this practice into a sustainable business while working with clients. And I'm just so grateful for DoubleBlind Magazine. DoubleBlind is a partner on this facilitator training, and it starts on May 17th. So if you're interested in becoming a certified microdosing facilitator, I would love for you to join this next cohort. We've trained over 100 clinicians and individuals to be certified microdosing facilitators. This is great for someone that's either has an existing practice. We work with a lot of people that are either clinicians, coaches, all different types of wellness practitioners that are wanting to add in microdosing facilitation as a tool into their practice to increase the results that their clients are getting. And we also work with a lot of people that are brand new to microdosing facilitation or wanting to join the psychedelic career. This is great for people that are brand new to any type of facilitator practice or business. Jim Fadiman, my best friend, is on the faculty. He also trains a couple of the training sessions, and he says he's honored to be a part of the most comprehensive and well-designed microdosing training that he has seen. So we have just an amazing faculty of all different types of experts and clinicians, neuroscientists. You'll definitely learn all about, a deep dive into neuroplasticity, the science, as well as ADHD, how to really facilitate transformational client experiences. You'll understand how to navigate the evolving legality. You'll become an expert on different potency strains, how to know which strains are more suitable for microdosing versus macrodosing. Also medication contraindications. You'll learn from a clinical pharmacist, microdosing research. And we also have someone from Stephen Huang from MAPS who'll teach about the psychedelic field and your role in the psychedelic ecosystem. So it's really the most comprehensive facilitator training that exists. And we really, your success is my success. And so if you're interested in joining the training, we want you to see you grow and evolve with this facilitator training. So someone that took our training is a clinical therapist, and she's seen over 30 microdosing clients since taking the program, and really seeing a lot of results, incredible results coming from her clients. Another individual got hired, who he graduated from our training program. He got hired by a psychedelic company to create a microdosing course. So there's so many different things that you can do with this facilitator training. You can work one-on-one with clients. You can also facilitate groups. You can teach microdosing workshops, webinars, create courses. For a limited time right now, we're offering a discount for $500 off of the training. So if you use code DB500, our website is lumerianow.com, and we'll put it in the chat, lumerianow.com/MFT. And I'm also going to be doing calls with anyone that's interested in learning more about the training. If you want to go deeper into this work to either learn how to master your own process or guide others through transformational microdosing experience, definitely check out the training, book a call with me. Max will put a link to the call in the chat. And then also, if you're interested in connecting with me, you can find me on Instagram, connect with D, and my email is connect@lumerianow.com. So we're going to go into the hot seat coaching now, where I invite you to come and bring your microdosing experience. Thanks for receiving all that information. I know that was a lot of information, but I just wanted to really bring as much as I could to this conversation. There's so much more, and that's why I've developed my facilitator training program. I'm also going to be starting a group microdosing experience pretty soon with DoubleBlind, where we're going to be launching a program where we all get to microdose as a group together, and I will guide you through your microdosing protocol as a group. It's going to be amazing and so much fun that we all get to microdose as a group. So if you're interested in joining that, definitely let us know in the chat. So we're offering a free 20-minute microdosing facilitator call if you're interested in joining the microdosing facilitator training program, and you can win a signed copy of Dr. Jim Fadiman's book. Feel free to scan that code. If you're interested in joining the call with me, this is really a call for people that are just interested in joining one of the programs to get a consult with me and see if the program is a good fit for you, and also just connect one-on-one. And I'm really excited to meet you all and be on this path with you. Thank you for your soul. Thank you for everything that you're doing to expand your consciousness and for being on this educational journey with us. It's such a pleasure to have you here. And I'm really looking forward to supporting you all through your microdosing experiences. So now we're going to welcome anyone to come on. Maxwell is going to choose the individual, but let's keep it short, maybe 1 minute per, of just sharing the question that you have. I'm going to be able to offer any kind of guidance on protocol challenges, mindset blocks, integration practices. If you have questions about any clients that might be microdosing, or a question about your growth as a facilitator, let's unlock the clarity together. So I'm just going to welcome anyone that wants to join the hot seat coaching.
Yes, and please either raise your hand if you know how to do that, or put your question in the chat if you'd like to come up live and ask your question. Okay, so I see somebody raising their hand, and I'm going to invite them to ask the question.
Hi, is that me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I have a history of childhood trauma, developmental trauma, starting at a very early age. I've been on antidepressants for many years, and I went off of them so that I could do some journeys with ayahuasca, and also I did 8 journeys with MDMA. And after I had those experiences, I went through a really intensive withdrawal process after what I thought was a reasonable titration off of the antidepressants. So ultimately, I did end up going back on them, and I was having flashbacks to some of these earlier experiences as a child, which I had never had prior to the psychedelic use. So I would love to be able to utilize microdosing. I'm not sure how to do that given my history.
Thank you so much for that beautiful question. And I just want to really honor you for everything that you've been through and everything that you've overcome, and appreciate you for doing this powerful work on yourself. I know that it's really it's not the easy path. It's the going through, everything, facing everything that you've been through and having a lot coming up for you. And, what I would recommend is really working with a therapist or an individual, a guide that can specifically help you navigate through the trauma that's coming up so that you can process it and let the cycle move through yourself. There are, therapists that I've trained, individuals that I've trained that do specialize in navigating complex trauma through the use of microdosing. I think the fact that it's coming up is really powerful. What I've found oftentimes with the unconscious mind, it will only reveal things until we're ready for them. So it does sound like your unconscious mind is giving you permission for these things to come up, and just about having the container of support to be able to navigate them. So I think working with a, individual that can help you navigate that terrain would be really supportive for
Yeah,
you.
I feel like I have done that. This the last time that I did a journey was in 2022. So I've been back on the antidepressants since then. I'd really like to get off of them. But I just don't know if that's reasonable expectation given what my experiences have been of going off of them prior to this, prior to now. It was really crazy. It was like going off of heroin. It was, I felt like
No,
I was just like climbing the walls. It was a terrible experience.
I know. I get it. I went through similar experience. It was honestly, I was addicted to opioids. Getting off of psychiatric medications was 100 times harder than
Mm,
withdrawal.
mm.
It was awful. And so I really understand that. And I'm curious, when you were coming off of the medications previously, did you use microdosing in that process?
I was, but I was just doing it on my own. So I was using the Stamets protocol as best I could. I didn't notice that it was very supportive at that point in time. So I'm just wondering if having some facilitation in going off of the antidepressants would be helpful.
I absolutely think it really could be, working with a guide like myself or others that understand the terrain can normalize it for you and really help you through that withdrawal process. We always talk about it's important for you to work with a provider that is helping with the withdrawal part, because we can't provide medical advice, but we can help you with the microdose to try to bring the microdose in to help ease that process from the withdrawal. So if you're looking for additional support, I'd be happy to consult with you in that
Okay,
process.
that would be great. Thanks, Danielle. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you, and just know that you can do this. If I can do it, you can do it. It's possible.
Thank
I was on 8 to 20 medications a day and
you.
was told I was going to be on them for the rest of my life. And it's just not true. And
Mm,
I've been off of them for almost a decade.
mhm.
So I just want you to know that it's possible. And that desire that you have to want to get off of them is going to carry you through.
Okay, thank you.
You can do it.
Thanks for being here. Okay.
We're in it together.
All
So
right.
beautiful.
Should I call the next person up?
Yeah.
Okay, Fernanda, I'm inviting you to unmute, and you can feel free to turn on your video if you want, or you can just keep your audio on. It's up to you.
Hi.
Hi.
Uh, so first of all, I just wanted to thank everybody here on this group and in this call. It's an honor to be a part of this human conscious awakening and to be able to work with people like you guys and with such great research and with the plants and everything like that. So thank you so much for having a full day of this. It's truly an honor.
Thank
And
you.
I am 50 years old. I've been on antidepressants on and off since I was about 19. I was suicidal. I tried to commit suicide when my daughter was very young, 25 years ago, and learned through plant medicine, pretty much in the beginning ayahuasca. I've learned in the last 20 years how to navigate myself and everything else. And microdose is what has helped me off the medication and not to go into these episodes that the previous person talked about. And so I'm just coming from the future a little bit to tell you guys that the ones that are just beginning this journey and stuff, it's possible and you can do it. And I have lived it. And Danielle, I believe your name is, I'm just meeting you today. You have done it. And today I am a holistic coach, certified holistic coach, and I help people overcome these things. And I am super interested and grateful in taking your microdose facilitator training and to be able to extend and help other people doing this. So I just want to give people encouragement, like, don't give up. It's super hard. It's dark. It's scary. And sometimes you think, like you're never going to be able to get out of it, but you are. And I am currently still on a small dose of antidepressant because after 15 years off of so many medications and things, I was able to work with plant medicine. But about 3 years ago, I had a deep episode and went back on it. But now microdosing is what is bringing back my awareness. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. You're such a beautiful soul. I can really feel your heart when you speak. And thank you for sharing your medicine and your experience with all of us and inspiring other people that they can do it too. And thank you for the journey that you've been on and all the work that you've done on yourself. And you're exactly the type of individual we're really trying to reach with the facilitator training program to empower you with this new skill set to just expand your existing knowledge that you already have to be able to help more and more people through this. And I love the hummingbird behind you too. That's sweet.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernanda.
Thank you. We really appreciate your questions and comments. And I would like to invite somebody else with a question, and it could be a new question or it could be a question that you asked in the chat. You could just say it for us earlier. We could go into it a little bit more. Yeah, so you can either raise your hand or you can just like type it in the chat that you want to come up, and I'll invite you to come up. Question to the expert. Is there anyone else that has been microdosing maybe and wants to share their experience or ask a question about it? Or maybe somebody who has never done it. Or maybe something difficult came up and you want to ask a question about that. Just give you all a moment to think about it. And know that your questions help us all as well.
I saw a question come in around, can you briefly touch on the difference between LSD and mushrooms again? I'm happy to do that. Was there anything specific about the differences? Because I do feel like I covered as much as I possibly could. But if there's any specific you let me to cover. So basically, between the two, they're both, the ultimate end goal is similar with both of them. It's just sort of the personality types. Yes. So one of the signatures of mushroom microdoses is that you're interfacing with the spirit of the mushroom, and oftentimes the mushroom is sort of directing the microdose experience. So you're sort of interfacing with the intelligence of the mushroom. The mycelium has an intelligence. It's an ancient spirit, honestly. It comes here, planted, I think, by alien technologies. Tennis McKenna talked about that. The mushroom looks like little alien spaceships. And they have an agenda for us. They want to experience our consciousness just as much as we want to experience the consciousness of the medicine. And it's sort of like you're taking the mushroom for a ride in your consciousness. And it wants to experience your emotions. It wants to bring things up for you. It wants to help you heal yourself. And so oftentimes it's sort of like an emotional excavator. It comes in, it sort of brings up all these different emotions. It can be playful, it can feel grounded. It's different depending on the nervous system that you have, the history that you have. Everyone has a different experience on both mushrooms and LSD. It can be different every time that you do mushroom microdosing. It doesn't have the same consistency as LSD. Most of the people I work with are with LSD. LSD tends to be more predictable, structured, consistent, tends to be more cerebral. Oftentimes mushrooms feel more like an emotional experience. LSD is more focused, more energetic. I would say it's like an energized calm. Sometimes people can feel tired while taking psilocybin containing mushrooms. They'll take it at night, but not always. You know, everyone has a different response to it. Sometimes people can be very energized on psilocybin containing mushrooms. Mushrooms are shorter acting and therapeutic. LSD is longer acting, also therapeutic, but more cerebral, more cognitive in the experience. And with LSD, you're interfacing with your soul. It's a holographic, reflective medicine. Both of them are reflective medicines. LSD tends to be more easier to navigate in terms of you directing the experience, and it's the same thing every time. I hear there's a question from Suzanne. I hear people referring to antidepressants and titrating off of them. Is there a best resource or information about how microdosing can support that process? First step, it's such a great question, Suzanne. I would say the first step is making sure that whoever's prescribing the antidepressants is on board with helping you safely come off of them. I did not safely come off of them, and it resulted in a lot of issues. So making sure, go low and slow, titrating carefully, making sure you come off of them safely under the guidance of the prescriber. And then, with microdosing, what I have found can be really effective is using it as a tool to support the titration process so that people have a tool to either ease some of the withdrawals, just provide that slow off ramp. Everyone's different. Some people actually microdose every single day as they're titrating off of it. Other people do a protocol. What I have found is for a lot of the medications, people don't start feeling the withdrawal within that first day that they jump off of the medication, or they, reduce their dose of the medication. So sometimes we like to bring in the microdose when the half-life starts wearing off of the medication, so people can feel that they're easing off of slowly. But it's definitely an area that I really recommend having some guidance and support. I don't personally feel comfortable with just like creating a one-page guide specifically from that, because it's just it's a careful area. We can't provide medical advice specifically, but I think it can be really helpful to work with someone that can help you slowly ease off of that process. And another thing I'll share is when you withdraw from medications, what I've found is that it's temporary. Sometimes the medications can provide withdrawals. What a lot of microdosing can do is sort of ease the withdrawal for you, but just to remember that you are not the withdrawal. And also thank you for putting that in the chat. Spirit Pharmacist is a really great resource. Ben Malcolm, he's just an expert in titration. I would really recommend checking him out. He's also on my training program, and he teaches practitioners about navigating withdrawal and tapering and contraindications. Maxwell, what's been your experience with the differences of LSD and mushroom microdosing?
Yeah, for me personally, I would say the biggest difference is I feel like LSD is a little bit more of a stimulant than mushrooms. I feel like um, I'm more emotional with mushrooms, microdosing mushrooms, and I feel like that's a good point for doing like emotional processing work. And I feel like for LSD, I'm more focused, and it's a good time for like doing like my normal work in life. I personally prefer microdosing LSD the best, but I like microdosing mushrooms too. And I think that it really also depends on what I'm doing that day too. Like for me, I just find I'm uh, regardless if I'm microdosing mushroom or LSD, like I want to be outside. That may be why I'm outside right now. But as Danielle knows, I'm always outside. It definitely helps with getting out of the house either way. But yeah, that would be mine. It's like the kind of more energy that LSD brings to me, more energetic, which I am drawn to personally, is my disposition. Yeah.
I love that so much. That was great. Thank you.
Mhm. Um, so does anybody else have a question? Please feel free to unmute yourself and ask it.
So there was a question about how you guide clients in building intuition and self-trust through the microdosing process, especially in moments where the medicine brings up discomfort. I love that. How do you help them stay open and move through it rather than resist it? That's a really great question. I think one of the first ways is starting off with an education on empowering the individual to really empower them and let their intuition guide this process. So if people have, you know, sorry, I'm hearing a lot of background. Not sure where it's coming from. But so for example, one of my clients, said
Okay.
to, oh, one of my clients said to me, he said, I'm feeling like I should take a break tomorrow. What do you think? And I said, yes, I think we should listen to your intuition. Let your intuition guide us. Even something that we track is getting specific knowledge or understanding. I think so many of us, at least myself, I was sort of conditioned to look outside of myself for the answers. It was the next therapist, doctor, medication, everything outside of me I was taught knew what was best for me. But this whole process is really about reclamation and knowing that the things that are coming up in the experience of microdosing has an intelligence. If there's too many things coming up, like for some people, it can be dysregulating. Maybe it's too many things that are coming up. Maybe it's way more of an emotional excavator type of experience than that person feels resourced to handle. So maybe you need to back down on the dose a little bit. Maybe they want to microdose less frequently. If it's a really uncomfortable experience, maybe instead of doing a protocol every couple days, maybe it's every third day or even once or twice a week. We want to make this slow so that we can really meet the client where they are and teach them to be able to meet the discomfort with kindness of how can they learn from the discomfort. I like to say, specifically for the withdrawal process, it's medicine. Sometimes our pain is the portal to our purpose. I wouldn't be here today if I had not gone through a lot of the pain and suffering that I went through in my life. And so the only way out is through, and really empowering people that they can handle anything that's coming up, that they're resourced to be able to handle it. The stuff that comes up is really coming from the unconscious mind. It's coming up to the surface so that, because the unconscious mind is giving permission to that. But knowing, telling people to go slow, and that the more that they push away, it doesn't, I think suppression is an illusion. What we suppress makes us depressed. And so this process is really about welcoming the discomfort, welcoming, the shadow, and really going through the darkness. And we are the light in the tunnel. The only way out is through. But if someone is not ready to go through it, then this can be destabilizing for them. So, just empowering people that this is not the easy path. This is not about keeping things down. This is about moving through the challenge, but it has to be at the pace and the speed of the individuals. There was a question about what efforts are being made by Lumeria and others to ensure the indigenous peoples that who have been stewards of these sacred medicines are being given the opportunity for their voices heard and to remain stewards of these medicines? I love that question. I work a lot with indigenous communities. I've been working with a lot of Brazilian communities like the Yawanawa and the Hunikuin for many, many years. I volunteer hundreds of hours of my time to amplify their voices. Through my organization, the San Francisco Psychedelic Society, we do a lot of public facing events where we do different events for indigenous communities. We amplify their voices. We do fundraisers for them. Anytime they reach out and they're doing specific events, we share about the events through our newsletter, through our social media. So we have been doing this for almost a decade with all different types of indigenous communities, the Shipibo communities, the Wikarika. So we were definitely been very, very committed to supporting the indigenous elders and the wisdom keepers that have been stewarding these medicines for so many years. And I think it's, really important as we steward this movement to continue to amplify indigenous communities that have been the original wisdom keepers of so many of these tools. So thank you for your question. And check out our work, psychedelicsocietysf.org. What are the best ways to microdose with LSD? With LSD, I love this medicine. Thank you for asking. So the best ways to microdose it are to, if you have the liquid, to dilute it. Usually people are diluting it down to either 5 micrograms or 10 micrograms. So if you have, one drop, which is 100 micrograms, then you would put 9 drops of distilled water to make it into 10 micrograms. And you want to store the LSD in a refrigerator. Do you find that one medicine is more helpful or effective with ADHD? Across the board, LSD microdosing tends to be most effective with ADHD. What people find is that they feel more focused, more clarity, just a lot of, I had one client that didn't even know that they had ADHD until they started microdosing. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I had ADHD and I'm just more focused. I can get more tasks done. The executive function comes back online. So I really think that LSD is definitely the gold standard for ADHD. Jay Jones had a question on clients. If you want to put that question in the chat. Under what conditions can microdosing create anxiety? If you feel anxiety after microdosing with a reputable and measured product, what do you do? I love that question. That's amazing. Okay, so this is like an area of nuance that I've become really curious about. So usually what anxiety means is that the dose is too low or the dose is too high. If it's too low, people won't feel anything at all, or they will only feel a little bit of anxiety. If the dose is too high, then people will feel overwhelmed, not like the normal version of themselves, challenging to function with that anxiety. However, if someone is experiencing some of the benefits of microdosing, like focus, mental clarity, maybe a little bit of, stress reduction, but they're still feeling anxiety, to me, that means that the nervous system is dysregulated. And so you can't solve that necessarily with microdosing. So what I have people do is do a somatic practice to try to regulate their nervous system so that they can ease the anxiety, because the microdose is going to amplify anxiety or amplify a dysregulated nervous system. So that's one of the tricky areas of microdosing. So definitely focusing on somatic practices, nervous system regulation, and getting to understand what's at the core of the dysregulation. Usually dysregulated nervous systems are really at the root of a lot of difficult conditions. I'm currently working on regulating my nervous system through this program that I'm doing. So it's a really tricky kind of indication, but definitely, you can always try lowering the dose as well to see if that can help with some of the anxiety. So, interesting question. As a follow-up, more so regarding client response, considering psilocybin's impact on neurogenesis and neuroplasticity in your practice, have you found situations where it could unintentionally reinforce certain habits or patterns? If so, what cues do you prompt to pause and shift a client towards modalities like CBT or traditional therapy? So this is a really, really good question. So as we talked about, and I'm excited for you to go to Manesh Gurn's session on the science of neuroplasticity because he's going to talk about this. So, with microdosing, it keeps the neural pathways open, but it's sort of like going down a river, and one of the rivers, you're in a boat, one of the tracks of the river is like the old pattern or the behavior, the other part of the river is the new pattern or the new behavior. And so if you see someone kind of veering down the old pattern, you can empower them that I always tell people about the risk of this, that we really want to be mindful of the behaviors and the things that we're doing so that we're not implementing them, implementing the pattern deeper. So sometimes people don't even know the role that they can play in the shifting the pattern. So really empowering them that they are the ones that are going to be the pattern interruption and that they can direct the neural pathways in the direction. And sometimes what I have people do is just pause, stop, notice the loop. I'm personally still move through loops and old, belief systems and old patterns. Pause, stop, redirect. It's sort of like a pinball machine where it keeps going into that old place. Like it can be sort of like this reflex. And so we have to start to like be able to at least pause, notice where the pattern is going into the old behavior, the old pattern. Pause, take a breath, notice, redirect, and starting to train our system to continue to redirect, and then start to like almost program our own consciousness to choose differently. So, one of the things that I'm working on right now with some friends is rewiring our nervous system. My default has been to be in dysregulation. Now, every day for 30 minutes a day, I'm focusing on nervous system regulation instead of just noticing all the things that are wrong, focusing on what is everything that's going right now. So, having people feel empowered that they're going into the old pattern, maybe even making a list of all the old patterns that they're becoming conscious of so that they can have a check-in every day of like, oh, did I go into that old pattern today? And what am I wanting to create? So that, kind of doing like an audit can be really helpful for people. One of my favorite quotes by Carl Jung is, until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives and we will call it fate. And microdosing is really about making the unconscious conscious so that we can redirect our lives. In your experience, is microdosing with psilocybin or LSD more effective in treating depression, especially treatment-resistant depression? That's a great question. I think it just depends on the individual. Everyone has a different almost like affinity towards the different medicines. I think if people have access to both, it's important to sort of experiment with both and not just relying on the microdose to shift the depression, because we want to treat this differently than just an antidepressant and really looking at the medicine to do the work for us. From my experience, depression is both the things that we're running away from. What we suppress makes us depressed, but so does environment, and so does behavior, and so does relationships and thoughts and foods. So we have to do sort of like a whole life audit of what might be contributing to the depression. Maybe it's, the foods that people are eating. Maybe it's not being out in nature. Maybe it's feeling lonely or isolated. Maybe it's the disconnection that they have with themselves. Maybe it's suppressed emotions that have been stuck for so many years. And maybe part of the pathway to getting out of depression is processing all the emotions that they might not have wanted to move through. I was working with a client recently. He did a big journey and he was on Lexapro. He got off his Lexapro and he's still really, really depressed. He's like, I don't know why I'm depressed. I did all this journey work. I have no idea why I'm depressed. I'm just extremely depressed. And all this stuff started coming up for him. All these emotions started coming up for him. He didn't want to process them. He didn't want to face them. He didn't want to move through them. And he went back on, a medication. And that's okay. I think it's okay. Like, people have to be in a place where they have to be able to feel resourced to be able to process the things that are coming up for them. And we can't really force that process. So I think, psilocybin and LSD microdosing can be really helpful for depression, in combination with exercise, in combination with being of service. I think being of service and volunteering and contributing and being in community can really be a game changer for helping getting people out of depression, finding something to bring meaning, to bring purpose into them, into their lives, their environment. There's just so many different factors. So kind of having a holotropic approach to healing the depression, I think is really important. May I ask my question through voice? Yes, we'd love to hear it.
Hello, thank you. My name's Jason, and I'm a facilitator out here in Colorado, and I'm a fireman and a veteran, and so that's my community I work with. And I'm wondering, do you find in your practice, through your microdose collective, most of your clients are coming in post journey, or maybe using that to get them kind of in that proper space to journey then in the future? Because like with me, I work with my clients a couple months before their journey time, and then we work afterwards, and I use microdosing at the beginning and the end. One, to kind of, with firefighters and veterans or first responders, are kind of rigid anyway, so they think everything's a little too woo woo. And then that kind of settles them into that spot, more like pre-integration. And then I use psilocybin post, and microdosing to extend that afterglow. So are you finding most of your clientele is kind of post journey, or a little bit of in between, or they're just strictly microdosers going forward, and that's where they're going to stay?
Such a great question. And thank you so much for your work, the amazing work you're doing. I didn't catch your name because I couldn't see you, but thank you. I
Yep.
really appreciate you. And I think it really depends on the referral source. So I work with people in all different ways. Majority of people that I work with come from different retreat centers. So they're coming out of the retreat. They just did a larger journey. I'm helping them with microdose to integrate their journey and really keep them engaged in the work. But I also work with a lot of people that some people aren't even doing larger journeys, that are just microdosing, to people that are wanting to prepare to do a larger journey, but they might be on some medication, helping them with their titration process. So all different, levels of experience and entry points.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's really what I love about microdosing, is that it can apply to all different phases of the journey, right? It can be a really good introduction for people that have never explored psychedelic experiences. They can start to build the relationship with the medicine and build the relationship with themselves in that state of expanded state of consciousness, to prepare their consciousness for a larger experience and to help people on the other side of a larger experience. Most people that I work with that go through a larger experience, they say they wish they knew about microdosing sooner, because it was one of the most effective tools to help them both prepare for the journey, but also integrate the journey and really get the maximum benefit out of their journeys.
Well, it's 1:45 now. There'll be more time for questions a little bit later as well in other sessions. Um, Danielle, would you like to play the video now?
Yes, let's do it. So I'm going to play a video. It's super vulnerable. It's a video of me going through my withdrawal process coming off of the medications, and we're just going to take a little break. So no pressure to watch the video, but if you want to see it, this was me basically documenting my deep addiction process and then using microdosing as a tool to overcome debilitating withdrawals. And thank you so much for everyone being here for my presentation today. Next up, we are going to have a wonderful science on the science of microdosing and neuroplasticity with Mary and Connor and Manesh. So I will share this video now. Let's see, how do I make it full screen? I would like to share my personal story of overcoming dependency to psychiatric drugs through the use of psychedelics. My intention with sharing my personal story is to inspire and crystallize a belief and validate anyone out there that is still suffering from the chains of pharmaceutical drugs, and to know that there is a pathway forward from freedom. I was prescribed a life sentence of drug dependence with no off-ramp. When I was 16 years old, I was suffering from anxiety, depression, and PTSD after losing several friends that jumped in front of the train in high school. My life completely shattered, and I started asking so many existentials about why I was here, what the meaning of death was, and what was happening to me. It was really hard to conceptualize the meaning of death at such a young age. I started exploring with different psychedelics, and I started working with mushrooms. Prescription to antidepressants. When I came back the second time, I left with another prescription to anti-anxiety drugs. By the time I was graduating high school, I was on 5 or 6 different medications. One to stabilize my mood, one for anxiety, one for depression, one for ADHD, one for sleeping, and other ones to mitigate any of the withdrawal symptoms and the side effects that I was feeling. Throughout my 20s, as I was dependent on a litany of psychiatric drugs, I also developed a dependency to opioids. I got addicted to Oxycontin and Opana, and then developed dependency to heroin, Suboxone. I was in and out of 8 different rehab and treatment centers. Within these treatment centers, I was prescribed hundreds and hundreds of psychiatric drugs. By the time I was 28 years old, I was dependent on 8 different psychiatric medications, many of which I had been on for over 12 years. I was on mood stabilizers, antidepressants, Adderall, Xanax for anxiety, sleeping medication. My body, my mind, my emotions, and consciousness was completely controlled. I was suicidally depressed. I wanted to die every single day, and I was always suffering. I finally realized that I was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I decided to withdraw off the drugs. It took me years to withdraw, coming off one drug at a time, and I was not prepared for the hell that I endured during the withdrawal process. I began to realize maybe the drugs were causing all the problems. When I finally came off of all the psychiatric drugs, I was completely debilitated. My doctor stopped working with me and left me to rot. I lost my vision for over a year, ability to talk, walk, function. I experienced hundreds of withdrawal symptoms that I was never prepared for, including tremors, shaking, weight loss, seizures, a brain injury, delusions, agoraphobia, depersonalization, derealization, excruciating pain and shocks all over my body for over 18 months. I finally turned to psychedelics to aid my recovery process, and they snapped me out of the addiction. Microdosing mushrooms started easing the tremors, the pain, the shaking, and agoraphobia. The suicidality began to dissolve, and I was putting on a path of functioning for the first time since getting off all the drugs. I began to feel hope and faith that I was actually healing. The meaning that I found from these experiences was to leave the old way of being behind, the old way of treating addiction behind. I find that it's not about treating the substance or blaming how addictive the substance is. It's about getting to the root of what's leading an individual to self-soothe in the first place. I now view my addiction as a guide, a teacher, and a gift that has brought me to my purpose on this planet, and I hope to instill that perspective in others.
Microdosing not only assisted me with easing withdrawal symptoms from getting off of the psychiatric drugs, but I found a new perspective on how to view addiction. I found meaning for my life, understanding of everything that has happened to me. And once I found that meaning, I no longer have a desire to go back to the old way of being. I'm sick, depressed. I look terrible. I feel shitty about myself. Don't have any friends. I don't want to live right now. Not giving up. I'm just holding on. Sometimes I just wonder, like, why did I get off all the medicine, even though I'm feeling a little bit better? It's just, I never imagined I'd just be sitting by myself all the time. I just don't feel good. Like, mentally, I don't feel good. I don't want to go out. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to make friends. I don't want to face the world right now. It's really awful. Just awful. Almost 11 months clean. Having a hard time talking, thinking, functioning. Sucks. I had a terrible night's sleep. How am I gonna get out of this? I woke up with tremors and shakes. Didn't leave my apartment all day yesterday. Feels like I'm taking steps back. I'm trying to go forward. I love you. You can do this. 1 year off benzos. I'm feeling like I have a brain injury. I'm feeling slow. I just want to be alone a lot. Just sitting here on my phone, trying to read a book. It's not going well. I haven't showered in a few days. Kind of alone all the time. I need affection. Stuck. Thanks for listening. So, day 4 of microdosing psilocybin. I'm starting to get some relief from it, and I'm excited about it. I'm so bad on camera. It's giving me more energy and more awareness. I'm seeing all these angel numbers and I'm feeling protected. And I have a higher state of consciousness. My brain is working better. I'm not as depressed. I'm not as agoraphobic. I'm wanting to be outside. I'm wanting to actually kind of do things a little bit. It's slow and it's subtle. Anyways, I'm feeling better and it's kind of a miracle. I'm putting in the work though. I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. I don't know what it holds. I'm anxious as usual, but that's gotten a little bit better. My brain is healing from these mushrooms. Thank you, body. Thank you, earth. Thank you, angels, for another day.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for receiving, being a part of this beautiful session. And thank you to Maxwell for all of your amazing work and your perspective and for hosting this beautiful summit. And I hope that video can inspire some people that they can get through deep suffering and that microdosing can play a role in that. And I'll pass this to you, Maxwell.
Thank you for that video. It's the second time I've watched it now, and it's so powerful. Yeah, thanks for sharing that with. I don't know how to follow up with that, but I will say that I mean, these medicines that are actually like helping us get into alignment rather than covering up the symptoms of living in a sick society and world in many ways, culture, traumas. So I'm just feeling grateful that these plants exist for us, for humans. So up next, we'll have a short break. And then we're going to have science panel, clinical research on microdosing, neuroplasticity, and brain imaging. And I will share a little slide in the meantime. We'll also like to encourage you all to go to doubleblindmag.com/micro. If you're interested in being a microdose facilitator, and you'll get a free 20-minute call with Danielle, and also get entered to win a book, the Dr. Fadiman's microdosing book. And I'll put the link to that in the chat as well. And we'll see you all in a little bit. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. See you soon. Bye.
Hi, Danielle. Thanks for having me. Oh, you're muted there.
Awesome. I was just looking for you. Thank you, Connor.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks again for inviting me to this really amazing day.
Yes, it is amazing. And it's about to become even more amazing with this wonderful session here. And we're going to learn from the experts all about microdosing research, neuroplasticity, and I'm going to invite in Mary, who is the editor-in-chief at DoubleBlind Magazine, who is going to be moderating this session. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hey, Mary.
Hey, it's nice to see everyone.
Good to see you
Hey,
too.
yeah. Hello, everyone. Danielle, Mary, Connor, good to see you all, and everyone else on the call today.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. This is going to be the most advanced, comprehensive, and quite short introduction to the science of microdosing and neuroplasticity. And I'm going to pass it to you, Mary, to kick us off.
Oh, okay. Okay, so just to clarify with you, Danielle, before you disappear, um, I am wondering, would you like me to give my presentation first?
Yes, let's have you
Yeah.
start off by giving the presentation. So each
Okay,
speaker is going to be presenting for 10 minutes. And
great.
Mary's going to start us off with a presentation, and then we'll pass it off to Connor and then to Manesh. And then after Manesh, and then we'll go into a curated discussion about science and neuroplasticity.
Okay, amazing. Hold on, I'm going to share my screen with you all. Okay, can you see everything?
Yep.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, cool. Okay. So I have written something here that goes with my PowerPoint presentation. And I'm just going to read off of my notes that I have here. I think it's the only way I can get through all of this with all of you here. And I would love to hear your feedback and comments afterwards. So, as I was preparing for this, I was deeply reflecting on exactly this, who is going to own all of this? Who is all of this for? And that's something that's been a question I've been thinking about for quite a while. And, we're at this extraordinary moment where psychedelic medicine is moving faster than anyone could have predicted 10, 15, 20 years ago. No one would have expected us to be exactly where we are today. Even being able to gather in this capacity of discussing microdosing, on the heels of an executive order that is pushing forward psychedelic research, hopefully. And yeah, with billion-dollar acquisitions are happening, FDA priority reviews, all of this, everything is moving at a wild speed. So I sit with these questions. Who is this all for? Who is going to own this? And I don't mean that rhetorically. I mean that actually, literally. Who is going to hold the patents? Who is going to write the laws and determine who gets access and at what price? So, as everybody probably on this call knows already, on April 18th, Donald Trump signed an executive order called Accelerating Medical Treatments for Serious Mental Illness. And if you read the headlines, it sounds pretty straightforward and as if the federal government is finally taking psychedelic medicine seriously. Here are the three things that the executive order does. First, it directs FDA to fast track review for psychedelics with breakthrough therapy designations, compressing what used to be a 10-month review down to 1 or 2 months. Second, it allocates $50 million in federal funding to match state investments in psychedelic research. And lastly, it invokes right to try, directing the FDA and DEA to create pathways for patients with life-threatening conditions who have exhausted all approved treatments to access investigational psychedelics, including ibogaine, before full safety data exists. One thing worth knowing about the right to try is that it doesn't actually give patients a right to the drug. Manufacturers have no legal obligation to provide access, and most don't. So the pathway pretty much only exists on paper. Whether it functions in practice is a separate question entirely. So, what the executive order doesn't resolve. Here is what it doesn't do, and it gets a little complicated. One of the reasons the FDA resisted ibogaine research in the first place is because it can cause cardiac toxicity in certain people. The executive order doesn't fix that problem. And while it calls for more research and says it will fund it, all of that takes time. And the executive order more or less just puts the pedal to the metal and just says, go faster. Go faster is basically what everyone is saying. So the order also doesn't change what it takes to get FDA approval. Commissioner Mary McCurry confirmed that scientific standards have remained unchanged. This accelerates the timeline and not the evidence threshold. So, what we have is a push to bring a pharmaceutical drug plus adjunct therapy to market, moving faster than the safety data we actually have. That creates a significant unresolved liability and regulatory questions, as well as possible ethical issues. likely many ethical issues. Here's another contradiction also worth naming. The same administration proposed cutting the NIH budget by 13% and the National Science Foundation budget by 50% by 2027. So what I'm not, I don't know. I'm not sure if that all totally lines up with what this executive order is slated to do. The VA mental health workforce is also shrinking. And these therapies are among the most resource intensive in the pipeline. Some models require 2 clinicians per patient for up to 8 hours per session. So while there's a lot of urgency to bring this to market, the infrastructure is essentially going in the opposite direction currently. And one more thing to note about all of this is who was in the room when Trump signed this executive order. We've got Joe Rogan, who is a podcaster, not a regulatory professional or lawmaker by any means. We have Congressman Morgan Luttrell and veteran advocates. Trump told the audience that day that Rogan had texted him about Ibogaine, and he wrote back, or Trump responded, "Sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it." I sit with this a lot because quality, good regulation matters so deeply to a functioning regulatory market and also access to people. And without quality regulations, none of this is going to work. And I just, it starts here. It starts here with executive orders. It starts here with the types of legislation that are moving through all areas of the government. Again, it's just not totally thoughtful, perhaps. That's how this policy was made. Six days later, after the executive order, the FDA followed through on what they said they were going to do. On April 24th, they issued 3 commissioners' national priority vouchers, the fast track designations the order called for. According to the Microdose newsletter, which is Berkeley's independent journalism newsletter, and Psychedelic Alpha, here's who received the vouchers. The first went to Compass Pathways for COMP360, their synthetic psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression. The second went to the USONA Institute, a nonprofit for their psilocybin program for major depressive disorder. And the third, which surprised many people, went to Otsuka Pharmaceutical for methylone. Methylone is a Shulgin compound originally synthesized in the 1990s, acquired from Transcend Therapeutics for $1.2 billion. It's entering its phase 3, making it the least mature of these programs. Many analysts and journalists also expected that voucher to go to Resilient Pharmaceuticals, formerly Lykos Therapeutics for MDMA, which the FDA had denied in 2024. But I'm going to come back to Compass Pathways because there's something worth noting about all of this. In February 2026, reporting showed that Compass had actually been removed from the initial priority voucher list by the White House. Then the executive order came out and reinstated that pathway. Harvard Law flagged this and called it mysterious. We don't know what happened. Was there a change in analysis? Possibly. Was the order partly designed to broaden the pool beyond Compass? We don't know. What we do know now is that Compass ended up with a voucher anyway. So as a journalist, I am deeply, deeply, deeply interested and just fascinated by Compass Pathways because I actually think their story is where this whole field is headed. And it goes kind of like this. Step 1, run the trials, test the science. Number 2, file the patents. And 3, draft the legislation around your compound. But something I really want to focus on is how we're just watching a big pharma standard practice take shape right before our eyes here in the psychedelic space. And this also has nothing to do with how quality the science is that is going into all of this. But what we are watching is something that I think is blowing a lot of people's minds. And it's just that we're watching a standard big pharma practice take place right before our eyes here in the psychedelic space. And I don't know if a lot of people really understand that. And it all is tied into legislation. Compass has been going state to state lobbying for trigger laws, laws that remain inactive until a specific event, like FDA approval and DEA federal rescheduling, automatically brings them into effect. Both conditions have to be met, the conditions being FDA approval and DEA federal rescheduling, for the laws, again, to go into effect. These states cannot override Federal Controlled Substances Act on their own, and the trigger laws have two prongs, again, for FDA approval and DEA federal rescheduling. But here's the detail that matters. These trigger laws are written using Compass's own patent language. The phrase crystalline polymorph psilocybin appears verbatim in the bill text. The proposals that were put forth in Kansas and Virginia were vetoed. And in South Dakota and West Virginia, the laws were passed. It's unclear if Georgia's has passed. I'm not totally positive yet. But to be clear, none of this is illegal. And this is just the pharmaceutical playbook executed by people, lawyers on their team, who clearly understand regulatory strategy. The pharmaceutical industry lobbying for legislation that creates favorable regulatory conditions for their specific products is completely standard practice. And it has a name in policy circles. It's called regulatory capture, or more specifically, product-specific legislation. And none of this is illegal, and this is just how things work in America, where our healthcare systems and capitalism are tied intrinsically together. So what do these laws actually do? And what do these trigger laws actually create? They create frameworks narrowly written so that they only apply to one company's specific patented molecule. What becomes legal in these states would be Comp 360, Compass's patented synthetic psilocybin in a licensed clinical setting only. What stays illegal? Naturally occurring psilocybin mushrooms, even for therapy, even for use at home. Any synthetic psilocybin not covered by FDA approval is still illegal. There is no decriminalization component to these measures moving through the legislature, and access outside pharmaceutical channels, including home grow, remain illegal as well. So while psilocybin is not legal yet, some lawmakers have determined what version of it will be, what version of it is okay, and that decision has been made already in several states. And many of us haven't really known that. At least, definitely the mainstream population of people who are just kind of along for the ride that we are leading. So here's why this matters, even beyond Compass. Compass is just an example. They aren't necessarily the ones, yeah, they are definitely doing what they're doing, I guess. Again, it's not illegal, but they are really just an example. Compass has shown that a company can simultaneously run the science, hold the patent, and author legislation. Whether ibogaine companies follow this exact path is not a given. What is clear is that the executive order is not designed to give humanity broad access to information about these substances. It is designed to accelerate the path to bringing patented pharmaceutical drugs paired with an adjunct therapy to market, and that is the system that's being built. 3 companies in the ibogaine space worth watching. Atai Life Sciences developing IBX-210, and a novel IV ibogaine formulation for opioid use disorder. Also, side note, Atai holds a 22.4% stake in Compass Pathways, but I digress. There's Deme RX. The FDA recently accepted their investigational new drug application in 2026, April 2026, for DMX-001, an oral noribogaine formulation. And also Gilgamesh Pharma, they have GM3009, which is a cardiac safe ibogaine analog. Each of these companies is doing very legitimate science on a treatment that could genuinely help a lot of people for a number of conditions that are plaguing our society right now. And that's it. That's extremely important also in all of this, and that cannot be taken away from this entire movement or anything really that I'm saying. It is possible, it's possible, not certain, but it is possible that as these compounds move towards approval, the Compass legislative approach could become the main model, and that's just something for everyone to be aware of. The incentive structure points in that direction. And I also kind of want to talk about money a little bit as well. Money that has been moving, investment money that has been moving in and out of the space for a minute. I spent a lot of time hunting down these numbers, so bear with me as I say them to you. But I want to make this structural argument because I actually think that it is the most important, particularly when we're talking about people's mental health and the mental health crisis happening across the world. Private investment in psychedelics peaked at $1.9 billion in 2021. Over the next 3 years, from 2022, 2023, and 2024 combined, the sector raised only 1.5 billion, less than that single peak year. By 2023, capital inflows were 84% below the 2021 high. The sector lost 75% of its market value between late 2021 and the end of 2024. By August 2024, the FDA rejected MDMA-assisted therapy from Lykos Therapeutics, formerly MAPS PBC. Q3 funding dropped 90% from the Q1 peak. Companies went bankrupt, others shattered or merged, and the average deal size fell from $18 million to $6 million. Then phase three wins started happening again. Trump signed the executive order, and money is now coming back into the space. And here's the thing, here's the whole point of mentioning any of this, is that the mental health crisis did not move with those charts. 17 veterans die by suicide every single day. And that number didn't go up in 2021 when investors were excited, and it didn't go down in 2023 when they weren't. We already saw what happens when the investment thesis breaks. It happened here with Lykos and MDMA. The science doesn't stop being real when the money leaves, but access does. That is not an argument against the research. But it is the reason to ask very carefully who should own it and what happens when the profit motive and the patient need diverge. For my final slide. So I just want to close with the question that I think sits underneath all of this. And as the psychedelic medicine moves into clinics, into patents, into federal funding streams, are we building a system that shares value, or are we repeating one that extracts it? And who is in the room when we make these decisions? Who gets to hold the IP? Who receives the revenue? And when the next investment thesis breaks, which it will because it always does, who is left holding the medicine? Thank you. I don't know how to not share anymore. Okay, stop sharing. Oh, where did we go?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mary, for your journalism. Thank you, Danielle, for organizing. Thank you, Manesh, for your science and communication as well. I'm honored to be a part of this panel for today. So should I go ahead and share my screen next and show you some
Yes.
slides?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. All right, so I'm going to touch on the neuroscience of microdosing, what we know from the lab to the community across various institutions I've been involved in, from the University of Chicago, UCLA, and a platform I founded in 2021 at the peak of that investment called Cynotics. Okay, so I'm a neuroscientist. I was really trained in neuroplasticity of addiction, so very relevant to Danielle's story. Then I started working with humans and substances at the University of Chicago, and this is where I got started with psychedelic research and microdoses of LSD. And since 2021, I've been at UCLA and also working on this startup called Cynotics. People wanted to know what's going on with microdosing. That's why Harriet DeWitt at the University of Chicago started researching this, and why I started working with her on this as well. And it was pretty cool. National Geographic and New York Times featured our work. That was really exciting as a young postdoc. I'm really going to start with what we know about psychedelics and biology from the preclinical laboratory here in cells in a dish, all the way to a clinical neuroscience laboratory with high doses, and then I'll go back to low doses. So what do we get with psychedelics in a dish? This is a type of plasticity they now are referring to as psychoplastogenicity, which I think is such a psychedelic sounding word. It's referring to psychoplastogens, which is this new word they coined to really group ketamine in with the classical psychedelics, where psychedelics are really defined by their 5-HT2A activity. That's a type of serotonin receptor, and ketamine doesn't act on that receptor. So even though it's kind of having similar types of effects and similar types of plasticity, it's not a psychedelic per se, but we can call it a psychoplastogen. When we're talking about plasticity and this plastogen nature, what we're really talking about is, in some sense, the structural change that is something you'd actually see under a microscope when you do something like pipette some DMT onto a neuron. And this is actually what you're being shown here. You have this VEH condition is essentially like a control condition. It's the vehicle with which you might pipette some DMT into, such as like some saline. But when you have DMT on these neurons, you have this huge dendritic arborization, this dendritogenesis, this increased connectivity of how these neurons communicate with one another is really what's driving this psychoplastogenicity effect. This could, underlie some of those neurotherapeutic benefits we're hearing, the anecdotal reports we're hearing. We don't know if this is happening in microdosers yet. We can't actually look into the brain to see that, but we can at least look at neurons under a dish, and this can help us understand what might be going on. This is, unique to this class of drugs that they're calling psychoplastogens. Now we can look in the human brain, even though we can't slice it up, and see what's going on a microscopic level. We can still infer what changes over time by looking at network plasticity. So this is not so much the structural changes in the brain, but we can look at how the brain is communicating. And this was a landmark article that found that psilocybin is desynchronizing how the brain is communicating. And this is really prominent in networks like the default mode network. And this can last not only during the experience, but for some time after, and correlate with even the therapeutic benefits, such as in folks with treatment-resistant depression. And I always highlight Manesh's video here, talking about some of these network changes more broadly. This is referred to as the entropic brain hypothesis, where the brain is really being shaken up in a sense, and some of these rigid patterns of thinking are no longer really having as much weight as they've had after this experience. So check that video out if you haven't seen it yet. But what about a microdose? That was where I came in with Harriet DeWitt, and we wanted to know what's going on in the brain. And maybe it's the same thing that a high dose gives, but maybe it's just, you've turned the volume down. Maybe we don't need to blast, the hardcore, music over the loudspeaker to really get the benefits of the music. Maybe we can have that on a lower volume and still enjoy whatever the music is that we're listening to. And so what do people say? Well, people say when you look at Fadiman's work that they, feel more love for themselves. Their cravings are going away for sugar, smoke, soda. So someone trained in addiction, that's really interesting. But they also talk about personal and spiritual growth is significant. I mean, this is really transcending medicine. And I think there's something that is to be said about that. But in recent days, people are asking, well, isn't microdosing just a placebo? Wasn't there some sort of study that came out that proved it was all placebo? It kind of depends on what you're asking when you're talking about placebo. So if you're making a claim that microdosing cures cancer, then yeah, maybe it's just a placebo. But if you have other types of studies which have since come out that are actually doing a placebo-controlled trial and asking about things like how connected you feel to others, how creative do you feel, how does your mood feel, you will actually find that in 2023, April 23rd, Robin Murphy and others kind of put to bed this myth that microdosing is a placebo. They've shown in these very well-controlled, high rigorous trials that indeed microdosing does do something very meaningful and they're continuing to lead that charge. New Zealand, because it's actually the only country you can prescribe LSD and have these folks take it home with them to go through these microdosing regimens, whereas here in the United States, we just aren't quite there yet to do that, but I'd love to do some of that work. What have I done? Well, at the University of Chicago, even though we couldn't do a microdosing regimen over weeks, we could still have people come in the lab and just give them a low dose of LSD and then see what's going on. We'd actually have them come to the lab on 3 different visits for a placebo dose, for a very low microdose, which is the 13 micrograms of LSD. And I'll explain why in a minute. It's basically because that's what most people were reporting out there in the literature as their microdose for LSD. And then we double that dose up to 26 just to see if we could get these dose-dependent responses. Would we get twice an effect with 26? That would really validate an effect we might see at 13. So the first question we asked was, can you feel it? Scale of 1, 0 to 100. Do you feel something right now? And we asked them across the course of the session. In the middle of their day, we put an EEG cap on to measure brain function. And what I'm showing you here on the right is that if you basically just look at the peak effect during the day, if we only gave them 13 micrograms, it was indistinguishable from placebo. Basically, it's subthreshold at that dose. They couldn't tell if they'd taken any drug at all. And these people had no idea what kind of drug they might get. They signed up for a study. It was like Russian roulette. You could get a stimulant. You could get a sedative. It could be cannabinoid. It could be a high dose. They have no idea what's going on. They've just been given a microdose of LSD. But if you give them 26 micrograms, now they feel something. They don't know what it is, but they feel something. As one of the speakers mentioned earlier, with LSD, it's going to be more of a stimulant-like response. It's going to be a little bit more like Adderall. If we had given psilocybin, maybe they wouldn't have this stimulant-like response. Even at the 13 microgram subthreshold dose, there's a significant increase in stimulant-like effects. These also were having elation-like effects, good mood with anxiety at the same time in the same people. This non-specific amplification is happening. But even at that 26 microgram dose, the higher of the 2 doses, it's still subaltered, sub-hallucinogenic. This is a lot of information on one slide, but it's just trying to convey this scale goes up to 100% of the maximal rating, and all these are very low. The thing that's only breaching 10% is saying I'm having a blissful state, which is not really an altered state at all. These people are not experiencing any sense of unity or spiritual experience or disembodiment or impaired control or complex imagery, et cetera, et cetera. Both doses are sub-hallucinogenic. Both doses in this study were subaltered, but one of these doses you could argue is subthreshold. They had no idea relative to placebo if there's any sort of drug effect. But nonetheless, there might be some interesting brain effects at these doses. And at that 13 microgram dose, that lower of the 2 doses, there was increased connectivity between the frontal lobe and the amygdala, which correlated with positive mood. This is kind of this sense of basically the frontal lobe, which is this logical, executive control part of your brain, kind of talking to your amygdala, which is that fear center, that emotional reactivity center, and saying, everything's going to be okay. Everything's fine. And that's one really nice way of seeing this increased connectivity that we see on the higher doses, where the brain's really desynchronized as it's hyper-connecting with everything else. We're seeing some increased connectivity here, even from the very low dose, that is correlating with the positive mood benefits. That's something that's interesting going on with fMRI data, but we also looked at EEG data. And as I mentioned, there's this idea of the entropic brain hypothesis that Manesh has a YouTube video on. Is this how there are therapeutic benefits from high doses of psychedelics? Is this why there are altered states of consciousness or hallucinations from psychedelics? Is this idea that the brain becomes more complex in terms of its signaling? And it's something that's pretty unique to psychedelics. You also see it with ketamine, so those psychoplastogens, but it doesn't seem to happen in other drug states. Another interesting thing about this brain measure of entropy or complexity is it increases as a function of consciousness. So if you're in a coma, if you're in dreamless sleep, it's very, very low, but when you're awake, and when you're taking in more information, more awareness, your complexity goes up. So the question was, can we even have increased complexity from low doses of psychedelics when there's no hallucinogenic noise going on, but maybe when there might be more complexity, more consciousness happening? And indeed, that's what we saw. Even at the lowest of those 2 doses, the 13 micrograms, this is showing in red, is an increase of complexity relative to placebo, blue would be a little bit of a decrease, but wherever there's a circle that's yellow is a significant change, a significant increase at these different electrode sensors that we placed all around the head. And on the right, you can see this dose-dependent increase where complexity was significantly increased across the brain at that 26 microgram condition. But even in that 13 microgram condition, you still had some electrodes that were popping up in complexity. How does that relate to those other drugs that might be out there? Well, with THC, high doses of a cannabinoid, no change. And with pretty high doses of methamphetamine, if you look on the right side of this bar graph, essentially no change as well. So this is a very unique type of thing that psychedelics can do, these psychoplastogens can do to enhance complexity in the brain, seemingly increasing this marker of consciousness. The next step is really to understand what are the implications of this in terms of therapeutic benefits, in terms of behavioral types of outputs, and that's really where the field is going to be moving next to understand what is complexity good for. We see that when you have a psychiatric disorder, complexity is going down. We see that actually as you mature into adulthood, your complexity increases too. So it seems that more consciousness in the brain is a good thing. You know, more complexity, if it indeed is a true marker of consciousness, is a great thing. And it is the leading measure of consciousness in the neuroscience of consciousness today. But when you try to figure out what was correlating with in our study, because these are such low doses, such sub-threshold, sub-hallucinogenic complexity in our little correlation analysis, it's not going to correlate with elation or anxiety or feeling a drug effect at all. It didn't correlate either with any of the other brain data that we looked at, like changes in delta waves or theta waves. And if you're wondering how the brain waves change, what we actually found is that delta and theta, which are those sleepy waves, went down. They decreased. And that decrease correlated with increases in elation. That's what's showing here with this yellow dot, a significant correlation with your less sleepy delta theta waves, more experience of elation. Kind of interesting mechanism, again, for how you might feel better from a microdose, feeling a little more awake potentially. But as far as complexity is concerned, it's still kind of a mystery what that will mean as far as outcomes, both subjectively as well as behaviorally, therapeutically, and maybe we need better instruments or surveys to really tease that apart. Just wanted to circle back again to New Zealand to let you know that keep an eye on what they're doing in the therapeutic clinical context. This is their most recent work that came out this year, looking at major depressive disorder. And this is an open label trial. There was no placebo, but nonetheless, when they looked over these weeks of a microdosing regimen, their depression severity scores went down in these participants, and it remained down, actually enduring at points in follow-up, which is really compelling when you think about how a macrodose has enduring changes. Can even a microdose regimen have enduring changes? So keep your eye on New Zealand. We're also trying to have an alternative approach with this company I mentioned to try to get people doing science where they're at, having studies from the comfort of their own home. And we've been writing up some papers related to this. So we're just getting started on this as well. But with that, thanks for listening. Thanks for your time. And again, thanks for having me on this panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Connor. I guess that's my cue to go next. And thank you both for your presentations. And yeah, Danielle for inviting me. So I decided to be a bit more dynamic with my aspect. I don't have a presentation prepared. I want to just go off of what Mary and Connor said and see what comes up in the moment. And also just talk about some stuff that's been more active for me lately. So the focus of this panel is neuroplasticity and microdosing. And so Connor's provided some of the background that I was gonna also just describe, so that saved me that. So thank you for that, Connor. And one thing, when trying to answer the question, does microdosing reliably increase neuroplasticity, and is that related to the benefits people are experiencing? One important thing to highlight is that the evidence for neuroplasticity with psychedelics is 99% from preclinical models, which means cells in a dish or rodents. And there's actually no study in humans reliably showing increased neuroplasticity related to therapeutic effects. It just hasn't been found. The main reason is it's really hard to study this in humans. In mice, you can give them a psychedelic and then sacrifice them, slice their brains and stain it. And you can't really do that to humans. And so that's kind of off the table. And so we have to come up with proxies. So there's different ways to study it. One is using EEG, which there's a measure called visual long-term potentiation. And it's basically assessing how sensitive our visual regions of our brain are to learning in response to experience, in response to stimuli. And that's seen as a marker of neuroplasticity. And that's being looked at in a couple studies, one with ketamine and I believe one with psilocybin. And they found changes in this marker suggesting changes in neuroplasticity, but it didn't correlate with reductions in the symptoms or the measures they're looking at. And not only that, we can look at BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is a protein that helps or that actually mediates the increases in neuroplasticity, at least a part of it. And studies of that in humans are very unreliable. There was a great review paper on it a couple of years ago, just showing that, measuring BDNF in our blood, which is how it's done, is not necessarily a reliable marker in the brain. And there's one neuroplasticity study where they did this with LSD, and they found increased BDNF in the blood from 5 micrograms and 20, but not 10. And so that suggests there's something going on, but it's also kind of funky. You'd expect if it did for 5, it would for 10 as well, which just speaks to the unreliability of it in the end. And so our inferences on neuroplasticity, generally speaking, macro or micro, are from rodent models. And there are a lot of things that are preserved across rodent brains and human brains, but there's also, of course, a lot of things that are very different. And so we just have to bear that in mind, where the neuroplasticity narrative is very plausible, and there likely is, a role for neuroplasticity in the therapeutic effects of psychedelics. Strictly scientifically speaking, that's really an open question on what that exactly looks like in humans. And something near to me, because I've now started a company along these lines, is the whole area of designing compounds based on psychedelics that increase neuroplasticity without the trip. And long story short, I mean, there's a lot to say about that as an idea and the whole thing. But I think this is they represent important complementary tools that I think won't replace psychedelics, but can reach a broader set of people and have its own applications, etc. I believe that psychedelic-inspired neuroplastic drugs, even if they don't induce a trip, are much better than a lot of the other pharmaceutical treatments out there and can be a great alternative with less side effects, etc., etc. But the idea in that whole world is one of the ideas is that if you activate the serotonin 2A receptor below a certain percentage, you can get neuroplasticity, you can get antidepressant effects in rodents, and there's some preliminary evidence in humans too, preliminary evidence, but you won't get the experience, you won't get the trip. And this is mostly, again, rodents with head twitch response, which is how we measure tripping in mice. That's a whole other thing we could discuss, but some evidence in humans that these drugs don't induce trips in humans either. So then the question is, does microdosing reduce the percentage of serotonin 2A receptors that are being hit enough to get the neuroplasticity without the trip? And I think that's where the plausible argument comes in. But there are important differences because non-psychedelic psychedelics are designed to plateau at a certain percentage, whereas psilocybin LSD, they won't plateau, they'll keep on going. It just depends on dosage. And so there's a difference between, to say it technically, administering a low dose of basically a full agonist versus a high dose of a partial agonist, which is what they do with the non-psychedelic analogs. In any case, there is a potential argument for the low amount of receptor activity that microdosing induces to induce meaningful neuroplasticity. But again, this hasn't been shown yet. And Connor also, mentioned how there's functional brain changes as well. So we could see changes in activity induced by microdosing, such as increases in complexity and entropy as he measured. And there's also a previous study showing changes in the connectivity of your amygdala in your brain and other regions in the microdose range, which is all interesting, which suggests that yes, this is, they're doing something in the brain. Or to put it more technically, microdoses are having a pharmacologically meaningful effect. But whether that translates into clinical meaningfulness, as in changes in mood and behavior, is a whole other question. You know, just because it affects the brain and we can show markers of brain effects doesn't necessarily directly translate into clinical meaningful benefits. And if we give a look at all the clinical trials to date, the majority of them have found that psychedelics are more or less on par. Microdosing is on par with the placebo effect. But as Connor described, it's not in all cases, in all studies, and these studies vary in how well they were done in terms of methodology. And some, for example, many early stage ones would just give one microdose and then measure people in a lab afterwards, which is of course much different than how people are doing it in the real world, where people report that effects are to some extent cumulative. You're doing it on a regimen, and it's not just you just come off the street, do it once in a lab and get tested, and that's going to tell us all there is to know about microdosing. And a study that did find improvements in positive mood, which Connor referenced, the Murphy et al. Paper, they did it on more of a realistic regimen. And they used, I believe, 10 micrograms of LSD was the major dose they used that they found effects for. And so that's the most positive signal there too. But an important caveat with that study too is that they also found a lot of measures that didn't have a meaningful increase over placebo. And the positive effects on creativity, energy, and scores of wellness were only when they were under the influence of the microdose, not the day later or the day after that. And in fact, the day after the microdose in that study, they found significant increases in irritability, anxiety, and anger, which is really interesting. So, rather than having an afterglow, it seemed that people kind of had some experience of a come down of sorts where they were just a bit more off the next day, perhaps. And so this all suggests there are a lot of questions here to look into. And another thing with that study is that these were people asking people basically single questions and asking them to rate on it. How well do you feel? How creative do you feel? How energized do you feel? And rate that from, it could have been 1 to 7 or 1 to 10. And that's different than clinically validated measures of well-being or, depression or anxiety, et cetera. And so there's a lot that needs to be done further with these kind of like well-designed studies that use microdosing in the way it's used in the real world. Different populations of people, healthy, unhealthy, and that have enough people, are well powered with enough of a sample size to detect effects, and incorporating brain measures with subjective measures, with validated questionnaires, et cetera, et cetera. And so really, a study that combines all of that hasn't really been conducted as far as I know, and not in a reliable fashion. And so there's a lot of open questions still. And there's evidence. I mean, if we're being completely honest, in terms of the randomized placebo-controlled trials, there's more evidence of placebo effects being pretty dominant than not. But something I say all the time, and I say to Danielle all the time, is, scientists are interested in great effects greater than placebo. But if somebody's taking it in the real world, you just want to see a benefit. You're not gonna, I mean, yeah, if you're getting a benefit and you're feeling better and your anxiety is reduced, you feel more regulated during the day. The fact that some scientist is saying, oh, it's just placebo does not negate that, does not say it's not real, does not say any of that. It's just the standards of what matters are obviously different for scientists versus the people in just the real world. And the one concern is, though, if microdosing is doing something harmful, right? Because it's okay, if we're saying it's, oh yeah, it's safe for the body, it's not toxic, it's not causing any harm. So then what's the harm of if it's placebo or not, as long as it's helping people? And of course, in the scientific world, a lot of the concern is that it might hit this 5-HT2B receptor, which can essentially interfere with heart function, cause arrhythmias. And theoretically, that is a possible thing given the mechanisms of how psychedelics work and how microdosing seems to work. But there's been really no documented cases that I've heard of people having this problem, despite the hundreds of thousands, millions of people microdosing on regimens. If anybody's heard of anybody who's had an arrhythmia or a heart attack or a heart issue, let me know. But I haven't heard that. But theoretically, this is something scientists talk about, and it's important to recognize as well. I see the comment on who let the party pooper in here. But I hope I'm trying to be as balanced as I can, because a lot of scientists do just straight up don't believe that microdosing does anything more than placebo. I would say the majority of psychedelic researchers who are my friends and people I interact with all the time believe that. And so I'm saying I'm trying to draw attention to the fact there's more nuance here, more studies need to be done. There's a lot of open questions. And I'm not, and the research suggests, as Connor also showed, there are real brain effects happening. It's just what are those translating into in terms of behavior and psychology, et cetera. And so I think this is all important to keep in mind. Trying to think if there's something else I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say also, I think a huge potential of microdosing could be as a synergistic intervention or a synergistic medicine. And that is, when you combine it with other practices, treatments, interventions, that's when it really can help. So, if, for example, just like with macrodoses, if you have a big trip and big experience, but then go back into the same dysfunctional environments and relationships and habits, and you're just sitting there doom scrolling and eating Cheetos on your couch, that benefit's probably not going to last. And it's no different with microdosing. These aren't magical medicines that you just take and you just feel better without any effort on your end. And that's kind of what we've been conditioned to expect with pharmaceuticals, et cetera. But I think microdosing and psychedelics don't follow that. And so I think combining microdosing with things like meditation or more formally something like mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, or other validated techniques that have been shown to be helpful for people, I feel like microdosing may be an amplifier on those. And if we get more evidence of the neuroplastic effects, then that would further support that. And so I think there's a lot of unexplored territory research-wise in terms of combining microdosing with other interventions and practices to see how much it's better than microdosing alone or doing that practice alone. And there's one study, I think I saw it registered, that's combining some kind of behavioral therapy intervention with it to see basically answer this question. So I think that's kind of the direction we need to go. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think we're supposed to end this at 3, or 3 for my time Pacific. So I'll end at that and then let Mary take over so we could discuss.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And thanks for providing the nuance. I know that microdosing, the concept of microdosing in the neuroscience field is, it's talked about a lot and also thought of in terms of placebo effects. But I do believe probably there is more nuance to it than it just being something that's, placebo or not, or there's probably a lot of nuance in between the effects and there being no effects or it just kind of being a placebo thing altogether. So I wrote down 7 questions in listening to you guys talk, and I don't know if we have enough time for all 7. But one thing that I do want to ask is something around this idea of neural complexity. Can we talk a little bit about the benefits of neural complexity and how might a person benefit from this in real time or day to day?
So going back to Manesh's point about there are a lot of things that we need to research, that's what makes this exciting. And same with your question here about neural complexity and benefits. We don't know yet. We're still really figuring out, what this is on a basic level. And so translating it into applications for our lives is a really exciting next step. And that's understanding where we are as a field, I think, is really illuminating. And it also is empowering because it makes you feel like you can take that next step or be a part of this next step. So in a sense, there's very much a half is glass, half of the glass is, full, and we can really start to fill that other half in. One thing we're doing actually in the lab is that we're working with neural complexity and a neurofeedback paradigm. And what we're doing is we're basically figuring out how we can use tones to tell you how complex your brain is, high or low. And then you can use that to try to push your brain in a higher or low complexity state. I would love to gamify that and have the whole world try to do this and tell us what it's like when they get their brain into the highest complexity state possible. And so if we can pull that off, I'll let you know.
That would be amazing. That would be very fun to try out. Manesh, do you have anything to add to this or any
Yeah,
ideas or concepts?
yeah, I'll echo what Connor said. I mean, our full understanding of what these entropy or complexity measures mean is still an open question. There's one study that we did when I was in with Robin Carhart Harris in his lab at UCSF, where they found an association, and this is one data set, we need to replicate it, where increased complexity correlated with increased psychological insights, and that correlated with increased well-being afterwards. And so that suggests there might be a link, towards having insightful experiences. And what might mediate that is we might understand from another correlation. This was found with DMT particularly, and it was a really strong correlation between the complexity or like the richness of somebody's conscious experience and entropy. And I think this is what Connor was referring to in terms of it being a marker of consciousness. Because it's at the end of the day, it's a measure of how complex or unpredictable our brain activity is over time. And we would imagine if we're having a more complex experience, our mind is going here and there and alternating between memories and the present, it's going to be pro likely higher, right? And it's just like, what does that translate to clinically? It might depend on where our mind's going in other contexts.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so my question then become about this idea of complexity, like neural complexity is experiencing richness of your environment around you. Does that equate to like, are you seeing more details? Are you experiencing more details? Are you experiencing depth? Are you experiencing like, is that what that refers to then?
I'll just say my hypothesis is I like to use the analogy of like an aperture of a camera lens where you're like letting more light in. Like maybe that's what's happening is that you can have more light almost coming in and you're taking in more perception and with more of this contents of consciousness, you're having more complexity going up. So that's one way of thinking about it for me. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're still
Uh,
figuring it all out.
Yeah, totally. And beyond sense perception, it's like the brain, our minds toggle between internal and external experience. And it could be that just the amount of information coming externally, but also internally is what matters because I have random thought trains that we usually wouldn't explore or memories coming up, etc. That I think that's also a major part of it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. One idea or concept that I have been noshing on quite a bit. I've talked to Danielle about it. Yeah, just really been thinking a lot about this is maybe some of the confusion around the terminology and the language and on a linguistic level around the word microdosing. I know in the scientific field, the actual dosage of a microdose is very low. It's like point, if we're talking about mushrooms, I guess, or psilocybin, it's a point 0.1 or maybe 0.05 of a dose of psilocybin. But I think that a lot of people, when they are taking microdose in their daily lives, not in the lab, they're maybe taking upwards of zero point 0.3, 0.25 grams of a mushroom or something. There's a lot of variation in what people are experiencing of a microdose and also where the science is when it's talking about the microdose and what you guys are also testing. Um, is dosage and the language around this microdose, or is there a disconnect here versus like what you guys are talking about versus how people are experiencing microdosing in the real world?
Just briefly, I want to mention, a lot of this is very individualized. Every brain's a little bit different, and we have studies that show that what would be a microdose or sub-hallucinogenic for one person is not for another, depending on basically how many serotonin receptors they have, which could differ based upon their depression and SSRIs and things like that. Another thing is that there's this intuitive sense that there is a sweet spot that maybe a coach could help you find your sweet spot. And one thing we found with our two different doses that we looked at is that in some cases, that lower of the two doses, the 13 microgram dose, was a spot that was having brain changes and certain types of psychological changes like mental clarity that the 26 or higher of the two doses was not. So it kind of suggests as you ramp things up, you're not always going to have benefits. If you're going with 100 micrograms of LSD, you're probably not going to want to get behind the wheel of a car, for instance. So there might be these certain points that for some individuals are really where the maximal benefit will be. And I think it's really interesting to think about how to find that.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I mean, it is very person specific. And, for example, 26 micrograms seems far too high for a microdose for me. That would make me pretty spacey. I think I would not be able to go sit on my laptop after that. But it varies a lot. And people vary in enzymes that metabolize it, they vary in receptor distributions. There are also a lot of correlations with personality. It's really, about finding your own sweet spot, as Connor was saying.
So does that then, just because of the variances that both of you are pointing out, does that impact some of these studies that then sort of, I don't know, say that microdosing is placebo then, just because of the nuances and the details and the variables that exist in all of this?
Yeah, I can comment briefly. I'm sure Connor has a view there as well. I think, yeah, it's still a matter of finding what the optimal dosage is. And for
Sure.
example, in the self-blinding study that was done at Imperial College, which was one of the first ones that found a way to have a placebo group in a real-world microdosing study, people were taking their own substance, their own mushrooms, right? And mushrooms can
Yes,
vary so widely in potency, and people can
totally.
mismeasure. And so there's a lot of messiness. And also, for example, the grade, the quality of LSD that you'll get in a microdose is probably a lot higher than what people are just getting as well. And so it's hard to convert that as well. So there's a lot of open questions I think with doses.
Yeah, just to follow up, the more studies that we do, the more we'll be able to try to validate the studies that came previously. So it's just a stats question at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah. And also, for a properly functioning and healthy ecosystem of scientific studies, I think there needs to be a range of different findings in order for there to be proper analysis, ultimately, for the longevity of this field, for just everything. Can you guys add to that? Like, why is it important for there to be a range of different types of findings, especially with regards to something like microdosing?
Just real briefly, I mean, the beauty of science is that you're just trying to look into the nature of things, and you do that by different windows. And so the more approaches that we use, the better sense of what we get of what's actually out there. And so everything's valuable. The anecdotal reports are valuable. The randomized placebo-controlled trials are valuable. The citizen science is valuable. And so the more of that data we get, the more we'll paint this picture and have a better understanding of basically the truth. And that'll help to really guide us.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, science is a game of triangulation through many different sources, right? And so, yeah, basically what Connor said.
Okay, so I want to talk about this idea of the trip-free psychedelic. And also, I know that in the culture of psychedelics, people are up in arms about this concept, and it makes them very angry, saying that you are messing with this molecule and you're taking away the spiritual component from it, and that is the actual healing component of it. But then, if you talk to people who are more on the medicine side of things, they bring the profound argument of that this is absolutely imperative for medicine and bringing next generation drugs to people who, maybe or maybe not, who don't want to endure a psychedelic trip, maybe they don't have to, etc. I'm curious from both of your perspectives, what is the benefit or not of a trip-free psychedelic drug in medicine?
Yeah, maybe I could jump in first because I'm now co-founder and CEO of a company developing non-psychedelic psychedelics. And
Nice. What drugs?
they're inspired by 5-MeO-DMT, we could say
Oh,
that.
wow.
So they're new novel
Cool.
molecules inspired by 5, and we're going after neurodegenerative disease. And we're actually going after a sub-disorder of Parkinson's initially. And there's a whole rationale behind that, which maybe I might get into depending on what ends up coming out in my response to this. But the company is 5 Discovery. And basically, my motivation going that route was what I was saying before. I think the biology and pharmacology of psychedelics tells us a lot about what alternative drugs look like. And as we've kind of alluded to, there's two primary dimensions of psychedelic effects. There's like the subjective experience, which with macro, of course, you can have profound insights, connectedness, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's the kind of under the hood changes of psychedelics are potent anti-inflammatories in the brain and in the entire body. And they're also potently neuroplastic in a way that seems to last from a single dose in certain cases. And so, if you think about the neuroplasticity and anti-inflammatory effects, uh, issues in those are common across so many conditions, from Parkinson's to Alzheimer's to depression to PTSD to substance use. And so, if we're able to find a drug that reliably increases neuroplasticity and reduces brain inflammation, you don't even all the trip and insight aside, that's still very, very valuable. and perhaps, uniquely valuable in if it doesn't induce the trip, because then people can take that without needing to go for 8 hours into a clinic, not even mentioning all the costs and accessibility concerns with that, right? And so this is a potentially more scalable, accessible approach for certain conditions, and I don't think it's going to be necessarily better than psychedelics, especially for mood disorders, things like depression, anxiety, PTSD. But I think
Mm.
especially for neurological conditions and neurodegenerative conditions, which is what we're focusing on as a company, and for this reason, these I think are more about your brain rather than necessarily, processing your relationship with your mom or whatever, which I'm sure could be relevant. It's all very connected. That might tune your HPA axis in your body and how you respond in all sorts of complex ways. That can also change vulnerability to Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. But I think broadly speaking, there's like more of an argument that it's about the brain effects. And so I
Mm.
think there are a lot of applications like, for these that can be, again, more accessible to people, et cetera. And at the same time, yeah, it fits the standard pharma model more, is more fundable. There's more money going for that in the space. It's more easy to administer within existing healthcare systems. And so, there's that side of it, which again, I don't see it as competing with psychedelics. I feel it as
Right.
complementing it. Yeah.
Yes, I was just going to say, I think one thing a lot of people, just due to maybe lack of knowledge or lack of exposure to just how, medicine in general kind of works or the intricacies of that, is that, people think that it's going to replace psychedelics or it's not something that is going to exist in conjunction with, also, it's not going to be the main way that people are consuming, psychedelics. But it is really interesting to think about how it can reduce cost and also potentially, therefore, access to people who also might need or benefit from that type of medicine. Would you also then say that the trip-free, this trip-free psychedelic, then this trip-free drug is better for people who have certain conditions, like more people would be able to benefit from them than the traditional hallucination, the hallucinogen forward psychedelics?
Yeah, yeah, I think so, especially for things like neurodegenerative disease again, because these patients are usually older,
Yes,
70 plus, let's say, and there might be more cardiovascular
yes,
vulnerabilities. And a 7-year-old who's never taken a psychedelic to then try to give them a dose of mushrooms, like a full macrodose, that's a lot for them to take in. And
totally. Especially with a neurodegenerative condition,
exactly,
which
yeah.
which that also that comprises Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's, you said, and what are the other ma main ones?
There are a variety of types of Parkinson's, but we can call like I believe ALS is a degenerative disease, MS, but mainly we're focusing on Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, but also brain injuries. That's the other one I was trying to think of, like traumatic brain injuries, TBIs or concussions. Whether it's from hitting your head really hard once or being an athlete that gets hit in the head progressively over years, that's a huge population that could benefit too.
So interesting. So interesting. Okay, I don't know if I should continue going on. I know we're 4 minutes over. I feel like there are many things that we could talk about after this. Um, yeah.
I just want to chime in real
Yeah, yeah,
briefly and say
please.
100% with everything that Manesh is saying. And I'm so excited for the direction that he's taking with this. I think basically for every single condition, that was such a great question, Mary. Like, are certain conditions going to be better suited for this? The only disorder or therapeutic need I would imagine that a high dose would be good for is like the end of life existential distress type of
Mm.
case. I
Hmm.
feel like everything else would be great if there was microdosing or the partial agonists that Manesh was talking about, where you wouldn't necessarily need these large dose experiences. And in those cases, I would almost think you can think of them as overdoses. So the only time I think you really need to overdose on a psychedelic is for the end of life existential distress case. That's the only one I can really think of.
I think I would like to go out on a very big mushroom trip, just like and send it. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. I wonder if we have any questions from the audience. I feel like people were very interested in what we had to say here. I don't know. Are there Is there let's see. I don't know. Does anybody have any questions? Put them in the chat if you do, quickly in these last couple minutes that we have here.
How do you envision microdosing research changing? What are some of the potential pitfalls that might be happening, or how can we shift microdosing research in a way that can produce helpful results that resemble what's actually happening in participants in the real world?
Yeah, more of these New Zealand type trials, more of the citizen science type of work. And then the big study we're trying to launch is a citizen neuroscience of microdosing, where people can have these EEG headbands and we can try to track some of these markers or indices of neuroplasticity that Manesh was referring to. So I think we'll see a lot more research in the future. And there are barriers, there are laws that are still kind of in the way of some of the research, but it's great to see that there are some changes and momentum trying to push forward this field.
Yeah, totally. And I kind of answered it before too. I mean, basically what Connor said, we need studies that follow real life microdosing regimens and that incorporate a variety of different measures, spanning, validated assessments like clinical psychological assessments to EEG to proxies of neuroplasticity to structured interviews. I think qualitative data is very important too and valuable. To just random rate this from 1 to 7 questions. And we just need to triangulate in all the ways because there can be arguments made based on outcome measures not being correct or not enough people or the regimen wasn't good or the dose wasn't good. There's this whole, permutation matrix of possibilities that needs to be explored.
So a question that came in from the audience, does a objective measurement method exist that can capture the full plasticity arc from microdosing where traditional instruments fall short? Are there imaging methods that can integrate with a participant's daily life over the course of months and years? Measure baseline buildup during protocol, plateau, and decay after cessation. I don't know if I read that correctly,
Yeah,
but
I
I think
think
I
the
did.
best, again, we're going to see a lot of exciting things on the hardware and engineering side, I think, in the next 10, 20 years as well when it comes to brain health. Um, it's still very early days just in terms of the tools that we use to study the brain, let alone what actually is happening to the brain and to people in these different types of studies. So right now, I mean, you have like an EEG headband, or they have something called FNIRS where you can look at blood flow as well. And now they're actually combining the FNIRS with the EEG, which is really exciting. So I think definitely we can try to get that out in people's hands and have them go through protocols. As Manesh said, really need to make sure it's very well controlled and more and more data will reveal more and more insights.
Cool. I think we talked about this a little bit, but wondering how Connor and Manesh feel about the lexicon paper. The lexicon paper that defined microdosing as being functionally synonymous with placebo, i.e., how do you feel about the attempt to definitionally equate microdosing and placebo and bring in a whole new category called mini dosing?
Connor, had you heard about that? Do you know what that's talking about?
No, have you heard about? Actually,
No.
someone did bring this to my attention recently. It was like I think it's a 2026 paper. Maybe I haven't really paid attention to it. I guess that says something in of itself.
Yeah, I feel like we were I think that also kind of touches on the language and the linguistic issue around dosing that we were sort of discussing a teeny tiny bit. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something that we can all look at.
Yeah, I mean, what's cool about the data I showed with those 2 doses is that you could kind of define microdoses whichever way you like based upon how they were affecting people. So at the lower of the 2 doses, you could call it subthreshold because it was indistinguishable from placebo on this one measure of field drug. So when you say, it's placebo, you have to operationalize that placebo by some measure where the placebo is no different than the drug. And in our case, it was no different on a field drug measure, but it was different in all these other cases that were really interesting, like mental clarity, like the brain changes, et cetera. But if we look at the altered states questionnaire, that's where even the dose, the 26, that was yes, I feel something, it was still under any altered states thing. So you could say that's like a sub hallucinogenic type of microdose. If you want to say that microdosing could even include the, over the threshold of feeling something, but under the threshold of having some altered state experience. So I think the language is still, needs some work. But I think the sub threshold, sub altered kind of language is helpful.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manesh. Thank you, Connor, for all of the wisdom that you have imparted here today. And thank you for everybody. Thank you for showing up. You could be anywhere in the world. You could be anywhere. It's Sunday. Here in the United States, it's Sunday. On this side of the world, it is Sunday. Thank you so much for showing up and for showing your support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Connor. Everybody else, Danielle. Have a wonderful weekend or Sunday.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was so amazing and so comprehensive, and just really appreciate all the amazing work that all three of you are doing in the field, and for giving us a deep dive into research, into what you're working on. And we're excited just to be a part of the movement with you all. And thank you, Mary, for guiding such an incredible session. So we're going to take a tiny bit of a break, and then we are going to hear from Zach Leary. So move around, get some water, get some food, and then Zach Leary is going to be on shortly. And if you're interested in learning more from Connor and Manesh, both of them are on the faculty of the microdosing facilitator training. They both teach 2-hour amazing training sessions, which is an incredible opportunity to learn more from them and really receive more of their knowledge and their wisdom and learn how to apply it with your clients and caseloads. So if you're interested in learning more about the microdosing facilitator training, definitely book a call with me. And we have already had 2 people sign up for the training just in the past couple hours from this session. So thank you for everyone so far that's signed up for the program. We're excited to learn with you and grow with you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, Zach.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. So wonderful to have you here. Are you ready to get started?
Ready? Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Well, let me just
Sure.
make your intro and then so, welcome back, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be on this educational journey with you all. Thank you to everyone for staying with us and participating so much in the chat. We love to hear from you. We love the engagement. So, keep it coming. This is so awesome and so fun. And I'm really excited for this next session that we have. We have Zach Leary, who's a powerful visionary and leader in the psychedelic field, and he's going to give an overview of the rapidly expanding microdosing movement. As we've mentioned before, over 10 million people are exploring microdosing worldwide, and he's going to really expand on what this cultural shift means, where it's headed, and how it's becoming one of the most significant wellness trends over time. And Zach, thank you for all the incredible paradigm shifting work that you do in the field and so all of the thousands of lives that you impact with your
Mm,
work and your education and your book that you recently wrote. So we're excited to hear from you.
yeah. Thank you so much, Danielle. Yeah, thank you, Double Blind. Really good to see you guys. Thank you to all the people out there in cyberspace. Definitely one of I think, the better attributes of cyberspace. It still remains is that it can connect us no matter where we are around the world. Always really a cool thing. Um, yeah, hearts to that for sure. I caught the tail end of that last talk. And yeah, a lot of good data there. It sounded very, very compelling. Um, and I really always do appreciate the clinical side of things, especially from as it relates to research and um, and data. For whatever reason. The West is a data-driven society. We thrive on data. It kind of creates, when we see data, especially in the world of psychedelics, with such incredible efficacy, not just in microdosing and, all sorts of applications, that really goes to chip away at the stigmatization and the disinformation around psychedelics that has been so prevalent over the last several decades now, really, several decades. Um, yeah, I mean, you know, um, one thing that I always like to say with, the work that, this entire community is doing, the work that Double Blind is doing, Danielle, myself, and Jordan and Jim, all of us, it's kind of contributing to this kind of collective course correction and rewriting of the disinformation that was so successful in demonizing psychedelics. When psychedelics were turned into Schedule One compounds, even at that point, in the late 60s, there was a pretty significant amount of research that showed, hey, this is a very promising avenue of exploration for healing for a variety of conditions, and the war on drugs came along and really just, put all of that in the closet. And, it took decades to recover from that. But what's kind of interesting and can kind of sort of parallel into some of the talk that I want to give is that, which is also kind of a funny irony in it, I think, is that, the greatest thing that the 60s did, and with its relationship to psychedelics, was the cultural movement around it. Um, the counterculture and its use of psychedelics, how that trickled in to our culture, to rock and roll, to music, to fashion, to the arts, to the ecological revolution, the sexual revolution, women's rights, civil rights, the anti-war movement. This is really like, you know, was power to the people, and psychedelics was, really a core and a really important element in fueling that revolution and sparking so many ideas that were it was called the counterculture because it was counter to the kind of the big authoritarian systemic monoliths of the time, It's one thing Timothy always used to say, in order to understand the 60s, you must understand the 50s. And the 50s, post World War II, America was really, very homogenized, and there wasn't much coloring outside of the lines, and psychedelics really blew that wide open. And why I think that's kind of an interesting thing to mention today is because when we see the number of people microdosing today and macrodosing for that matter, it is really led by the community. This is kind of this revolution, bringing power back to the people, no matter what's happening with policy, policy aside, what we see happening with the people is truly, truly extraordinary. I know you guys have been on this all day. There's been many talks and you've talked about the numbers. I know Danielle just mentioned, the 10 million people, microdosing in America. But let's just quickly recap that because I do think it's a really important thing to talk about. Yeah, the RAND report, which probably a lot of you have already seen. The numbers with psilocybin especially was, incredibly promising. MDMA, pretty high. Amanita muscaria, which was surprisingly high to me. Ketamine, LSD, DMT, even 2CB was on that list. But you can see the percentages there, but as they relate to actual numerical values, right? Past year use estimates, 11 million people using psilocybin. It's sort of estimated that 10 million of them were microdosing and the rest macrodosing. But MDMA at nearly 5. And I mean, just look at these incredibly high numbers. Like, I didn't even know that a million people even knew what 2CB was, so kind of an extraordinary thing, right? That these numbers are so high. And also, context is everything, and keeping kind of contextual relevance kind of in check. The RAND Corporation, who published this study, the RAND Corporation is a think tank, and they're not some liberal new age think tank at all. They're pretty conservative. They do a lot of stuff for the Defense Department and the Pentagon and the War Machine. So it's not exactly like this data was skewed by a bunch of hippies collecting numbers. So these numbers are extraordinary considering they're even coming from the RAND Corporation, right? So what I think is really interesting about these numbers is, like, given the state of policy right now, given the state of legitimate research, we're definitely seeing some shifts in places, obviously like Colorado, Oregon, and now New Mexico and many other places. And of course, now I'm calling it the infamous executive order because I still have a lot of thoughts on that, which maybe we can get to. That we just went through a couple weeks ago. Yes, there are a lot of interesting shifts in policy and stuff, but certainly, if you look at the millions of people who are using psychedelics and microdosing, they're not doing it all in Oregon and in Colorado, right? So 11 million people across the country microdosing it really shows us that people are taking cognitive liberty kind of into their own consciousness, into their own hearts and minds, and not really looking to monolithic power structures to give them permission for what their own healing looks like, right? And as we see with microdosing, especially, yes, there's a lot of good hard science out there, but there's, so much anecdotal evidence too, citizen science, that I think is equally compelling. And, the sample sizes maybe are a little bit smaller, but, there is quite a bit of very compelling citizen science-led data around, some pretty obscure conditions where microdosing has been shown to be beneficial. And because microdosing is so perceptual, kind of the trial and error around it within your own personal kind of meat suit, within your own kind of body, really it's quite safe to really kind of take the plunge and to see if this is something that works for you. And because education and community, like the work that Danielle does and the work that DoubleBlind does, and I guess the work that I do too, educational models and the way that that has been disseminated out there into our community has provided, a vast amount of really accessible and pragmatic methodologies and protocols for how to do this wisely. You don't have to look again to monolithic power structures or doctors or even psychiatrists for how to work this into your life. Certainly it's great to get some guidance, but it's really something that you can kind of ebb and flow with on your own. So I love that so much about what's happening now in this movement. The fact that it is grassroots and citizen-led, and that people are really just kind of, they're thinking for themselves and coming up with healing paradigms that make sense to them and their own personal evolution, right? Which kind of does bring us, I think, to kind of a tipping point. And I'm going to just bring one example. I don't have a ton of slides today here. We're going to keep this more conversational. But as it relates to how the kind of the future is shaping up, and maybe you can sort of think about the executive order that was signed a couple of weeks ago, and maybe if that applies, and just seeing how systemic change with kind of power players, is that going to affect psychedelics for better or for worse, right? I certainly don't have the answers to that. I'm just posing the question. And a good example that I always like to refer back to is big tech, right? So when you look at companies, look at the internet revolution of the mid 90s, it was started by a bunch of disruptors, kind of college dropout misfits who kind of saw the potential of this brave new world and started companies that were really kind of based on kind of the egalitarian nature of information, and how the internet was originally, the DNA of the internet was egalitarian, it showed us that anybody could play. That media, as it was until that point, was really controlled by just a few big players, the big network television channels or the big national newspapers. And it was very hard to kind of make an imprint in film, music, commentary, education without kind of being part of these gigantic structures. So big tech really kind of started off as this just disruptor based movement that was really fed by the people, right? But and I remember so well, when I was working on websites in the mid 90s, and God, our vision of the future was incredibly bright and optimistic. And now fast forward, 30 years later, we see that, big tech is really controlled by four big companies, maybe five, depends how you look at it. Well, now with OpenAI, you can maybe expand that, but companies like Meta, Google, and Amazon and Apple, it's like everything kind of runs through their doors, even if you think it doesn't. The entire kind of the pipes that fuel the internet and the way the algorithm is kind of controlled is really controlled by just a few big players, right? So, you know, going back to the previous example of where we see psychedelics and being used today, and then the numbers that are pretty encouraging, the millions of people who are taking healing into their own hands. My main hope for the future is to really keep that spirit alive, right? Is to not give our power over to corporadelic, pharmadelic corporations who are ushering in, patentable, highly regulable, very expensive kind of variations off of these molecules that we know and love, right? Which can bring into a lot of questions around policy and systemic change, right? Um, so sorry, guys. Um, so much of what we see psychedelics, how it is shaping up to be kind of a rebuttal against big pharma, right? And knowing that we see that there is a systemic breakdown in the treatment of mental health, right? Um, you can look at a lot of core examples with, the VA and veterans returning home from war and basically being left to fend for themselves with the VA offering very little support. And that huge kind of power structure that's supposed to be there to support them has failed them, right? So we're seeing a lot of new players kind of coming in to provide alternative routes of care and access to care with some very promising healing molecules. I would never question that at all. But a lot of the players that can get drugs through the FDA, it takes tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars to get a compound moving through the FDA, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? So if you look at the people who can afford to do that, right? There are some good ones, I think, that really do have, their kind of modus operandi kind of really resting in their passion for bringing in new healing paradigms to the public. But there's a lot of other ones as well that are fueled by a lot of bad actors and have some pretty nefarious agendas, really based on profit. Um, and while it is important to still take some of these compounds,
Here, can you hand out water?
oh, someone needs to mute, please.
So
Yeah, so I kind of bring that up as not necessarily a red flag, but kind of a yellow flag in the sense that we're seeing this incredible swell of citizen science and community driven in a way almost like pharmaceutical psychedelic activism being brought to the people through grassroots mechanisms. And I really don't want to see that die kind of in the favor of giving our power back to corporations who are, funneling these things through legal channels, which somehow kind of creates this mechanism within our society that deems one is okay, yet the other one isn't. You know what I mean? And that really comes down to legality, and policy and things like that. Which is always why, like, I've always felt, the war on drugs has been, such a huge, disaster in the history of America that has criminalize these amazing molecules that many of them come from nature. Some of them come from the lab through amazing minds and visions. But these amazing compounds have been criminalized and demonized and creating this whole kind of criminal justice element around it that has outlawed many of these magical compounds. And that what that does in turn is it kind of creates a morality complex within our society. Like, oh, this is bad because it is illegal, because it is illicit, because you can go to jail. Da 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 da. Fill in the blank, And that kind of thinking, really permeates its way throughout our culture and can be very hard to distinguish and to isolate. Oh, okay, well, wait a second, maybe that really isn't dangerous. And if I'm being told it's dangerous, why is it dangerous? And if you look at, a lot of the reasons why psychedelics have been deemed dangerous, we are countering that today with, a lot of great education around set and setting, around drug purity, around really, I mean, this goes into sentence setting, but really, diligent and accurate kind of screening mechanisms for, who's even the right candidate to be using psychedelics, micro or macro, in the first place, and really, ushering in this new, you know, I think beautiful, brave new world on how to incorporate psychedelics into your own holistic healing paradigm, right? Um, which I think is a very, very, very important thing that we cannot lose sight of, right? Um, so, that is really, we're at this amazing precipice, I think, within the psychedelic movement that I don't think, yeah, that we haven't really seen in America probably ever. Um, and how it moves forward in a way that allows kind of, um, you know, everyone to still have a seat in around the table, and even to decide what table that you want a seat on. I don't like, sometimes I hear this metaphor a lot around having a seat at the table, and in some ways I kind of reject that metaphor because the table again ushers in this thinking of monolithic power structures, that like there's only one table and there's only one way to do this. You know what I mean? And there are many tables, there are many ways to do this. There are many ways to, as we see with microdosing and, so much of the amazing work that, the most recent book that Jordan Gruber and Jim Fadiman wrote. I mean, it was such a mind-blowing book because, for you know, as well credentialed and scientific as both Jim and Jordan are, it was almost like profoundly unscientific in the most beautiful way to me, in that invited in so much citizen science and anecdotal stories into nooks and crannies of our population who are working with these compounds in really intelligent and beautiful ways. And not really letting themselves get swayed by these, outside forces, And I thought it was just such an extraordinary read to kind of really get into the weeds to seeing how many people are using microdosing for conditions I didn't even know that they would even be useful for. I had no idea myself whatsoever. But I'm glad to see that they are, right? And, I think that, that thinking, that kind of gathering in community and, and gathering in the spirit of education and kind of the evolution of our consciousness applies to any way that you want to use psychedelics. I admittedly, I kind of feel like I'm a little bit of like the redheaded stepchild in this conversation because I'm not really, I am a microdoser for sure, but I'm certainly not a microdosing expert like many of these other people are. I'm more of a macrodoser person, and I feel like I have a lot more knowledge in that area. But I am incredibly fond of, I mean, I do microdosing myself, both with psilocybin and LSD. And I've kind of found little combinations for my own well-being that have been very, very useful for me. But I love the microdosing revolution so much because of everything I just was talking about. It has created this swell of community that has introduced people to these compounds and helped form relationships to these molecules, which I think really speaks to macrodosing later on. And yes, I think what Danielle, you just asked, what role do I see microdosing can play in integrating macrodoses? I think integrating macrodoses and also preparing yourself for macrodoses as well. I think starting with the preparation, I think people, especially people who who have some pretty severe mental health issues, and are going into psychedelics for the first time. Starting them off in the deep end with huge macrodoses can be a very perilous, sometimes slippery slope. And I think microdosing is a really beautiful way to have that person form a relationship with the mushroom, for instance, getting their body, mind, body, and soul kind of acclimated to how this compound can work within them. And same's for integrating as well, the one I think always the one biggest issue with macrodosing is that you do have to come down. You do have to come back to your waking state of consciousness, and a lot of the big transformational downloads that you get in that space can sometimes be hard to remember. And integrating those things into your daily life and turning insight into action can take time. And using every tool at your disposal is a really helpful thing. In contrast to the farm Redskins, what are your thoughts about New Mexico's approach to using only? Yeah, um, I think that is um, I love that is part of New Mexico's approach. I do have questions around it in that I understand why in clinical trials, why, synthetic psilocybin was used and is being used, because, eating, the fruiting mushrooms the results really may vary amongst the individual and how they uh, eat the raw fruit and turning the substrate from psilocybin into psilocin, all that, and 3 grams to me might not be 3 grams to Danielle, and synthetic psilocybin seems to kind of dissolve that. So I am curious. I am really curious, but I'm also very optimistic about that because I do think, I like New Mexico's kind of keeping the spirit of the plant alive and of plant medicine magic. And that is definitely one thing that I have a tremendous fear of the future is that these kind of synthetic cousins, Compass Pathways Comp 360 synthetic psilocybin, which can be patentable and made to the public, or even ibogaine, that Comp 360 is not mushrooms. Ibogaine is not iboga. And while they are so powerful molecules, I don't want the magic of the plant medicines to completely die and go away in favor of some highly regulated synthetic version. Yeah.
I love that so much, Zach. And I'm so curious, as we're seeing this executive order come into play, which if it takes over, the medicalization using
Mm.
synthetic compounds could create a dominance while, at the same time, there isn't an intentional expansion of other routes of freedom for our consciousness and these medicines. So if you could paint a picture of an ideal scenario of expansion, how would that look, and what are your personal perspectives on the current executive order? Because you've been sharing about it a bit on social media. I think your perspective is just so helpful.
Yeah. Well, look, obviously I'm, and I won't try to hide my cognitive bias. We all have it, and I'm very happy to be um, transparent around my cognitive bias and that I am a very progressive liberal. So from the get-go, I'm immediately skeptical of anything that feels constructive within this administration because I do think that the motivations behind it can seem very nefarious to me. Um, that's kind of a whole other conversation. But at the same time, I do understand that, that this is a win of sorts. I would never say that it isn't. I do understand that it is a win of sorts. I just don't think that it is, the biggest, it's not a sweeping victory as of yet. No drugs, no compounds have been rescheduled. and there's nothing in sight for that yet. Again, as I was mentioning earlier, fast tracking compounds through the FDA takes an incredible amount of money. And the people that can afford to do that, the companies can afford to do it. That does invite in kind of the big question that we've been asking ourselves over the last years is like, how can capitalism and psychedelics work together? I mean, if you ask Terence McKenna, Terence was saying, psychedelics are supposed to break us free from the shackles of the illusion of what's happening in our society and culture and corporations and things like that. And the second that you try to control nature, it will laugh in your face. But at the same time, I do think these compounds do need to be studied, and that them being studied and brought into legitimate medicalized circles, eventually that does change the perception of them over a long period of time. It's kind of a long tail approach, right? So if you see these synthetic psychedelics making their way, through the FDA successfully, and the efficacy rates are high, that people's perception around psychedelics will change, and that can allow for decriminalization and legalization later on. At least that's the hope, right? That's what we're after, and that is what I'm after as well. Decriminalization, and then some form of I think of some form of practical legalization. What that looks like, I'm not quite sure, but really needs to happen. So. Yeah, I mean, of course, I do question some of the motivations around it, especially with veteran care and things like that. In that, veterans offering them, this amazing and very effective access to ibogaine, is and can be an amazing tool, no question about it. But what's happening with the rest of the care offered to them as well. As we see the VA getting completely gutted and dismantled, it's like, I'd like to see a holistic care to a holistic healing approach to our vets, not just kind of offering them this one thing. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see.
Thank you so much for your
Mhm.
perspective. It's
Mhm.
really important and comprehensive. We love to open it up for any other questions for Zach before we come to a close. Well, I'd love to hear from you how your experience has been microdosing and how it's shaped your consciousness and the work that you do.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great question. Well, look, I mean, as somebody who works in this space, yeah, I read a book. I'm a facilitator too, though, and a large part of why I facilitate is because my mental health struggles have been a dominant part of my life, especially through active addiction, and I've suffered a great deal. And psychedelics have helped me tremendously. So, like so many of us who work in this field, we want to give back a little bit. Um, and, I still struggle with some mental health issues, with depression and anxiety, and depression specifically. Um, and I made a personal choice for me. This is just for me, no judgment or shade on anyone else, but I never wanted to invite in psychiatric medications into my consciousness. That's not something I wanted to ever do. Um, and so when I kind of started doing microdosing regimens, I really noticed a vast improvement in mood stability. Um, Especially with psilocybin, kind of just a consistent kind of, equilibrium with my mood and kind of my energetic frequencies, much less down. Not like huge ups all the time, but much less down, and allowing myself to recognize sort of what my triggers are ahead of time. So I can take, appropriate action and not let my triggers spiral into something much darker. And microdosing psilocybin has helped me tremendously with that. Um, I've found microdosing LSD as it's an incredible creative tool. As a musician, I'm always looking for ways to get into flow states with my instrument and to play music and to kind of stay in that space. And microdosing LSD has been an amazing key to help kind of unlock kind of, I guess, what we call flow states, kind of expanded states of awareness and relationship with my craft. Um, and yeah, felt really good about that. So yeah, when I do microdosing regimens with psilocybin, I usually go for about 10 days or so, and we'll take about a couple weeks off, and then do another 10 days or so, and kind of do it as needed. But incredibly, incredibly useful.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And I love how much it's helped you in just so many different layers of your own personal experience and journey and consciousness, and also how you've built out such an impressive program, both with your studies intensive and your training and also your book. And I just put a link to Zach's new book in the chat. So definitely check out his new book. It's amazing. And we just feel really honored to receive your wisdom today. His book is called Your Extraordinary Mind, Psychedelics in the 21st Century and How to Use Them. Any last thoughts, Zach, before we come to a close?
Um, yeah, not really. Just thank you everybody so much for tuning in. And I guess my yeah, last thought would be just think for yourself, your own evolutionary journey is yours and yours alone. And yeah, and just the other plug I'll make, I do teach an online psychedelic studies course which begins again in June. Go to my website, check that out. More based on macrodosing than microdosing, but if you're interested in that, check it out. And thanks so much, Danielle and Double Blind, for having me.
Well, it's been such a pleasure to have you, and I feel like a liberation in my consciousness every time I hear you speak. You have a way of zooming out in really looking at so many different layers of what's happening. That's really important, and ultimately helping individuals free their own consciousness and find their own internal guidance. And I appreciate you for guiding us in that way, to really empowering us that we have all the answers inside of us. So thank you for your powerful soul. It's such an honor to always collaborate with you. And we're excited to have you here. So next up, we have a session focused on the practitioner perspectives, therapeutic applications of microdosing. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back here pretty soon for our next session.
Thank you all for being here. Yes, and enjoy your break. For just a quick meditation to center us a bit. To join. Otherwise, we'll be back again at 4:20 Pacific or 7:20 Eastern. And so if you want to do a little meditation, it can help you to process the information. And those psychedelics have a great benefit on meditation that a recent study came up with. And one of the things that it said is that if you have an intention when you do your psychedelic use, it in particular like boosts the effect that psychedelics already have on your meditation practice. So I'd like to invite you to maybe think of a little intention. It could be something small, whatever comes to mind, or it could be something large, like devoting your life in a different way than you have been. And any of the meditation guidance I say is just a suggestion. Feel free to do your own meditation and listen to yourself as something, your own intuition here. So, invite you to close your eyes. Feels good for you, or you can have a loose gaze a few feet away. Here, if you want a little stretch, just opening up your arms and chest, neck rolls, noticing your body, how it feels. And again, going back to our LSD breath we did earlier, stands for long, slow, and deep. Be sure to try to breathe slowly, which is kind of the more challenging part. It's easy to take a big, deep breath in, but it's kind of hard to take a slow breath. Nice, long, slow, and deep breath, maybe in through the nose, out through the mouth, if that feels good. If you let out a little sigh in your exhale, that can help calm down your nervous system. And take your slowest breath of the day. You can let go of any intention you have. If your mind wants to think, let it think. If it wants to be still, let it be still. Really nothing to do. And coming back to the feeling Earth's gravity connecting you, not just the earth, but also all beings, the great infinity, slowly pushing us together in the midst of all activity here on earth. You're ready. You can also, open your eyes if they're closed. So taking a moment to feel some gratitude for psychedelics, for each other here, and the wisdom being shared today. Gratitude for the indigenous traditions that have preserved these substances for a time way far back that we don't even fully understand. Gratitude for your friends and family who care for you or have cared for you. Now transition to the break. Please feel free to do whatever your body needs. And we will see you back in about 20 minutes for therapeutic applications of microdosing. And also I'm going to share, if you're interested in being a microdosing facilitator, we're going to be giving away several copies of Dr. Vadaman's microdosing book to people that schedule a 20-minute call with Emil Nova. And it's a great way to share the wisdom of psychedelics with other people. And it's a nice way of starting the practice because it's easier to help people with a smaller dose than a larger dose getting started at psychedelic facilitation. So I'd like to encourage you all to check that out. And we will see you 4:20 Pacific or 7:20 Eastern. See you.
Welcome back, everybody. Such a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you for those of you that have been on the journey with us all day. It's been so much fun. And I'll pass this to you, Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. And thank you to DoubleBlind's members and subscribers, followers for helping make this possible. We couldn't do it without you. And yeah, so up next, would you like to tell us about what your plan next?
Yes, and I just really want to take a moment to appreciate DoubleBlind Magazine. They do such an incredible job reporting on the psychedelic field and beyond. They have so many different incredible programs and events and courses and summits like this. This is the first ever microdosing summit with DoubleBlind, and they just work so hard behind the scenes doing so much for the community and thousands of people worldwide. So I just really want to appreciate you, Maxwell, for all that you do for the field and the fractal of impact that that truly creates on humanity. So thank you. Thank you for supporting this movement in so many incredible ways. So right now, we're going to go into a really exciting and critical conversation on the therapeutic use of microdosing within modern practice. We're going to experience perspectives from 3 different practitioners covering a wide variety of different perspectives. We're going to talk about client breakthroughs, harm reduction, specific safety considerations, medication contraindications, best practices for integration, and how microdosing can be thoughtfully incorporated in clinical, practical, personal, and therapeutic settings. This is designed for all different types of individuals, both individuals that are working on their own with microdosing and for practitioners and facilitators. So we're going to each present for around 10 minutes, and then we're going to open it up for a beautiful conversation with us. And I'm so excited to pass this to Danielle Herrera, who is one of just my favorite souls ever. She's incredible. She has such a powerful perspective and wisdom, and does amazing work. So I'll pass this to you, Danielle, and after you present, then we'll pass it to Stephanie.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Danielle. Oh, it's such an honor to be here. Hi, everyone. Thank you for spending the day with DoubleBlind and with Lumeria. My name is Danielle Herrera. I'm going to talk fast because I have ADHD, but also because I have 10 minutes to do a presentation on stuff that I love to talk about. I'll share some slides with you, so let's just get that started. Let's see this now. There you go. Can you all see that? Working? Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay. So I would do a longer introduction if I had more time. But what I will tell you right now is that I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist with a special focus in psychedelic therapies. I do ketamine assisted therapy, psychedelic integration. I'm the founder, clinical director, and a psychotherapist at Tender Heart Healing Arts. I've worked with a lot of different organizations. I've been working with Alchemy Community Therapy Center, which if you don't know them, check them out. I've been a supervisor and clinical consult for them for quite some time. I've taught psychedelic assisted therapies at Beckley Academy, done all kinds of things here and there, supervising, et cetera, et cetera. But I love what is mostly happening in the room with clients. And so a lot of what we're going to be talking about just for these 10 minutes is the clinical perspective from direct clinical work with psychedelic psychotherapy, integration, harm reduction, and addiction treatments. That's kind of where I originated from, and then got into psychedelic therapies, and as well as integrating this from a very trauma-informed lens. As much as I love talking about what microdosing does to your brain, I'm more here to talk about what microdosing reveals in the psyche, and what happens when no one is there to help make sense of it. So let's dive in. Okay. So the reality on the ground, or the teen in his bedroom, an access issue. So as we've seen so far, the summit has covered protocols, neuroplasticity, strain variability. All of these things are super essential. But the clinical reality that I personally face weekly in my practice is what happens when all of that works. The neuroplasticity is happening, but the individual is alone in his room, and with what comes through, right? What happens when it's a 16-year-old who got their protocol from Reddit and their medicine from the garden center? These are true stories, true client experiences. I put morning glory seeds here, Datura, DXM, right? That this is actually what when we think about like what does microdosing look like at home, it looks like this oftentimes. I'm mentioning adolescents, but this is adults as well. And most of these folks who are coming to me are not microdosing psilocybin truffles that they find from some Dutch website. Instead, they go to the hardware store and get morning glory seeds. Or other plants and datura, plants that they've heard have hallucinogenic effects. Only if they're lucky might they find, for example, Dr. Fadiman's book early on in their exploration. Or find some local psychedelic society, which is where I'm often referring folks to. But usually they don't have any of these things. They usually have no community or elders, no facilitator, no integration circle, and their harm reduction resource becomes Reddit. And Reddit, for all of its utility, doesn't offer any mystical, spiritual, or philosophical framework for understanding what happens to consciousness under these compounds. It offers dosing anecdotes, though, kind of like, what am I thinking of? Arrowhead. Back in the day, we used to go on Arrowhead, but now kids just go on Reddit. So you get the dosing anecdotes or fear stories or extraction texts, but those are not the same thing as a framework. And while the teams of these parents may have the question, how do we stop them? The question for us as clinicians is more like, how do we meet them where they actually are with clinical curiosity instead of shaming them for what they're using? In so many ways, as you all know, our culture lacks rites of passage, lacks ceremony or ritual, and yet folks are still constantly seeking experience of initiation. I know Danielle and I have been on many panels together, and we're constantly talking about that the person who is oriented towards using drugs is a seeker, right? We're seeking initiation. And right now, they're doing that, but they're just doing it with Google and garden supply stores, right? So this is what we're working with. There's a stigma barrier. And so I want to talk a little bit about how we actually talk to people about drugs, because that's sort of the first point of like when clients come to me and they want to talk about microdosing, that there's a lot of drug stigma, right? They have to assess from me if I'm a safe person to even open up that can of worms about, right? Because of that shame or the very real fear of the consequences, including like loss of custody of your kids, employment, even just people feeling judged by their clinician, most clients won't tell you directly. They test the water instead. And so my job is to make the water warm. So when a client says something, for example, like, I have a friend who's trying microdosing, I'm going to say, well, what have you heard about it? And what's your curiosity? You know, not let's stop talking about the third person or let's focus on you. Or like, oh, that's not something let's talk to your psychiatrist about it, right? We want to keep the water warm, the door open. I'm keeping that door open because they've been told their whole life to keep the door locked, right? Shame doesn't reduce harm. Shame increases harm. Relationship reduces harm. And typically they're not looking for my permission, but what they're looking for is whether I'm safe to be honest with. So I put some harm reduction principles to pull from the harm reduction world. It's another thing I used to do was before doing more like private practice therapy work, I was working on the ground with people experiencing homelessness and severe chaotic relationships with drugs and practicing harm reduction therapy. And here's some principles that we use in those settings that are completely applicable when you've got this, for example, young person who wants to explore different drugs and doesn't know what to do, right? Define hospitality, do no harm, understand why, the intelligence of using drugs. There's the offering a menu of options, focusing on any positive change, the continuum of use, decisional balance, drug set setting. These are all things you've maybe heard before or maybe not. I would go into each of them if I could. If you don't know them, Google them. They're great tools. Oops. So readiness assessment. This So readiness for doing something like microdosing or readiness for doing something like macrodosing is much more about the capacity for self-witness without self-destruction than it is some pathology-based perspective on diagnosis, right? Okay, so self-witness without self-destruction. It's more complicated than does this person meet criteria for microdosing, and would be more like if their system opens, if their heart cracks open, if their soul breaks open, what's waiting underneath and who's going to be there with them? Can they handle what is about to break through, right? So we're asking more so if they're resourced enough to integrate what the microdose reveals. And this is one of the reasons why I love microdosing, is that there's a quality in which there's a you're getting kind of a less intense experience than something like the macrodose, and it allows you to build resourcing, right? So this is kind of the way I do it. But you know, you want to ask about, you know, the structural assessment. This is like structural dissociation. It's a common term in the therapy world. And what we want to ask here is, has this person survived through fragmentation? And if so, a microdose doesn't just lift depression, it can dissolve the amnesic barriers between parts that have been keeping them alive. So we want to be conscious of that. This is like a trauma-informed lens. I need to know, do they have an internal communication system before we open the floodgates, right? Number two is the addiction signature. This is not so much asking, does this person have a substance use disorder, but what is the psychic function of their compulsion to seek drugs or seek microdosing? Is it for numbing? Is it to not feel their feelings? Is it self-punishment? Those are a different place than the sort of like exploring the psyche, exploring the soul, working through pain, working through grief and loss, etc. Yeah, so much that I could say there too, but the relational container is the third thing that I really want to look at. So this is, do they have even one safe, regulated relationship? This could be with a partner. This could be with me as a therapist. This could be with a best friend. This could be with a mentor, a microdosing guide, right? Like this could be anybody where the integration can land. If you don't have anybody, then that's of concern. Microdosing doesn't heal in a vacuum. It creates potential. And that healing happens within relationships. So the main thing is wanting to make sure that they have that relationship. Like I said, readiness, again, is so much more about the capacity for self-witness without self-destruction rather than it is about a diagnosis, right? We can't say, oh, this person is just ready just based off of some assessment that we are taking. We have to know that they can bear their own soul, right? That may take a lot of time. You know, that may take somebody 10 years of trauma therapy. Then there are also folks who you meet and you're like, wow, you're ready. And they just are cracking open this inner healing intelligence. Okay, a few more. Actually, yeah, two more. Okay, so boundaries that protect the work and your license. For us with the license credentials, this is a huge thing, right? We're talking to our clients about drugs and referring them to resources. So how do we do that? The boundary is clinical, even more so than it is legalistic, even though it's incredibly legalistic. So we want to work with that. We want to work with the relational pattern that we notice clinically when a client, for example, asks us, hey, can you help me get access to psilocybin, right? We want to hold the frame and explore the request, but not cross the boundary, right? So there's things I can and I cannot do. I can never connect a client to an underground source. I can never prescribe, recommend, or endorse a specific substance. I can never imply that my licensure even covers psychedelic administration. I'm constantly naming where the limits of my license are. But there's things that I can do, right? And because of those I can never pieces, that doesn't mean I'm going to shut the whole, you know, the whole game down and be like, we can't talk about drugs at all. No, we're talking about drugs. Drugs are a primary relationship. So that's what's going to come into the room. It'd be like not talking about your own boyfriend, for example. What I can do is I can psychoeducate. I can teach them about pharmacology, risks, contraindications, integration. I can connect them to legal resources. This is a common one I was telling Danielle about. I was like, if I'm being completely honest, the main thing that I've probably said to clients when they're like, yeah, I'd be kind of interested in maybe trying psychedelics is I'm like, there's a local psychedelic society. This is when I was working in San Francisco. I was like, I know a really good one, and you might want to check it out. You meet people there who are interested in the same thing. So you can do that. You can connect them to community integration circles, peer support networks, books, podcasts, right? Research that they can explore on their own. And also you're teaching the relational skills that they need to engage any altered state safely. Intention setting, somatic tracking, integration journaling, identifying a trusted witness. That's all part of therapy. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Yep, there. So that's ethical referral therapy is an integration vessel. So we want to watch for the place where once we do bring in psychedelic work, for example, I do a lot of ketamine assisted therapy, and a thing that can happen there is that people start saying, "Oh my gosh, you're the shaman, you're the teacher. I couldn't have done this healing without you." Want to put a stop to that, and I kind of work directly with this is your work. And this was your intelligence to bring yourself here. So, yeah, so much I could say there. But the last slide is my favorite because I think it's the most important. So, right relationship with medicines. It's a quick therapeutic framework. Obviously, I teach clients to journal before doses, not just after. I'm working with them on intentions. You've probably heard this all before. But here's kind of the way that I think about just working with drugs or medicines in general is, like I said, it's as important as your relationship with your partner or your parent or your best friend. And so if you go to a therapist and they're like, oh, I'm not a specialist in this, we don't talk about that here, then that would be as if you're being told to not talk about your partner or your best friend in your own therapy. But because a relationship with a medicine is a relationship, then we also want to work with what happens commonly in our relationships. And we've all been here, right? There's a honeymoon phase, right? Where you're just completely cracked open, everything's luminous, your protector parts are completely relaxed. And you want to encourage folks when they're here, they first tried a medicine and something's happening for them, is just to enjoy it, but to not chase it, right? That's not the destination. Then they may go into the negotiation phase, which is where most people quit. And this is where the old patterns emerge, discomfort. And this is where you're kind of working with them on the, now that the door is opened, you can walk through. But some people may get here and that may be too much. And so they decide to end the relationship. There's the alliance, which we see in like married couples, right? This is that placement where you're learning each other's language. So learning the medicine's language, and it's not always pleasant. The microdose, for example, might say, today you're going to feel your grief, or today we're going to work through your self-abandonment, or today we're going to work through, your abandonment complex, right? And that they hopefully are learning to ask in that relationship, what is being amplified and what is this asking of me? So right relationship with medicine is reverence to these medicines in the same way. And perhaps this is being influenced by the fact that I have two lineages that I mostly pull from. One is my indigenous lineage, where everything is about right relationship. And the other is from my adopted lineage of Sufism, which is all about also right relationship, but in different words. For example, my teacher always says, your spiritual practice is worth nothing if it doesn't make you a better person to the people that you're responsible to love. And so we want to be with our medicines just like that. Let's see, last little points here would be that the biggest gap that we have with this type of work is ontological. And yeah, we want to move towards being with the mystery of the relationship itself. And just going through my little notes, I think that's pretty much it. But I'm super excited to be here and super excited to explore more on the panel. I'd be curious to kind of like talk about how do we train for this? Where are the gaps? What does it mean to build a field where the container matters as much as the compound, etc. So thank you all so much for letting me move fast on that. And I'm looking forward to talking more.
Hi. Do I just jump in?
Yes, thank you so much,
Okay.
Danielle. We're going to pass it to Stephanie.
Thank you, Danielle. That was awesome. Thanks so much. I'm looking forward to the panel. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Carzon Abrams. I also have some slides, so I'm just going to share my screen. And I, too, will try to move as quickly as can be here. Okay. Hang on. The people view is blocking my screen. Okay, so we're gonna jump in and talk a little bit about psychedelic frontiers in women's health. Honestly, no matter who you are, where you come from, whether you're a provider, practitioner, researcher, or just someone who's really curious about how our female biology interacts with certain psychedelics, I think this quick little presentation will be quite eye-opening. Quick introduction about me. I founded Beyond Consulting, which is a consulting firm that helps visionary organizations in integrative medicine and psychedelic-assisted therapy come to be. And so we work with a lot of practices, healing centers, clinics, and biotechs. I'm also the clinical director at Mystic Health, which is a holistic health clinic in Santa Monica offering psychedelic therapy and much, much more. And the research director at the Microdosing Collective, which is a nonprofit advocating for research, education, and legalization of low-dose psychedelics. So let's jump in here. There is a psychedelic opportunity, as I like to call it, and we're going to start with a little bit of stats just to lay a foundation here. So 2/3 of Americans over the age of 65 with Alzheimer's are women, and this really isn't just a statistic. For me, it's a call to action because it's not about age, it's about biology. As we get older and we enter midlife and menopause, estrogen starts to decline, progesterone starts to fluctuate. Estrogen is a hormone that plays a critical role in brain health, memory, and protection against neurodegeneration. So psychedelics and neuroplastic-based therapies might really hold promise here, but only if we start asking the right questions about gender, hormones, in the brain. Autoimmune disease affects over 23 million Americans, and nearly 80% of them are women. And this is really due to hormonal shifts, stress load, trauma and trauma history, immune function. These are all very deeply intertwined, especially across puberty, pregnancy, and menopause. And yet the root cause of these diseases remain really under-researched, and women are often left cycling through symptoms without real solutions. So what we need here is whole person care, mind, body, spirit. You're going to hear me say this a lot. When I say spirit, I'm really referring to the emotional, the psychological, and the spiritual and existential dimensions of health. They're not separate from biology. They're really going to shape how people heal and how women are going to respond to treatments, how they live. And so we really do need to integrate them all. And psychedelic assisted therapies, microdosing, they are integrative medicines because they do address the body, mind, and spirit. These are some other conditions here that disproportionately affect women. Unfortunately, we do carry invisible burdens, and these conditions are going to be shaped again by hormones, trauma, caregiving roles, and unfortunately, they're frequently misdiagnosed and also dismissed. So we'll be discussing how psychedelics offer promise in these areas, healing trauma, regulating mood, transforming pain, and really supporting mental well-being through challenging transitions. So this is a reproductive timeline, and most of us I think are familiar, but I have met women in their mid-30s and 40s that have really shared that they were in their doctor's office for the first time when they heard about perimenopause. So it means that as practitioners, as providers, we need to start having these conversations much earlier to normalize them. midlife and perimenopause should not arrive as a crisis. It really should arrive as a transition that we're prepared for, not from a place of fear, really from a place of empowerment and agency. And that agency is really going to begin with education, because we can't make informed decisions about our bodies if we've never been invited into the conversation. So it's important to include menstrual and reproductive history in the intake assessment process of our female patients and clients that are presenting for our care. And engaging in this conversation is really going to help guide and tailor our care plans. So this is where psychedelics are going to invite us into something new, but also ancient, as we know. There are many anecdotal reports and stories, ancient and modern, of women using psychedelics and plant medicines. We know that they're more than pharmacological agents. They are mind, body, spirit tools, and they can really support the emotional, spiritual, and physical dimensions of health. So whether they're taken in small or large doses, the effects can potentially be profound, but the research is really what's missing at this point. We are definitely seeing more research come to be, but there are major gaps that still need to be filled in order to understand how to use them safely and who they best serve. So we know that psychedelic assisted therapies or engaging with plant medicines are going to show promise and help us reframe identity shifts, release grief, and help women reconnect with vitality. And again, the opportunity reaches beyond a new drug here to treat a symptom. And this is why when we combine our understanding of our cycles and of our bodies, we open the door to more personalized, effective care. So at the heart of really any question here is an intention. How do these tools integrate into our lives and healing process? Many women report microdosing could ease PMS or PMDD or even perimenopausal symptoms, some during the luteal phase, to feel more resourced during their periods. Others might want to wait for their moon to really be the indication and use their symptoms as the indications to figure out when to engage in a microdosing protocol or sit with plant medicine. So we're really learning that the timing of the symptoms may be a signal for optimal use. There's still so much trial and error, but personalization is key both in real life and in research. So if we're looking at different phases, right, menstruation, ovulation, and we're even looking at a life phase like perimenopause or menopause, there are different ways that we might want to engage with psychedelics. So I mentioned that during our menstruation or our cycles, maybe to ease the PMS or the PMDD symptoms. During ovulation, this is a time that is very creative and expressive. It's a high energetic window. It's a time that could be really used to increase bonding with self and bonding with a partner. We also know that certain psychedelics like psilocybin have anti-inflammatory effects and can even interact with the HPA axis and cortisol to modulate our cortisol. So this could be a very interesting time as well to use serotonergic psychedelics, and I'll get into more of the details shortly. And then during perimenopause and the menopausal window, we are really seeking to increase connection to self. We're passing through a major identity shift. There could be grief, but there could also be excitement and joy in this next phase of life. So we're focused on vitality, identity. We're focused on our mood. We're focused on being very resourced with sleep, as well. And so finding the right protocol that fits that life phase is also going to be really key. And as practitioners, something to understand is the way we might coach a client or support a patient is going to look different based on life phase. So I think we're all pretty familiar with therapeutic mechanisms of psychedelics, right? But I am going to just do a quick refresher here because it's important to note that psychedelics like psilocybin and LSD are able to increase global brain connectivity, linking networks that often or usually operate separately. So we have high-level association areas like the DMN, the default mode network, the salience network, or even the frontoparietal networks. They're going to become more synchronized and less segregated. And greater connectivity is what's going to lead to the richer mystical experiences that are marked by unity, transcendence, and deep meaning. And this is important because we know that the intensity of a psychedelic experience or our resonance with a psychedelic experience is really going to impact our integration and the progress and growth that we experience down the line. Another really important thing to know about these psychedelic mechanisms is the HPA axis, so the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. It plays a role in women's health during perimenopause, menopause as well. It's going to influence stress responsivity, mood, vasomotor symptoms, and even metabolic risk. And we know that psychedelics, particularly psilocybin, can acutely activate the HPA axis through serotonergic mechanisms. But the effects in perimenopause and menopause contexts are completely unexplored at this time. This is very mechanistic, but we definitely have strong signal to further study. We know that psilocybin is going to engage the brain's stress system. It's going to activate the HPA axis through these neurons that we call CRH neurons in the hypothalamus. So this activation, paired with this like paradoxal effect, psilocybin can also dampen stress reactivity in response to environmental changes, really suggests a capacity to recalibrate maladaptive stress responses. So that's a lot. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to digest that. But this is really highly relevant in perimenopause because this period is really marked by a disruption in the HPA axis. So what I'm saying here is that we really have an opportunity to support women during this transition, this really important transition, with a serotonergic psychedelic like psilocybin. And again, it's really beyond the symptom suppression because we want to address the psychospiritual and the identity-based shifts that are happening. Now, a little bit about birth, the perinatal window, postpartum. We know that there's data from centuries and millennia of women using mushrooms. And I just want to point to Michaela Delamico's research here. She surveyed over 400 women, and you can read all about her research here at mothersofthemushroom.com/research. It's incredible, the data that she's collected on safety, on breastfeeding, on birth, on postpartum, and she's going to be following these mothers as well as their children over time. And so I would encourage us all to follow along this really important journey. So I really focused on the neurochemistry of the serotonergic psychedelics like psilocybin, LSD, DMT, mescaline, but there's a whole world that's also very relevant for other types of medicines like ketamine. But again, I decided to just focus it today because of the time constraints that we have. So there's a lot that we don't know, but we do know that estrogen is not just a reproductive hormone, it's also a neuromodulator, which means it's going to influence our mood, our memory, and how we could even experience altered states. And this is important as practitioners to take into consideration the cycle and how our estrogen and other hormones are moving across the cycle, especially when we're going to be introducing a psychedelic like psilocybin, for example. So as a reminder, estrogen is going to rise and fall twice during the menstrual cycle. Once during the mid-follicular phase, there's a drop after ovulation, and then there's a second rise during the mid-luteal phase with another drop at the end of the menstrual cycle. And so we can kind of lay a foundation here by looking at the serotonin system, but also looking at the role of oxytocin. So as you know, or might not know, psilocybin, LSD, mescaline, DMT, all serotonergic psychedelics, and they're going to bind the 5-HT2A receptors. This system, the serotonin system, is the one that fluctuates the most in women. So this again is huge signal about our opportunity here and why these psychedelics can be really promising for hormonal mood disorders like PMDD, like postpartum depression. So our brains are deeply influenced by hormones and their rhythms, right? So not just estrogen, but cortisol. They're all going to shape the stress response and emotional regulation. And women's brains and our chemistry is way more hormonally dynamic than men's. Estrogen has a strong influence on how the brain is going to make and use serotonin, which is linked to sleep and emotional balance. And so because we know that these classic psychedelics are binding the serotonin receptors, and we know that estrogen is fluctuating across the menstrual cycle, We can also figure out that high estrogen can heighten the effects of serotonergic psychedelics, potentially leading to a deeper or more intense experience. So understanding this is going to really help women prepare and dose intentionally. I've definitely heard from many women that whether they're luteal or postmenopausal, for example, and the estrogen is either low or virtually non-existent, there is a different response. Perhaps you've heard people say, you know, I took this microdose, this is my dose all the time, but yet it felt so much stronger this time and I'm not sure why. Many factors can, of course, play a role, but the cycle is definitely pointing to an important piece here. So paying attention to where we're at in our cycle could be really key in recognizing the varying intensity of a psychedelic journey and even a microdose. So in order to track this variability, it's important to also encourage our clients and our patients to track their cycles, keep a journal, use an app like Flow, for example. It's very, very useful. And I mentioned this earlier, but there is also research that shows the intensity of a psychedelic journey being linked and predicting better clinical outcomes. So more research needs to be done here, but there's definitely, you know, a conclusion we can draw, and that's honoring women's biology as a powerful ally in healing. So psychedelics are showing promise for, as I mentioned, mood disorders, PTSD and trauma-related conditions, chronic pain, including endometriosis-related pain, and different functional neurological disorders that may affect women more than men, like dissociative seizures, which are non-epileptic seizures, functional limb weakness, and even chronic pelvic pain. So because estrogen helps regulate serotonin, these medicines may affect women differently during menopause. As I mentioned earlier, when estrogens are naturally declining, as estrogen drops, the brain is going to produce less serotonin. It's going to break it down faster, and there are going to be fewer serotonin receptors available. So if you do have clients or patients who have reported that in their menopausal life phase, it's taking them a lot more of psilocybin or a higher dose of mescaline, for example, to feel the same felt effects, this can be a clue as to why. So is there an opportunity here for midlife? Is there an opportunity to even treat these declining levels by utilizing serotonergic psychedelics? Yes, maybe this is what's being researched. Out in the world, many women are experimenting to see what works. For some, it's the larger dose experiences that are helpful, and for others, it's the smaller microdosing protocols that are most supportive. But we do know that in comparison with SSRIs, with psychedelics or plant medicines, we're having an immediate felt effect. We are accessing more presence, more awareness, and connectedness. And in a safe, controlled environment, usually with the right dosing, there are no destabilizing, side effects like the ones that impact us with SSRIs that lead to the poor adherence. All right, I'm going to quickly go over oxytocin here because it really is an important key to the healing mechanism. It is one of the most powerful yet overlooked aspects of psychedelic assisted therapy, the neuroendocrine cascade that psychedelics can initiate, particularly the release of oxytocin. Its release may be one of those key mechanisms through which psychedelics like MDMA can facilitate healing of trauma and deep relational wounds. For women, this mechanism is very, very potent because oxytocin is deeply embedded in our female biology. So the HPG axis, it is our command center. The hypothalamus is going to release GnRH. The pituitary gland receives this GnRH, and it's going to release the follicle stimulating hormone, which is FSH, and the luteinizing hormone, which is LH. Then in the ovaries, we're going to be producing estrogen and progesterone, which is going to regulate the cycle and trigger ovulation with that LH surge, and it's going to prepare the uterus. So this is really important because it's not just about reproduction, it's also about plasticity. And this is a feedback loop that's really important when it comes to neurotransmitter modulation and cortisol as well. Okay, so what I'm really, this is all the science and all the mechanistic stuff, but really what I'm trying to get to with all of this is to lay a foundation so that we can understand that cycle awareness is not just something that we feel, it's not just something conceptual. The cycle awareness is rooted in science, and understanding and tracking a woman's menstrual cycle with her, if she is your client, if she is your patient, is going to be really important because it's going to allow us to align the hormonal life phases with the natural rhythms of our bodies and the medicine and the protocols with microdosing that we might be seeking to engage in. So it's going to lead to deeper insights into how hormones are affecting one's moods, our fertility awareness, etc. I would always encourage your clients and your patients to begin tracking their cycles, to have this knowledge, to have the cycle awareness, and to have it with them. I've encountered many patients that fill out intake forms that are going to allude to sleep disturbances, uncontrolled, and kind of this like unmotivated anxiety that they just can't get a hold of. They don't know what the root cause is. They've complained about, hot flash or body temperature regulation issues, and definitely mood issues. And they don't even realize that they might be entering the menopausal phase, and they just think that something is spontaneously happening. So I think having this cycle awareness is really important. It's going to help women better understand their bodies, sync to their rhythms, and it's going to help you coach them, support them, and offer the medicine in a more precise way. So understanding the archetypes here of life phase is also extremely important. So I like to say that there are 4 archetypes: the maiden, the mother, the crone, and the mage. The maiden is an initiation and a becoming. It's puberty through young adulthood. There's increased energy, new beginnings, and creativity. Again, keeping this in mind as we offer care, it's going to be really important. Psychedelic therapies could really help uncover conditions and healing early attachment wounds and reclaiming agency. Now, mother, it's creation, it's responsibility, it's our reproductive years. There's a lot of nurturing and compassion. We're focused on creation here. We're focused on partnerships, on projects, on children. It's devotion, right? And psychedelic therapy for grief, abandonment issues, exhaustion, boundary repair, and just remembering self beyond service could be extremely supportive in this mother phase. Now the crone, it's about release and truth-telling. We have fluctuating hormones here, but we also have wisdom, liberation, discernment, mystical insight. It's our authentic voice. Confronting mortality could be something very key in this phase. Letting go of certain roles, relationships, doing deep grief and identity work, and psychedelic therapies could be really key here as well. And now the mage, also known as the sage, is your integration of your wisdom. There are no more cycling hormones, but we hold the knowledge here of all of the previous life phases, and we're living in the teachings of one's life. And so again, having knowledge around life stage is going to help us personalize our support to women. And so this is why the 4 phases and this type of lens in female care is really important, because it's going to help us validate personal experiences. It's going to help us tailor care and also tailor self-care if we're the ones undergoing, the support here, and offering clinical support in a tailored, personalized way. It's going to challenge harmful stereotypes. So we're really reframing here the cyclical changes as meaningful biological intelligence, not instability or irrationality. It's really going to counter the cultural bias that really dismisses cycle-related shifts as just moodiness. And it promotes wholeness in these life transitions. These cycle phases map onto growth, creativity, release, and transformation. These are really core themes in healing work. And so, in my opinion, when we're offering support with psychedelic medicines, whether we're coaching, whether we're a physician or a therapist, we want to be caring for the female patient or client through an integrative care lens. We're acknowledging the whole woman biologically, spiritually, and emotionally here. And I just wanted to make some suggestions, whether you're offering some of this yourself, whether maybe it's your colleagues in your practice, or whether you have a very strong referral network. I think it's very important to address care from this 360 degrees lens and not just be focused on, one form of healing, which might be taking a psychedelic or a microdosing protocol. There is a ritual that gets to be embedded. But then there are also other therapies like pelvic floor physical therapy, somatic therapies, acupuncture, and also just recognizing that we can really make suggestions about other medical support like HRT, depending on where a woman is in her cycle. So I'm quickly going to run through these real world use cases. I know many of us are probably very familiar, but I will say here that despite our desire to protocolize everything, this work is going to remain deeply personal and subjective. So the questions that can guide us are, how do parts of your cycle feel most challenging? When do you feel most resilient, grounded, connected, and focused? And how can you integrate this knowledge into preparation and integration in daily life? These cases here are extremely well referenced. They're very popular because they're very informative. These came out of Johns Hopkins, and there are 3 case studies where 3 separate women reported changes in menstrual function after using LSD, psilocybin, and ayahuasca. So one woman experienced a resumption of her menses following amenorrhea, so a long-standing interruption of her period. Another had early onset of her period, and a third reported improved menstrual regularity in the context of PCOS. So the authors of this case series really hypothesized that these effects might be mediated by 5-HT2A receptor agonism, which is what we were talking about before, how psilocybin and certain serotonergic psychedelics can really influence the HPA axis. But they really emphasize that the mechanisms are still unclear because these are isolated and self-reported cases. But this is definitely, again, signal pointing to more research being needed. I wanted to point to this microdosing LSD study. This is happening in Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken, and it's really interesting. It's with a microdose of LSD, so 10 mics. There are 3 different arms. One of them is the placebo for 10-day periods during the late luteal phase for 3 cycles. The first arm, if I'm not mistaken, is every other day. And then the second arm, I believe, might have been daily for 10 days. So follow this study. I think it's going to be really fascinating to see what they find. There's also some microdosing study happening in Auckland, at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. They first started with LSD, but pivoted to psilocybin. This is really fascinating as well because in New Zealand, the study participants get to take the microdoses home. And so we get to research this in more naturalistic environments, which is what we want to see, right? We're not reporting to an office on a daily basis or weekly basis for our microdoses. We're doing this at home. And so this is something that Dr. Suresh had mentioned, it's not about getting high, it's about getting in tune. And for too long, women have been handed coping mechanisms. This research here is really asking, what if we handed them tools for transformation instead? So a lot of this just really points to the fact that we need more research. We need to fund more research. We certainly have a ton of signal. We have a lot of mechanistic and neuropharmacological research, but there are still gaps and challenges in research. Psychedelics research and other research really doesn't stratify by sex and gender. Hormonal fluctuations can affect outcomes, but they're rarely accounted for in study designs. And there's a lack of diversity in clinical trials, which means that we can potentially miss not only efficacy differences, but safety differences as well, because trauma and illness in marginalized groups is going to be very different than in other groups. And if we're not including this in research, we can assume that these therapies are going to be equally safe and effective. So we must advocate for inclusion, stratification, and female-focused research. We're getting to the end. Thanks for hanging in. This is our vision for the future, I think. Personalized medicine and psychedelic therapies, hormone aware, life stage aware treatment protocols, and inclusion of female biology and physiology at all research stages. A quick little plug for something that my colleague and I, Jennifer Zuckerman, and I created this year. It's called Galilea. It's to support providers and practitioners to offer this life stage and hormone aware care to their female clients and patients. We created a community that's really rooted in these 4 pillars. So education and training, again, hormone aware care, holistic medication management, and psychoeducation. And it's really built for women, led by women. If you want to join the community on WhatsApp, it's free. Our first meeting is going to be on May 21st in the afternoon. I hope you could join us. You can just scan that QR code. Lots of information and education being shared, lots of resources being shared, and just really amazing practitioners and scientists supporting each other. So thank you so much for listening and for tapping in on a Sunday afternoon. Thank you, DoubleBlind. Thank you, Danielle. If you ever want to reach me, this is where you can find me. And yeah, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was amazing and so comprehensive. And thank you to Danielle Herrera I just learned so much from you both, and I feel like it was so comprehensive and deep. And I'm just really grateful to be here with you all. So I'm just going to contribute a little bit more to just round us off on the perspective lens, and then we're going to open it up for a conversation. I really appreciate, I feel like the information that's being shared here is just so groundbreaking, and you can't find this online through just a basic Google search, which is just incredible. And I feel honored to be a part of it. So I'm just going to go into a little bit more of practitioner perspective on microdosing. And I know I shared earlier, but I've been guiding thousands of people all around the world through intentional microdosing practice. Right now I guide over 70 people through microdosing protocol and my microdosing guidance program. And I've also trained over 100 clinicians and practitioners to be certified microdosing guides. So just bringing a high level of expertise to our session today. As I shared about earlier, microdosing is a skill, not a magic pill. And I think our role as providers is to teach people how to have a lot of skill and expertise. You know, I always tell my microdosing clients that I want them to learn how to be an expert on their microdosing experiences. Microdosing is like learning a new language that changes your relationship with yourself. It's sort of like learning the language of your soul and your patterns. The more conscious that we can become on ourselves, our inner reality, the more we can change our external reality. And we're in a really powerful moment right now where microdosing is expanding faster than the guidance around it. And my work is about, closing that gap and training practitioners to lead with integrity, structure, and real world effectiveness. This conversation is potent right now because so many clients are experimenting with microdosing on their own, as Danielle spoke about, and many aren't really disclosing that. And so a lot of people are doing it without proper guidance. And this is how we can respond as practitioners. And this is why I'm so passionate about training microdosing facilitators and training clinicians and practitioners and, individuals that are already working with clients and patients, how to integrate microdosing knowledge and expertise into their existing toolkit. So I'm just going to really, really briefly, I know we're shorter on time, go through a couple client breakthrough examples, case studies. So, one of the individuals that I work with, she didn't even know that she had ADHD until she started microdosing. And it was a breakthrough for her, and she was so excited to share it, but she was just struggling with executive functioning and focus, and just feeling scattered all the time. And once she started microdosing, everything started clicking for her, and she finally had the awareness that she actually was suffering from ADHD the whole time, but didn't even know it until she really became connected with her executive functioning and her focus and clarity. And I thought that was really interesting, that sometimes the absence of something can teach us about what we didn't even know that we were experiencing. Another interesting client breakthrough was, oftentimes a lot of clients feel like they're less triggered while they're microdosing. And so what I like to teach people is to carry that on their days off. So for example, um, someone was, going through the airport, and they prepared all this food for the airport, and the airport security just took all their food. And they responded from a place of feeling calm and centered and resourced. And that really showed them that you can actually the microdose can teach you how to respond from a place of calm. And the whole purpose of that is to actually shift your baseline so that you can basically learn how to operate and respond differently through this new awareness with microdosing. One of the clients that I had was tapering medication. He had been on antidepressants for 30 years. Every time he had tried to come off of an antidepressant, he would always have to go back on it because he would get suicidally depressed. And he was actually able to titrate off of the medication after being on it for 30 years while using microdosing as a tool to wean off of the medication. So that was really powerful experience. Another client had been experiencing phantom limb pain. He had been microdosing with mushrooms, didn't have any relief from phantom limb pain within the first few days, and actually the first day and even the first month microdosing with LSD, he had 100% relief from phantom limb pain, which is really exciting. And then also, one of my clients recently has been navigating a really difficult relationship with alcohol. They were constantly relapsing on alcohol. Every time that they would get sober, they would just relapse again. And recently, she's been on a microdosing protocol for quite a while, and she had a trigger come up where she was desiring alcohol. And what she realized is that she felt just less, she felt that trigger come up for alcohol. But in that moment, she said, I know what will happen if I drink. I don't know what will happen if I don't drink. And so that was a really interesting awareness where microdosing sort of can allow someone to take a pause and actually shift out of a pattern that they might have been in for a really long time. What you do in your sweet spot window matters, and you can continue the effects even on the off days. Breakthroughs come from integration, behavior change, consistency, and pattern interruption. So for those that are going to be helping people navigate microdosing, some of the most important things for us to focus on, in addition to everything that was already shared here, is just really screening for psychological vulnerability, starting low and really titrating intentionally, and avoiding daily use and really building the off days and building a relationship. I love how Danielle talked about the relationship with the substances and the different phases of that relationship. And ultimately, we're teaching people how to build a relationship with themselves and their souls. Microdosing is sort of like turning down the volume of the ego so that an individual can really connect with their soul of who they truly are. One of the things that Jim Fadiman says is when people microdose, they're like, I'm back. The real me is back. And so I just love that, how it sort of dissolves all the kind of conditioning and patterns that weren't actually us. It gives us an opportunity to actually make more mindful choices. And we can really track people's responses over time. And that's so much of why I'm an advocate for training people. What we're seeing in practice is that people, I'm seeing hundreds of, actually thousands of different responses when it comes to microdosing experiences, but a lot of people are having improved mood, relationships with themselves, increased emotional access, interruptions and addictive behaviors, greater cognitive flexibility, focus, overall wellness. I'm working with a cancer patient right now, and he just says, I just feel better overall. And if you're taking it as a tool and really learning how to work with it and work with your own consciousness. Microdosing is an associative tool. It's not a disassociative, it's an associative. It associates people more with themselves and allows people to feel safe in their bodies and their consciousness. And this could be after years and years of disassociation. Microdosing teaches us that healing is an inside job. And one of the terms I like to use now instead of an intervention is an intervention. This process has to come from within. In order for individuals to want to change, they have to feel inspired from within instead of an outside intervention, more of an inside and inspired intervention. Some of the pitfalls we're seeing in practice is that, people might get even more dysregulated while they're microdosing if their nervous system is very dysregulated. And so just to keep our eye on that and really be able to support people to help them regulate their nervous systems while they're microdosing, because microdosing is a non-specific amplifier. So it's going to amplify everything that we might be experiencing. It can really support people in lower stress, but sometimes it can be amplifying of different things. Some people can have confusion around protocols, unrealistic expectations, or the biggest thing I see is people giving all their power away to the medicine or expecting the medicine to do the work for them. So really teaching people that, they are the medicine, they're the ones that are going to create change. The microdosing just opens up that door. And taking it as a tool and learning what to do with it. This is different from high dose work. We're really working with minimal altered states, something that we're going to be integrating into our everyday life. Shorter duration of effects, lower risk of overwhelm, and really reduce physical side effects. Microdosing is very, I believe, easy to implement in therapeutic protocols. Steph was talking about that so eloquently, as well as increased safety for high-risk populations, certain populations of people that might not be a good suit for macrodosing. Microdosing might be more appropriate as an entry point, more consistent patient outcomes, as well as there's a lower risk for adverse psychological reactions. Some of the medication considerations, sometimes we're seeing SSRIs can blunt effects, stimulants can amplify intensity, also polypharmacy can increase unpredictability, and it's really important that if people are considering microdosing to collaborate with the prescribing provider whenever possible, and whenever you're in doubt, really pause, not push. And as I was saying earlier, it's so important to work with someone that's knowledgeable about this, so that you can really be able to be guided with safety. And millions of people are microdosing. There's very few people that are really actually guided to receive the maximum benefit out of their protocol. And this is why I've created the microdosing facilitator training. I'm just so passionate about teaching providers how to become experts in microdosing. And I believe ultimately our greatest pain is the portal to our purpose. Microdosing teaches us all about how we can alchemize our suffering into our own empowerment. And microdosing facilitation is really about guiding individuals home to themselves. So as you guys know, we're offering a call, and we'll talk about that later. But now I'm going to welcome Stephanie and Danielle back up here with me for a conversation. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. That was amazing. I feel new neural pathways in my consciousness after hearing both of you share. I really appreciate both of your perspectives. And I think it just gives such a holistic approach to what there's so many layers to the microdosing experience. And so I think one of the big questions that I have that I would really like to explore is like, how do you navigate it? How do you speak about microdosing in a way that protects your license while you're still being transparent and impactful?
You want to you take it, Danielle.
Sure. Thank you. And both of you did so great. Thank you so much. Oh, that was amazing. I didn't mention this, Stephanie, so I have to. I'm currently 22 weeks pregnant. So that was so cool to hear about. Everything that you talked about, I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I should microdose right after giving birth. Like, maybe I should do that. But anyways, yes, talking about this while protecting the license is totally a thing. There's a strategy for talking to clients about anything that you wouldn't necessarily say so directly, right? This comes up in lots of different ways. I would say in my work, most commonly it would be with the psychedelic medicines, where you're saying, somebody's like, oh, should I do an ayahuasca ceremony? Well, I can't say you should or you should not do anything, but what I can do is I can explore with you your curiosity around doing such things. See if you're well connected. Like, see if you can even critically think enough to know that the space that you're looking at is a good one. For microdosing, it is one that I would even find myself mentioning to people, even if they don't bring it up themselves. But the way that I would say it is not, oh, you should microdose. but rather here's a bunch of research that we have found for effectiveness for treatment-resistant depression, for example, including blah, 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 and microdosing may show some similar effects as well. And so if you're interested in any of those options, we can explore any of those further. Also, you're constantly naming the limits of your license, right? You say that I'm not prescribing, nor am I like necessarily recommending. But that we're here in a relationship. And so, I hope that you continue to bring your explorations into the room with us, that we can work with this new discovery. So lots of ways. I'm sure Stephanie can too.
Well, no, I think that was so complete. I just wanted to like commend you for not shutting down the conversation. Like that's a big thing that I talk about, that we talk about within our Galilea like ecosystem. It's whether or not you want to practice with psychedelics, whether you do practice with psychedelics, regardless of all of that, we're at a point where we can't deny that psychedelics are part of our modern medical system at this point. It's no longer fringe. And so we have a duty, practitioners have a duty to have the conversation, not shut it down. And if they're shutting it down because they're not educated enough, then it's like, okay, we have a duty then, those who are in the mix, to help share that information so that these practitioners feel educated, supported, understand the research, and can feel like it's ethical to point to resources like you just mentioned, right? So I think that's really great that you're having the conversation. And yeah, that's really it. I just really want to encourage people to have it in a safe, ethical way, point to the resources, and also have some referrals in your back pocket. If you don't want to support somebody or you can't support someone, just one referral could be life-changing for somebody. So I think, being in collaboration in that way is super key.
So well said. Thank you. And I think that the medicine is asking us for collaboration. They're asking us to be shared, to be spread, to build that mycelium. And I really appreciate you for speaking to that. And I'm so curious from both of your perspective, what do you feel what feels most misunderstood about microdosing in professional spaces right now?
I mean, I'll say this one thing. A lot of practitioners, a lot of clinicians are always like, show me the research. And the microdosing research sucks. Let's be real. Unfortunately, the research isn't great. And what the research is showing us is that it's no better than a placebo. Now, we know placebo is a great medicine in of itself, but that's not the point. I think what's most misunderstood is how it's being researched. And I think what's also most misunderstood is that psychedelics, even microdoses of psychedelics, are going to lead to very subjective and personal experiences that are extremely hard to capture with scales and the classic methods we use to measure outcomes when it comes to our regular conventional medicines and clinical research. What we have to realize is that we're not making psychedelic SSRIs. We're creating transformational treatments here, and we can't use the same tools to measure success. So I think it's about looking at the data from a different lens, and also understanding that people are going to be experiencing transformation on a whole different level than with the conventional psychiatric or mental health tools that they've been given so far. So it's really a perspective shift.
I love that. Exactly what Stephanie said is in the harm reduction world, we call it practice-based evidence rather than evidence-based practice. Mm-hmm. And so it's looking at that. It's looking at, well, why are we so quick to say, well, if there's an evidence-based practice for this, then that must mean that it's the best possible treatment, when we have lots of people doing things, having their own experiences, and maybe it's not captured by research yet, but that we should care that they're having an experience, right? So that's that paradigm shift that I feel like Stephanie's talking about, right? Where you're thinking about it in terms of like, okay, this is a relationship. If I was talking to a sibling, for example, and my sibling told me I had a really big mystical experience with this, whatever, then I'm not going to say, oh, that's impossible because I haven't seen any research on that. I'm going to say like, oh my gosh, what happened? Like, tell me what's going on there, right? So it's coming from that relational anecdotal place instead, and letting that matter as much. I think the only thing I would add to this is that similarly, I think that in the field, microdosing can be talked about as like this like sub-perceptible, non-huge experience. And I do love that it's like effective for, it's like for many folks who actually maybe aren't the best fit for having a macro dose, like large dose experience. Or maybe they're not ready yet. They have some complex trauma. They need to kind of taper onto it. But that even still, it's not that it's not an experience, right? And so I feel like that can happen sometimes where people kind of talk about it as if it's like a nothing experience. And I'm like, this is like an extremely potent medicine. And it kind of varies for each psyche as well, right? Like you could have and we see this in ketamine therapy all the time. I use the example of how I have had a 300-pound client who's taken 75 milligrams of ketamine and had a huge psychedelic experience. I've had an 100-pound client who's taken 350 milligrams and had no experience, right? So we say we think it's about metabolism, but then when we actually are in the room, we're like, oh, there's something about our barriers, like our psychic barriers to receiving medicines. So a microdose for one person may actually seem like nothing, right? And maybe that's where these practitioners are coming from because they tried it before and they're like, I didn't really feel that. But then their client may take that same dose and have like a huge experience and they need to be ready for that. So,
yeah. I want to add one more thing to that question. It's such a good question. I want to add the category of sub-hallucinogenic into microdosing because there is the sub-perceptual, right? There is like, let me take this sub-perceptual dose just like I take my vitamin D, right? Like every couple days. But then there's also the microdose that is the sub-hallucinogenic where I feel it, I perceive it, but I'm not so altered. I'm not having visuals, right? I can still go about my day, but I certainly feel it. And for some people, that felt effect is absolutely therapeutic. To feel it, you feel like a support, and it will certainly shift how you approach certain things, whether you feel resourced in a challenging situation, or you feel creative, productive, focused, etc. And just taking it back quickly to the research, all of the research now studying microdosing is really looking at the sub-hallucinogenic because that felt effect is actually translating to clinical outcomes that are more easily measured. And scientists who are studying microdosing, they believe in the effects of microdosing. We're seeing it in cognitive support, in Alzheimer's research, in women's health research, and depression, all of this like low dose sub-hallucinogenic. And so I want to like make sure we're carving out a space for that type of microdosing as well.
Exactly. I really appreciate you bringing that in. Jim Fadiman often shares like the biggest mistake of his career was introducing the word sub-perceptual because it created this whole paradigm that you're not supposed to feel a microdose when we actually are teaching people we want them to feel it and notice it so that it's there, but we don't want it to impair their normal functioning. I'm calling it now a twilight dose, like that little moment right when the sun comes up before you get the overwhelming intensity of the sun. You want to be able to see it and perceive it, but you don't want the overall intensity of the sun. So I think we're kind of shifting away from viewing it as a vitamin that we don't really know what it does to viewing it as a partner and a tool in our own inner transformation. We have just a couple minutes left before we bring on Reggie Harris, and so excited to bring on Reggie. What are some last words that you might offer to facilitators, practitioners that are considering getting trained in microdosing?
and I'm so sorry. You're going to have to repeat that because I started reading the question in the comments. Pregnancy brain is a real thing. I was like, wait, I'm still doing a thing. So sorry.
It was just for someone that's a practitioner, they have a lot of patients or clients that are microdosing. They're considering wanting to support their clients. What would you say to them, like around getting trained, or how can they support their clients?
Great. I'll jump in. I mean, this, right? What you do, Danielle. I mean, like I said to you when we did our little prep call, I have referred so many people to your work at this point, and so actually that answers the question in the comments, which is, legal opinion on recommending just sort of like resources or even just this topic, or getting deeper into the like actual, like, it's like you're never going to recommend a drug dealer. You see what I mean? You can't do that. That's a mess. But what you can do, what you can do is say you should check out this psychedelic society. You should check out this microdosing facilitation training. You should check out DoubleBlind Magazine. You should check out Dr. James Fadiman's book, and see what if there's a there. Is there a there? How does it feel when you explore this? you know um and yeah, I mean, I think it's what Stephanie was saying about like not shutting down the conversation, right? What have we learned? That typically it's like this topic is stigmatized. This is the one that parents are terrified of, right? And so to kind of be that safe place where somebody can approach this conversation. Clinicians, I do think, should get trained in this topic. If you don't know what you're talking about here, don't guess. Don't guess. Go find somebody who you can consult with. I'm really big on paying your therapist colleagues for consultation. Like, when you consult with professionals, pay them, even if it's just a cup of coffee, but you should pay them their full fee. and get their information about how do you work specifically with this situation, this client. And that's, I mean, you'll just be a better clinician because of it. So plus it builds your community, and then you have a bunch of really cool friends. So
Love that. Yeah. I want to pull on the thread where you said like practitioners should just know about this. And I totally agree. Like, psychedelics, not for everyone. Everyone should know about them. And that's just not like the partakers, it's also the providers, it's also the researchers and the scientists. Maybe it's not your focus, but it needs to be in your periphery. So whether that's attending a conference, whether that's attending something like this today, a summit, reading an article, like, know the mechanisms, know the harm reduction piece. If anything, know the harm reduction piece. That way, when someone comes to you with a question, if you don't have the expertise, at least you have the information to keep them safe and tell them what not to do, And yeah, I think it really is a responsibility now. And then the other thing is that a lot of us are private practice, a lot of us are online and remote, and we get siloed, and we're offering care in this silo. And maybe we did a whole, IPI training course, and we did a whole microdosing training course, but it's been like 2 or 3 years since we've brushed up. Go find some community, learn what, important cases or interesting cases they've seen, and how are they treating their patients and their clients. Brush up on your knowledge. But I do really think that we undervalue like the community aspect of providing care. Like, we really need to hear what others are doing. It's going to influence and help us bolster our knowledge. So never stop learning, never stop sharing, never stop being in community, and harm reduction first. That's the summary, I think.
So
Yeah.
well said. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, both Danielle and Stephanie. I love what you said, Stephanie, about everyone should learn. Every provider should learn. My vision is to where you could go to any doctor, any therapist, any type of practitioner, acupuncturist, anyone that's providing any form of holistic health care, and they would be very knowledgeable about microdosing. We, as practitioners, we take an ethical pledge to not create harm. And I do think that turning a blind eye is creating potential harm. And so creating a psychedelic informed community of practitioners is the ultimate goal here. So thank you both so much for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for your work. It's such a pleasure. I really hope all of you, I feel new neural pathways in my consciousness after this conversation. So really appreciate you both.
Thank you for the opportunity in putting this together. Thank you, DoubleBlind, as well. Thank you,
Yes, thank
Danielle.
you.
Both
Thank you.
Danielles.
So good. Thank you, Danielle. Thank
Yeah,
you
thanks.
both. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is such awesome work. I definitely feel like I have so much to play with in my brain, and I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. I always learn so much from you both. We went a little bit over. I hope it's okay. And we're just going to seamlessly shift into our next session with one of my best friends. We have Reggie Harris. I'm just going to bring Reggie up. There's Reggie. So Reggie is an amazing pioneer. He is the creator of the first ever psilocybin potency testing lab, Hyphae Labs. He is the creator of the psychedelic cup. He's creator of the Oakland Psychedelic Conference. He's on the board of Decriminalized Nature. We're going to be hearing from the chair of Decriminalized Nature, Larry Norris. And Reggie is an incredible thought leader. He's an author. He is really shifted our understanding of psilocybin containing mushrooms. We now know that there's just so much new information that's really shifting our understanding at the global level of how we are approaching microdosing in psilocybin containing mushrooms. And I'm really excited for all of you to learn from Reggie today. So we're going to talk about different strains. We're going to talk about harm reduction, storage of psilocybin containing mushrooms, and get ready to learn some of the most high level information on psilocybin containing mushroom microdosing. And I'll pass this to you, Reggie.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, cool. Hey everybody, I'm excited to be here. Yeah, shout out to everybody showing love in the chat. Danielle, thank you for having me here. Thank you for all the nice words, and I'm so glad to see all the people who have come to forge relationships over the years. I'm going to ask for two quick things. Those of you who feel comfortable, I'd like you to come on camera. And I am going to be interactive with this conversation, meaning I'm going to ask questions that aren't rhetorical, and I might just stop and wait until people respond through the chat. Okay? That was the first question.
Yes, let's play.
All right, guys. Danielle, do I have the ability to share the screen? Share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So I put a link to my website in the chat that I'll refer to a little bit later. It's a link to uh, some of our results from the psilocybin cup, and it's also a link to some of the results that we did from various tests that we had. My first question, and thank you all for coming on screen. I love to just kind of scroll through and see beautiful people. Nicole, how you doing? It's so good to see you on here. Um, so I guess I'll start with just asking, who all here is familiar with mushroom potency testing at all? Can you either use um, the little hand icon on your chat, or can you say me? Yes. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Shelly. All right, James, that's cool. I appreciate you being willing. All right, Nada, yes. All right, give me one more. One more answer, and it'll tell me where I kind of sort of need to start. Yes. All right, perfect. So, my name is Reggie Harris. I'm the owner, founder of Hyphae Labs, which is the first psilocybin mushroom potency testing business in the world. I am not a scientist by trade. I came to learn how to. I came across this discipline. I guess they say that the necessity is the mother of invention. Um, I came to this discipline through my work as a cultivator years and years and years ago. I remember being in Decrim Nature meetings, seeing Larry, seeing Danielle, uh, uh, seeing Jessica Kupi Curie, seeing all sorts of people in there, Nicole. Um, and at that point, I was just very curious and excited about being involved in the mushroom world. Um, but there was like we're trying to sell these mushrooms to, therapists, trying to sell them to, people who just wanted to have a good time, trying to sell them to whoever wanted to buy the mushrooms. And there was just not a lot of good information out there at all. People were saying, the mushrooms, if they're really, really blue, then they're really strong. People were saying if the caps were there, if the caps are where the potency is. People were saying the stems where the potency is. But nobody had any hard data. And so, operating from a space where I'm trying to conduct business, but everybody, the consumers are ignorant, the cultivators are ignorant. I wanted to add some sort of quantitative data to what we're actually talking about. Let's add some numbers to how let's add some data to how we're measuring value. And so what we ended up doing was I teamed up with some former cannabis scientists who worked for Steep Hill. Steep Hill was the first cannabis testing lab. And over the course of a year, we tested out various different types of chemistry and various different sorts of machines until we landed on the machine that we use. The machine that we use is called the HPLC. HPLC stands for high pressure liquid chromatograph or chromatography. To make that really simple, what this does is it measures atomic weights of compounds. And based upon the atomic weight of an atom, we can tell, what it is and how much of it is present, to make a long story short. So I think what I'm going to do now is share a screen, and I'm going to show you guys a test, because even though a lot of people might be comfortable with potency testing, I'm willing to bet even those who are very comfortable with the concept of potency testing probably haven't seen many reports. And so the first thing I'm going to do is share some of our reports with you so that you know a report and you know how to read the report and you have an apples to apples comparison of what it actually means. Share. How do I share my screen? Okay, I got it. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen right now. And you have two tests up here. I'm going to focus on one at a time. I love both of these samples because they're very interesting. But what you're looking at here in the center is a copy of our lab report, a certificate of analysis. It's very simple. I'm a simple person. A lot of people have photographs of whatever they tested on the certificate of analysis. We don't. We just have data. But what you're looking at here is what we provide to both the churches and what we provide to the clients. In this case, our client is Zydor. I know a lot of people here are familiar with Zydor, but we do the testing for Zydor. These, you can see what I'm pointing to here: norbaeocystin, baeocystin, originacin, psilocybin, norpsilocin, psilocin, and PCBEQ, which is psilocin equivalent. And basically what psilocin equivalent is since everybody is looking at psilocybin as the active ingredient, it's really not, but everybody is looking at psilocybin as like the thing. Really, it's psilocin. And so we need a way to be able to convert psilocin into we needed a way to convert psilocybin into a psilocin equivalent, seeing as though psilocin is the active. Pause. The reason that we need to convert this is because everybody on this phone, I'm certain that everybody on this call is familiar with psilocybin. Everybody is. But the reason I say that that's not what gives us the reaction is because psilocybin is what we call a prodrug. So psilocybin by itself, just as is, without any modification, won't get us high. We can't microdose from it. It is completely inactive in our bodies until our bodies metabolize that psilocybin and change it to psilocin, which can then be absorbed past the blood-brain barrier, and that's what gives us the psychedelic effect. So it's really psilocin, but our body is converting psilocybin to psilocin. So what we're looking at here, norbaeocystin, baeocystin, originacin, norpsilocin, these are all what we call minor tryptamines. We don't know much about these at all in terms of how they how they interact with our body. I'm really, really curious about it, but there's no real study on the minor tryptamines, nor is there study on in terms of minor tryptamines in conjunction or in concert with the majors, being psilocybin and psilocin. Most mushrooms that we test come up as non-detect for norbaeocystin, baeocystin, and originacin. Most of them. Some mushrooms we get trace amounts of these things, and even less often we get trace amounts of norpsilocin. But we do get them sometimes, and so they're keeping the data now is worth having it. You know, in 5 or 10 years, when we have more data, we can start seeing. When we have more data and we start doing brain mapping, we can start to kind of measure trends in terms of reports and effects. All right, so these three are kind of not that pertinent for our conversation right now. The other things that you need to start to pay attention to is how we're measuring these results. This is very important. So results. This is just, in this first column, it's just the percent of what we measured. You know, that's it. So this particular mushroom was, or this particular sample was 0.5% psilocybin and 0.019% psilocin. So that's just the raw data. Over here is how initially we started reporting the results. We started reporting results in terms of milligrams per gram. What that means for those that have never seen a report like this is for every gram of mushroom that we have, for every gram of mushrooms that we have, there's 5 milligrams, 5.744 milligrams of psilocybin available, which is kind of like an average mushroom. Most mushrooms average between 5% 5 milligrams per gram. I'm sorry, I drew a blank. I just hopped off this 14-hour flight, but most average between 5 milligrams per gram and 10, so double this. The reason that we started adding micrograms per gram is because, quite frankly, our biggest client right now is Zydor, the church, and this is how they choose to measure this is how they want to measure their results in micrograms. Micrograms are the same way that LSD is measured. And the reason that Zydor measures micrograms is because if you're looking at these really small percentages of milligrams per gram, sometimes you can get the wrong idea and think that, you know, these that you're not really consuming anything. You know, there's such small amounts. And the psilocybin is extremely powerful. And so to kind of put things in a better perspective, the church, Zydor, started demanding that their reports come out in micrograms per gram. The difference between measuring in milligrams per gram and micrograms per gram is, I guess the easiest way that I would put it is, you know, if measuring in milligrams per gram is like expressing your income in millions when you only make like $60,000 or $70,000. You know, the unit of measure is just too big for what we're actually trying to measure, and so we dialed down to micrograms per gram. So this is the report, pretty much. This is an average mushroom. I pulled up this other report because this is just something really interesting, and I wanted to kind of just talk to you guys a little bit about. So this mushroom is albino hillbilly. Basically, any albino mushroom is going to be a little bit more potent than usual. Over here, we have a very interesting case. You know, I work with a lot of guys that are just like straight nerds, and they get into the lab and they do all sorts of interesting stuff. You know, the reason I share this is because this is a concentrate. So what a person did was take, you know, 5 or 10 pounds of mushrooms and distill it down into a concentrate, kind of like hash oil, kind of like a thick hash oil. It's what it kind of looks like. It's brown. It smells like mushrooms, and it's very thick. And typically, you would see the reports come out with, especially for a concentrate, where psilocybin is through the roof. You see right here, psilocybin is basically a non-detect. For all intents and purposes, psilocybin in this sample isn't there. Um, this is interesting because, and I'll go back through this in a little bit when I talk about some of the work we've done double blind. But this is interesting because in some of the work years ago we did work with double blind where we went and tested a bunch of smoke shop mushrooms to see what was in them, if they were real mushrooms, or what people were getting high off of. And we found that a lot of those things that people were getting from the smoke shop were synthetic chemicals. I'm not anti synthetic, but some people are purists, and so it's a matter of consent. But the way that we were able to tell if something was synthetic versus natural is there is no synthetic where there's going to be any psilocybin present at all, none. You're always going to see trace amounts of psilocybin. And then somehow, whatever the manufacturer did, they were able to convert the psilocybin over to psilocin. This scientist took this mushroom concentrate and somehow processed it so that it basically converted over all of the psilocybin. And what you see here is an anomaly that we never see, is the psilocin count sky high. You never see these numbers in psilocin, really, ever. And if you do, typically there is a correspondingly high count of psilocybin. What this tells me, and I'm actually interested in testing and trying this on myself, what this tells me is that it did come from a natural source. I don't even need to ask; I can tell from the data. But just from looking at the numbers, when this is consumed, it's going to hit immediately. There's not going to be this process where your body has to digest it and break it down. No, the minute this stuff hits your gut, it's going into your bloodstream, and you're going to feel it. I don't know what this feels like yet because this is the first. I literally just tested this 2 weeks ago, but I damn sure will be able to tell you next time Danielle puts me on a platform what it's like. I'm going to try it. So this is just interesting, and I in the beginning, testing for me was simply so that I could sell mushrooms. As my time in this testing world has evolved and my interest has evolved, the doors have been blown wide open. Like I don't grow mushrooms anymore, so I have no need to be able to use this as a method of commerce. But just in terms of seeing where the world of mushrooms is going, we have data now. We can see this. How does this tie into microdosing? Well, I dropped out of college in 2004 to go work on the largest mushroom farm in the world in Europe. And when I was over there, I used to think that the man who I was working for was crazy because I'd say, "Hey, man, I got a headache," and he says, "Oh, pop a little mushroom, just eat a little mushroom." Or my mood was off, and he said, "Just eat a little mushroom." Now what he was doing back then was microdosing. But back then it was really, fuck around and find out. That's our motto. It's fuck around and find out. You eat a piece of a mushroom and you hope it's not too much. In the world where microdosing is becoming a treatment for people that have, depression, for people that have anxiety, for people that have headaches. There's a number of things that microdosing can be used for. But as we move into this more kind of above board space, a more medicalized way, and we're starting to see, mainstream medicine start to embrace mushrooms, testing is important to make sure that there's consistency and to make sure that there's a level of accuracy when either you're dosing yourself or when you're prescribing things to your clients. So, I don't know if anybody has ever had experience, macrodosing your microdose, but that's the way it was before. You would even if you knew the grower, what we found in mushroom flushes, because we've actually run tests on, we grew a tub of mushrooms, and that's what we call them, a tub. They're generally these, Rubbermaid tubs, those totes, and we modify them. And well, now it's evolved into just bags. But when I was growing, they were tubs. And what we did was divide that tub into quadrants. And then we tested equal weights of mushrooms from each quadrant of that tub of mushrooms. And what we found was that there is no uniformity in the potency of mushrooms, even within the same genetic and the same flush. I I am the science, and this is interesting. I've had this conversation with Danielle, and I heard a lot of kind of references to kind of the science versus what we know or what we feel on this conversation. That there was this conversation about subperceptual or perceptual. There's a conversation about, placebo, and that's all that microdosing, whatever. What we found, oh man, I lost my train of thought. Oh well. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh well, I'll just pick up. I'll go back. So four flushes, or I'm sorry, four quadrants, flushes. Wow. Okay. All right. That's where I was. So, to the tune of the data versus what people believe, a lot of people want to treat mushrooms like cannabis. They want to say that, oh, I love Golden Teacher. Golden Teacher, always does for me what I needed to do. Or I love albino penis envy. I love Thai. I love whatever. Because in their minds, they believe their experience has been that it gives them consistent results. What the science has showed us, at least in terms of the chemical makeup of what they're consuming, is that there is no consistency. There is no consistency. Potency varies wildly. And even, I guess a parallel with the cannabis industry and with mushrooms is there's very, I think we're just now developing the technology to be able to differentiate the various psychedelic strains. Before, we could tell if it was psychedelic or not, but we couldn't like map the genetics out. And I think the technology is just now coming out where we can actually separate the various types of where we can map the various types of psychedelic mushrooms. What is this? What does all this mean? You know, I think that it is. I think that what we're looking at right now, this data is the cornerstone and is the future. It's going to be. I think that this still is widely misunderstood, or at least not understood enough. But this sort of data will be pushing forward. Where we are in as little as 3, 4, or 5 years. What does that look like? Well, like I'm showing you here with this with Brendan's report. Brendan is using this for R&D. Brendan has come up with something that I guarantee you, this way of consuming psilocybin, it is going to be the future. The reason that this is going to be the future is because that when you take the mushrooms and you get the even when you take a microdose and your stomach gets upset and you start getting your stomach doesn't feel well, you get sometimes you even purge, you get a stomach ache. The reason that's happening is your body processing the psilocybin. Well, it's two things. It's your body processing the psilocybin, and it's your body processing the chitin that the actual mushroom is made up of. Chitin is also the shit that oyster shells are made up of, and you don't eat oyster shells. In fact, you're really not supposed to be eating uncooked mushrooms. In fact, I assert that you're really not even supposed to be eating dried mushrooms. I think that we dry mushrooms as a way to store and a way for portability. But, what other mushroom in the whole world of mushrooms in your entire life, what other mushroom do you eat dried? None. You don't. And I think that as science and as people start to implement the science in their various practices with psychedelics, we will push toward better ways to intake the medicine, so that we don't have to grind up our mushrooms into a powder, but we can actually go and get a concentrate that is going to be easier on our body, be easier on our digestive tract and easier for our digestive tract, and quite frankly, just more pleasant for us to eat, because I hate dried mushrooms. They don't taste good at all. So that's what this means for this. And as cultivators and manufacturers start to use this, it is my hope that therapists and facilitators and sitters will start using this as well. I know that Dave at Zydor Church has used this data to put together an actual a dose calculator, so that based upon your weight and the potency of a mushroom, you can use this dose calculator to more accurately predict the amount of a mushroom that you need to take to get a desired effect. So that's this. I'm going to pause real quick because I've kind of just been talking kind of an introduction to testing. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment and see if there's any questions in the chat, just real quick, and then I'll be right back to it. All right, 1 second. If you cultivate a clone of a mushroom, does it have the same potency and chemical composition? Short answer is yes. Short answer is yes, but the same way that if you clone anything, even human beings, like if genetics are too close, you start to get defects. So, I like to keep a what's it called? A master culture, which is like your original liquid culture that you just keep growing, you just keep feeding it. That's what you go to, so that you have consistency at least from your base. But the more you get away from that original liquid culture, the less robust your yields are going to be, and sometimes you'll have abnormalities like if you're familiar with the brain coils, things like that, like Enigma. So that's what happens. If you have any other questions, just follow up. But otherwise, that's that. Hi, Jeff. It's not it's not that simple of a question. Isolating mushrooms for phenotype and chemotype can change rapidly, but final potency can change significantly for fruiting bodies and unique batch flush. If you're cloning for a trait that you think is going to express itself with specific type potency, you need to test against your clone genetics to find the efficacy of that effort. I agree. But yeah, if you have one potent looking fruit and you clone that, you will have a more similar potential to express it. Yes, yes. That Jeff? Oh, Gregory. Yes, Gregory. That's right. All right. Perfect. 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 All right, Angela. Is it possible that different strains will produce more? Is it possible that different strains will produce the same amount of psilocybin, but through whatever natural properties of the different strains, they would convert to more or less? It would convert to more or less psilocin affected potency. Also, is there a lab way to synthesize the metal? Yes, yes. So Angela, I don't think I fully understood the first part of your question, but the second part of your question is yes, and that's what Brendan did. I don't know what he did. When I saw the results, I kind of me and him nerded out. But like I said, I was leaving town, and so I didn't get a chance to sit down with him and talk to him about it. But I damn sure plan on it, because I think what he's doing. He mentioned using this method called sonication. And he used a few other processes that I didn't understand, but he was sonicating the hell out of his extract before he distilled it down. And I think sonication had a lot to do with it. All right, wonderful science. Which mushroom was it that you said goes directly into your bloodstream? So Judith, I'm sorry if I was not clear. It wasn't a particular mushroom, but it's a compound within mushrooms. So within mushrooms, you have two major tryptamines. You have psilocybin that everybody knows about, and you have psilocin that a lot of people know about. Psilocin is ready to cross your blood-brain barrier and get active immediately. Nothing else needs to happen to it. Psilocybin needs to be converted into psilocin so that it can be effective. And so if you see things, so for instance, let me see. I'll start sharing my screen one more time, and I'm going to show you another thing real quick. If it's readily available. All right. Okay. Bam. We have it here. No, no, this isn't the one. This isn't the one. All right, I don't have the report readily available, and I don't want to waste time looking for it. But um, it's the very first time I took a mushroom that was really high in psilocin count, it was also incredibly high in psilocybin count. It won, I believe, the 2023 Hyphae Cup, and these were guys out of Minneapolis. And I went to take this mushroom, and I wanted to be able to actually I wanted to have an apples to apples comparison of what the data felt like in my body. And so I flew out to Minneapolis, and I, you know, bought maybe an eighth of these mushrooms, and I took zero point 0.7 grams. And I took zero point 0.7 grams because I thought that, that's a low dose. It's for me, it's a little bit more than a microdose, but it's a low dose, and I thought that I could manage it. And I took this dose, and I had probably the strongest trip I've ever had in my life. Maybe arguably one other time in Switzerland that I had a stronger experience. But it felt different in my body. I could actually feel my body processing the psilocybin, and I could feel my body processing the psilocin. And I know it was a very noticeable difference between just taking a regular mushroom. What made it different was a few things. I purged. I did purge. I purged a lot, which I generally don't do. But the high hit in waves, almost immediately when I started purging, I got, I started having psychedelic effects. And then, once I thought that the peak experience was over and I could get a breather and like, all right, I'm in cruise mode. Oh no. Then my body had processed the psilocybin into psilocin. So I'm going up again. So it's like it felt like roller coasters instead of just going up and having a peak and coming back down. So this is some of the interesting stuff that that you can derive from the data. I'm going to see okay. So this is one of our this actually probably is our first really public test that we did here. This was in 2021 where we tested, after we came up with a method and we were sure that our method was solid. We had tested it, other labs had tested it, and they got the same results. So we knew that we were solid. We said, okay, how can we involve the community with this? And, me coming from the cultivator side and me knowing what the cultivators are talking about, the simplest thing for us was, let's just do a test to see if this is a fact or if this is a myth, the caps versus stems conversation. And what we discovered was that after testing caps and stems in equal weights, that there was basically no difference. The difference between potency of caps and stems was negligible. And so we were able to start dispelling myths. And that's kind of what I enjoy about doing this. Our focus is on mushrooms, but we, this same testing method can be used for everything. Once we got a handle on testing mushrooms, we started testing stuff like MDMA and testing DMT. And my favorite thing to test is MDMA. If I find people who are selling it, I'll just buy it, not even to take it, but just to test it. And what I found is over the last 2 years that I've been testing MDMA, that the quality has skyrocketed. And I think that, and that's another plus in just integrating a testing practice into your work around drugs anywhere is, if a dealer can sell you shit and tell you it's, gold, they'll do it. The name of the game, 9 times out of 10, is to maximize profit. So if they can go buy some really crappy MDMA and sell it to you and tell you this is 99% pure, they're going to do it. And how do you know until it's too late? You don't. But what started happening was I started buying these products from different dealers just around, California, and categorically everybody would tell me that they had the best, they had the strongest. Everybody would say it. And then I come back to them and tell them, hey, your shit is 13%. Your shit is 30%, 20%. And what it caused was, yeah, everybody pushed back, and nobody wants to accept that their product is garbage. But the next time I came back to these same people and tested the product, the quality went up. So, it's testing is important for your information. Testing is important for your client, but testing also is a good way. If your supplier knows that you could randomly spot check their product, they're less likely to sell you bullshit. Okay. Yes, Gregory, what was a species slash cultivator? I can tell you the species, especially with this being so public and it being recorded, I'm not going to tell you the cultivator, but the species was called um, uh, Semperviva. I always fuck up this first word. Sal Psilocybe semperviva. It was called Psilocybe semperviva. And if you're interested in those genetics, I could probably send you. Well, no, I won't do that. But just email me, and if you're interested in those, and we'll talk about it. So having that said, this is pretty much just kind of testing 101. Testing is base level. Base level, I think it's important in terms of consent and harm reduction. You know, you should if you're not doing testing yourself, you should ask whoever you're sourcing your products from if they're doing testing. Most people aren't. Most people don't. But if there's a financial incentive, i.e., they'll lose business if they're not testing, then it's an investment. And even if they're just testing, once, twice, 3, 4 times a year, it's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. And it helps, again, you to be able to inform your clients. And it helps you to be able to kind of, instead of telling people to take an eighth and that's, I think before I close out, that's what I'll talk about. So, before we started doing testing, people were talking about potency in terms of weight. And that makes no sense. If somebody told you that, hey, I have 100 pounds of money in my pocket, how much information have they given you? They told you they got 100 pounds of money, but you don't know how much money. They could have 100 pennies. They could have 100 hundreds. You don't know. And so that's kind of an apples to apples comparison in terms of talking about potency by weight. If you say I took an eighth, all you know is this person took 3.5 grams of mushroom. The potency tells you what you can expect that 3.5 grams of mushroom to do. Having that said, cultivar have HBC Semperviva ready to heart. Hey, if you got Semperviva, yo, for real, email me. It's oaklandhyphae@gmail.com. If you have Semperviva, and I hate to do this like this, but I love that so much, and they're so hard to grow. Email me and we'll talk. Having that said, I know I kind of talked a little bit just in a fuck yeah, I'll test it. If you got them, I'll test them. Email me. Let's not do this here, Gregory. Let's not do this here. But just email me, oaklandhyphae@gmail.com. Does anybody have any questions? I know I kind of just talked on a basic level about testing. My goal was to kind of introduce the idea of testing to you guys and to kind of tell the benefits of it and where we kind of come in an abridged, abbreviated talk. But does anybody have any questions? Okay. Okay. All right. I guess since nobody has any questions, then did anybody learn anything? Now I want to know if I did my job the right way. Did anybody learn anything? Give me something in the chat.
I loved your analogy of the weight of, is it dollars? Is it coins? Like, I think that's so helpful, and it really gives us framework of how we can speak to people about the information that you're teaching us, because it's really groundbreaking. I do have a question from your research. What is the shelf life of psilocybin containing mushrooms? What is proper storage? How can we start thinking differently about how we're
Okay.
so, how we're protecting our medicine?
Perfect. Great question. Thank you. So first off, I want to start by saying, don't put your mushrooms or your microdoses in the refrigerator or the freezer. Don't do it. Do not do it. That shit has moisture. Moisture in whatever form will degrade your organic material. So don't do that. So proper storage. What we suggest is dark, dry, cool. Dark, dry, cool space. You can put the thing in a jar. You could put it in a Ziploc. You can put it in a paper bag if it's folded and kind of like sealed. The less air exchange, the better. I always encourage people to use desiccants, and if you're not familiar with the term desiccant, it's the things that you get in like your shoe boxes or like your medicine, those little shaky packets that you get in to keep the medicine or the shoes dry. Put those in your mushroom, and it'll extend the shelf life to a year and a half, 2 years, really. I don't recommend, if you can avoid it, I don't recommend people. I mean, mushrooms are just so abundant these days that why take old mushrooms if you don't have to? Having that said, if you keep mushrooms in great storage conditions, they can last for 3 years or more. And I've actually seen, we've tested some older mushrooms, and what we found is that yes, the psilocybin degrades, but in some cases, the psilocybin converts to psilocin. So yeah, cool, dark, dry, and try to eliminate as much oxygen as you can in terms of storing your mushrooms. Did I answer the whole question, or did I leave a piece out?
That was great. And then how long do they last typically?
So up to 3 years. But frankly, if I were you, or if I was anybody, and you're bumping up against, having mushrooms for over a year, and it's not going to mess you up financially, grind them up, put them in chocolates, or put them in microdoses and give them away. No need to wait for them to go bad. Grind them up, give them away to teachers, give them away to firefighters, give them away to activists, give them away to parents, just spread the love, be Johnny Appleseed with the mushroom. Yeah, I believe in vacuum sealing. It helps to keep the moisture, it helps to keep the air out, and moisture travels by way of air, so it helps there. But if you're using a desiccant, vacuum sealing isn't completely necessary, even though if you have the ability to vacuum seal, I would definitely walk down that road. Somebody says, how can you learn more? So I put my website up here. If you look around on my website, I have a Substack page called Hyphae Leaks. If you subscribe to that, we're always putting out just really interesting. We're not putting out pieces all the time. I don't see a need to do that. But when there's something curious that piques my interest, that I think will either pique the public's interest or is for the public good, then we'll put it out. So for instance, I went maybe 8 months ago, maybe a year ago, I went to the sassafras party in the Oakland Hills. And I never did sassafras ever, but I do like MDMA. And so they said that the sassafras was a natural MDMA. So I was largely ignorant. And so I believed them. And so I went to the party. I took some of the sassafras tincture, and it felt great. It was great. We partied all night. We sang Luther Vandross all night. We hot tubbed all night. We had all a good old time. And then when I went home, this is supposed to be natural, but my body is still buzzing, and I'm cleaning the whole house. And so the shit lasted about probably 24 hours or maybe 36 hours. It was just in my system for that long, so much so that I knew it could not be natural. And so I hollered at the person who gave it to me. She gave me more of the tincture so that I could take it to the lab. And I took it to the lab. It came back as MDA. All right. The reason that testing and honestly knowing what the fuck you're doing and knowing what you have is important is because had I known it was MDA, I would have taken it differently. You don't take MDA the same way you take MDMA. You don't. You take less MDA. But I took a bunch of it, which is why I had this horrible hangover. And people love MDA. But if you don't do it right, you're gonna have a bad experience. Then you might just start blaming MDA when in fact you didn't know what the fuck you were doing. And so on the Substack piece, we put out the story, we put out the test results, and we enlightened a lot of people because a lot of people thought SAS was like natural, and it is not. It is not. I mean, SAS is, but like not the way people take it. It's processed. Concentrate, mushroom, is that the way to go? Can you hold on? Can you or anyone recommend a concentrator? Saw that one, it looked decent. Um, hmm. What I would say to whoever is doing this microdosing summit is pay attention to Reddit folds, go to community events. Just pay attention to anywhere where there's cultivators or people making products, and you'll find the people that you're looking for. They're everywhere. And if you're in the Bay Area, it's even more prevalent. Go to an event at the Shogun Farm. You'll stumble over a few different people that know how to do this sort of work. And I wouldn't just outright say, hey, I'm looking for somebody that knows how to make mushroom concentrates. But if you go, you interact with people, you have good conversations, you'll find what you're looking for. Especially in the Bay, people aren't so close to the chest with the shit. So should I throw away the mushrooms I have in the fridge? No, but just know that they're not optimal. It's like saying, should you throw away freezer burned meat? Like the meat is still edible, it's still gonna work, but it's freezer burned. So what I do is freezer burn meat is I make cat food out of it. So I wouldn't say throw it away, but like make chocolates and just give it away. So this isn't your A batch, but you're still showing love. Oh, Gregory's already on it. Gregory needs to be given a talk, goddammit. Yep, Rotovap will work just fine. Rotovap will work just fine. And if anybody needs a Rotovap, I'm actually giving one away. So again, email me at oaklandhyphae@gmail.com. I got the machine. I don't have the glass. All right, guys. Anything else? Like I could operate from the comment sections as long as Danielle will have me, but also this is not my show. And so I'm gonna go once. I'm gonna go twice. I'm gonna thank you guys for your time and your attention. And you could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here supporting Danielle and supporting our work. And I hope that everybody was able to get anything from this. Again, you can contact me at oaklandhyphae@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat. I only answer emails like twice a month. All right. So bear with me, but I will be here to fuck with you. And in conclusion, I'll look forward to talking to you soon, Danielle. Max, good seeing you. Larry, good seeing you. Nicole, Sis, good seeing you. Everybody that I don't know but have interacted, Judith, Gregory, who else interacted? Shelly. Thank you all for just being great participants, and I'm hoping that our paths cross soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reggie. You have a way of lighting up the whole room and every room that you go to and inspiring people through the amazing work that you do, but also just who you are in your soul. So I just really appreciate you. Thank you for shifting our understanding in so many ways in the way that we're approaching psilocybin containing mushrooms and just drugs, medicines in general. And Reggie and I are working on an event that we're going to be doing in the Bay Area, and we would love all of you to join. Do you want to share anything about that before we transition to the next session?
All I'll say is whoever was trying to find those people who do extractions and things like that, they'll be at the event. So those people always show up to the shit that I do. The mushroom nerds, the cultivators, they always pull up. And this event is going to be an event unlike anything that I've ever done, where we bring what I consider like some of the cornerstones of the mushroom space together. So we're bringing the cultivators together like we did on the psilocybin cup. We're bringing the manufacturers together. We're bringing the scientists together, and we're bringing the churches together in an event that you haven't seen in the Bay. I guarantee you. you haven't seen anything like this in the Bay. So stay tuned.
Stay
When
tuned.
first week, second week in November, second week in November,
Yeah,
second
we'll
week in
put
November.
information
Okay,
about it.
Oakland. All right,
Amazing. Well,
guys. So that's
thank you, Reggie.
goodbye
And
from Vietnam.
Reggie also is one of the trainers on the microdosing facilitator training, and he teaches a deep dive into everything that he shared about today and really how we can utilize this information to provide support to all of our clients and the people that we work with so that we can help people receive the maximum benefit out of their protocols. And Reggie, thanks again so much for contributing in such a powerful way today. So
Thank you.
we're gonna shift now. Let's see, let me find.
Do I get it? Am I sharing my screen still?
You are.
All right, let me get off this. Sorry. Or you can boot me. I don't. You might have to boot me. I don't. Yeah, here it is. I got it. Sorry. Oh, maybe you should. I'm just gonna leave. I can't figure this out. Yes. Sorry. I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, thank you so much, Reggie. Amazing. Well, I'm really excited to shift our conversation to Larry Norris. I love to see Nicole here, and Nicole and Larry and I all worked on Decriminalized Nature Oakland, where we passed the first resolution in the world to deprioritize all entheogenic plants and fungi in Oakland. And Larry has been such an incredible pioneer in the decriminalization initiatives all around the United States. He's trained dozens of cities how to implement this initiative at the local level, which has led to so many dozens of cities deprioritize and decriminalizing entheogenic plants and fungi at the local level. And really, Larry is the reason why so much of policy has shifted and really putting the power back into the people and back into our relationship with entheogenic plants and fungi. Larry has been a thought leader and an educator, and he was one of the first people to really teach about integration decades ago when no one was talking about integration. Led and created the first integration circle and in the Bay Area, and has just been an amazing pioneer in psychedelics, in education, in advocacy. So I will pass this to you, Larry.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Danielle. It's a pleasure seeing Reggie here. I think Reggie just jumped off, but nice to see Nicole here as well. Hey, Nicole. Pleasure to be here today for the Microdosing Summit and to share a little bit about decriminalization. A lot of you, I did see Greg ask the question way up here right when I jumped on, actually. Good timing, about the tensions between decrim and psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy and medical clinical models and whatever else. And we'll touch a little bit about that and just kind of looking at why, at least I'm of course very biased, that I think that this approach is going to be one of the best for folks out there working with working with microdosing approaches, just because it gives you a lot more flexibility, a lot more leeway, a lot more agency over your experiences. So I'm going to do a little share screen here and show you my slideshow. Let's see here. Great. So as Daniel mentioned, my name is Larry Norris. Daniel went all the way back to our peer integration circles in 2011, 2012. We started those with an organization called Entheogenic Research, Integration, Education, which emerged as a student group originally out of the California Institute of Integral Studies, where I went to get my PhD. My PhD was looking at ayahuasca archetypes of transformation, or sudden shifts that people can have in their experiences, where their behavior totally changes. They don't even have to change their behavior; they're just a new person. And what types of meaning making can come from that. So I looked very much into the integration process as well. That sort of eventually led us to all meeting at one point in time in a small office in Oakland, with Nicole and a variety of other folks out there, to really discuss this conversation around decriminalization. This was prior Denver passing their psilocybin, initiative, where they had just passed, about a month before us, and then also Oregon was going back and forth around legalizations, mushroom, psilocybin. Well, they essentially they took off that bill, which was 109. I don't know how many people have been tracking this for a while, but they peeled off the 109 there, and they put it into 110, which decriminalized all substances. And then the 109 had this sort of legalization of psilocybin. But we started this discussion: what's the difference between decriminalization and legalization? What's the difference between just mushrooms and this greater conversation around nature? And so we had a lot of strategy meetings in the beginning, which I think was really fun to just kind of say, okay, what do we think will work? What do we think people will resonate with, and how do we move forward in this? And so it's been really a pleasure to see this entire community grow over the many years. You know, I mean, 2019 was 7 years ago. Can you believe that? 7 years and a pandemic in the middle of all of it, and here we are. You know, still having a great conversation around psychedelics. And one thing I'll definitely touch about in a little bit is even now executive orders that are coming out. You know, the conversation is shifting, whether we like or don't like who the person is that's bringing it forward, or the people who are bringing it forward. It shifts the conversation for the regular person and brings us back down to the local level, where we can actually start to have these deeper conversations with folks that are maybe in conservative areas that wouldn't have really had that conversation before. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about microdosing and decriminalization. Obviously, with my dissertation work, archetypes of transformation, these other types of things, I've been very interested in sort of the macrodosing side of this. But I've been watching the evolution of the microdosing conversation over the many years, and it's been really beautiful to see, the development, the care people have been taking in terms of doing some citizen science around this, and other types of ways that people are exploring, especially with Dr. Fadiman and others who are looking at this sort of anecdotal. N of one is really important. The N equals one is a really important thing, even though it's oftentimes dismissed by the medical model. We can see how this is really helping people, across the world. But before I get too much further in here, I know there's a lot of people on here. I'm just kind of curious if you don't feel too, anti-anonymous about this, or if you're somebody that's worried about it, don't worry about it. But if you can put your city where you're located, are you in a city that's already decriminalized? Are you not in a city that's decriminalized? What city are you in? Do you need some support? Do you think it's a good thing to happen in your city? And then I'll check that out as I go over the course of this conversation as well. All right, so why are we talking about policy approaches, microdosing, and things like that? There is this person who recently came up with this idea. She was calling it, this is Claudia Schwartzplag. She's out of Switzerland, actually, and she was talking about approaches or ways of looking at policy related to psychedelics and entheogens, and she calls them social imaginaries. So, in order to really create the world in front of us, we have to imagine it first. So that was kind of her theory there. And how are we imagining this work forward? So there's really kind of four different approaches she saw as the imagination approach. The one is the medical clinical approach. This is your FDA trials. I guess you could technically call what's going on in Mexico a medical approach, because it's going through the medical model, but it's not going through your typical, placebo trial type testing that's going on in the RCTs that are going on sort of the federal level. And those are oftentimes a little bit more expensive. If you look at the MDMA trials with MAPS, you're looking, I think they were on the low side projecting 22 to 24 grand for a single experience, on the high side up to 46 grand, which is kind of a little bit ridiculous if you ask me, but I mean, that's part of the process of the FDA trials. It's really, really expensive. In terms of the next approach she talked about was the sacramental approach, and the sacramental approach is more religious. This is where it comes into the churches. These are the DEA exemptions when it comes to certain churches like the Native American Church, the Santo Daime, the UDV, the Church of the Condor and the Eagle. I believe Church of Gaia just passed recently in Tacoma for ayahuasca. And then actually, if you're interested, there's a really interesting case that happened in Utah, or is working its way through Utah, called the Jensen v. Utah case, where they were basically saying, hey, Utah passed this on, and maybe New Mexico folks want to look at this too. Utah has passed this on the state level for a medical approach, but it's discriminatory to not also allow a spiritual approach. And so they're actually fighting for this through the First Amendment instead of going through RFRA. Again, this is complicated policy stuff. If that's something that you're into, I definitely recommend looking into the Jensen v. Utah case and seeing how this could maybe help us on the state or in the federal level, where they've also done the similar thing, where now they're saying, okay, we're going to try and find a way to approve this through the medical model, which of course would make it discriminatory and against our First Amendment rights to not also allow to do this for freedom of thought, freedom of religion, that type of thing. So that's the sacramental model. That's the second approach there. The legalization framework we see in Oregon. Legalization framework kind of breaks into two different categories. We have sort of the service center model, which is where people have to go to a service center. They have a facilitator, et cetera, et cetera. This oftentimes costs a lot of money. I think on average for those types of experiences in Oregon, you're looking at about $3,000 is what people are saying on average for a single experience there. The second side of the legalization approach, which we haven't really seen so much, we saw it for a brief second in Portland. I think there was a dispensary that opened. There's a line around the corner that would be like a dispensary model approach for legalization. That hasn't happened for a variety of reasons. I think it's also a hard sell to a lot of folks. It seems like what's happening, though, in a lot of these decriminalization places, that the church model is happening right behind that. And that's not necessarily a dispensary model, but it is an access point. And sometimes if people don't go fully into the church model, it can become a little bit of a dispensary model to some degree. But what's important there is that it's this access point that people can go through. And then, of course, the one I'm going to be speaking about today mostly is the decriminalization and descheduling approach. Now, where does microdosing fit into all of this? Right? So the medical clinical model. Will the microdosing be approved for that in the next 10 years? Probably not. Right now, currently with the FDA trials that are happening, they're all looking for much higher level dosing. And again, it's going to be a really big cost. So for everybody on this call, it's not something that probably we'll be able to get into or afford if it does go through the clinical model. In terms of the sacramental approach, yes, if you go through this sort of access point, you can find ways to do microdosing there. But typically, as it's understood through the sacramental approach, you're not having these really big, profound, mystical, sort of existential questions that are coming. You might have these sort of subtle ones that are happening with microdosing, but you're not having these big mystical experiences that would be more in the sacramental or sacred approach model. So microdosing doesn't really kind of fit in that model in terms of an approach or an imaginary. The legalization framework, I'll talk about it in a little bit. There is that happening in Oregon. We'll talk about some of the complexities and the protocols that come with that. So that one model is kind of happening, but it's pretty tricky for microdosing. And then, of course, the dispensary model isn't existing right now, but in that kind of model, whether it's the church dispensary or what have you, that could be somewhere where then eventually you could take it home and do your own microdosing. But at the end of the day, we really argue that the decriminalization and the descheduling is going to be the best for microdosing as we move forward in terms of really being able to have you have access to it, being able to share with others, talk with each other, educate each other, do citizen science, these different types of things. There's not a lot of funding in it right now in terms of doing these big studies. So it's really based upon us. And the only way that we can really get access to it is to start to change policy. So it's really behooves us to actually get engaged with our city elected officials. But I'll rewind back for a second and we'll talk a little bit about decriminalized nature's origin. As I mentioned, we started in California, in Oakland, California in 2019. The first city, as Danielle said, to pass all different substances. So not just mushrooms with psilocybin and psilocin, but cacti with mescaline, plant combinations similar to ayahuasca that have DMT. So this is about 4,000 different plant combinations. There's quite a few out there once you put the DMT and the MAOI together. Ayahuasca being sort of a DMT modulator, if you will. And then we have plants that have ibogaine. So those are the four different categories of plants and mushrooms that have passed all across the U.S. We had a unanimous vote that came through, which is pretty impressive as well. And I don't know, Nicole and Daniel, do you remember this wonderful sign here? I don't know if anyone can see that up there. We went to the city council building, right? It's a little story. Went to the city council building. We're all excited. We're nervous. This is the first time we've had to do it. You know, Denver passed through a ballot initiative, which is really easy to anonymously say yes or no, right? But we were actually going in on public stage, on public forum, getting on public record. A lot of us saying, hey, we broke the law. We're here today because of it. We need to change this law. So it's really powerful, courageous, like really just like this good energy coming in. But we didn't know what the city council was going to do. Well, we walk up to the city council hall, and I don't know if you can read this sign here. This wasn't put up by us, but it was put up by somebody else. It says, Oakland announces as National Geographic travels best trips of 2019. Right. And we're like, all right, this is good because we know we're good now. We have the best trip sign going right before we get into the actual city council office. So we felt really good going in there. As I mentioned, this is a unanimous approval. We have a pretty diverse city council here in Oakland. We were able to talk with everybody, get everyone behind it. They understood what was going on. And really just to hear those testimonials, thanks to Nicole and Danielle and almost 130 different people all across, the Bay Area came in, shared their stories. It was so powerful. We had 100 people show up the first night. It's 2 to 3 minutes per testimony, right? And eventually the city council's like, all right, we don't need that many next time. We get it, right? And there's still 30 people that wanted to come share their stories, things of that nature. And some of the stories were just so profound. I still think of this one story in particular where somebody came up and shared their experience. They were like, hey, I was using heroin, for my entire life. I had, suicidal ideations. I was in super depressive space. I didn't know what I was going to do. I had an ibogaine experience 5 years ago, and here's my 4-year-old daughter. You can just feel the emotions in the room as people realize, like, wow, these plants and mushrooms that we've stigmatized and criminalized for so long can really help people get back on their feet. And so let's do some things to change that policy. So this is the origin of decriminalized nature. It was pretty impressive, movement. Since then, it's grown quite prolifically, and I'll share that in a couple slides. But before I get into that, I want to go a little bit into some of the reasons for why we're doing decriminalization. And so decriminalization really at the city level, just to be on a technical side, if anyone's a technical policy person out there, as Daniel mentioned, it's a deprioritization and a defunding, which equivalently creates a de facto decriminalization. We're also going through the efforts in all of these cities to talk to the police chief, to talk to the district attorney, the city council members, the city manager. Everyone's kind of on board in all these cities that we passed that. So we look back on other cities that have passed, and there really hasn't been any arrests, any concerns, any public emergencies, any increases in crime related to entheogens or anything. And this is over a 7-year time frame. So we have a pretty good track record there. But so why do we do this? So one of the reasons is we saw this push towards sort of pharmaceuticals or medicalization. And so we wanted to be this sort of antidote to commercialization. And these are some things that Claudia also mentioned in her paper. The decriminalization movement emerged as a direct reaction to an increasingly commercialized psychedelic space. Now, for those of you that have been in this for a while, I think we all kind of like cringe at the idea of a $22,000 MDMA experience. I'd much rather have $22,000 of MDMA and figure it out on my own, but I might be one of those strange and unusual people as well. But we wanted to be an antidote to commercialization, to really bring, as I say in number 2 here, the power back to the people. How can we make sure that everyone can be able to have access to these plants and mushrooms? Maybe not everyone's going to learn how to grow a mushroom, but you may know some friends that do. But certainly a lot more people will learn how to grow a mushroom than be able to figure out how to synthesize psilocybin. So we're saying, okay, if we can stick with nature, we can teach each other how to grow things. And now there's all these mushroom growing classes and all these people. I think I read some stat that there's 10,000 people in Oakland now that are growing mushrooms. Well, it's fantastic, right? And we have this model of abundance. People are going to share. And as Reggie mentioned a bit ago, if you have extra and it's kind of like maybe it's a little bit past its prime, maybe this is a great opportunity to do microdosing, to put them in the smaller pills and maybe work with people on the microdosing side of things. So really wanted to bring the power back to the people. We also wanted to, and this is something that not a lot of people talk about, is activate the advocates. How many people here, I don't need a show of hands necessarily, but just think to yourself, how many people here even know how to go into a city council meeting and pass anything? And so we're really training people to not be apathetic about city politics. It doesn't take many people to sort of, turn the needle, so to speak. You have 20, 30, 50 people show up in a city council meeting where most people are pretty apathetic. That's gonna really make them think, wow, this is an important issue. And most importantly, I'm not gonna lose votes. But in this process, we're also training people, how do you analyze a city council? What's the process? Who's your city council member? How do I vote for this? What other ways can I bring this, sort of city governance into the things that are important in my life, whether it be psychedelics and entheogens or other things as well. So this is really great. And then, of course, the last part that we thought was really important was really sticking with this idea of a grow, gather, gift model. So this means everyone should be able to grow your mushrooms as much as you want, or other plants as well, as much as you want. There shouldn't be any limitations. There's no limitations on as much alcohol as you can have in your basement, or tobacco. You can have 40 tons of tobacco. You can have 300 tons of poisonous mushrooms, and no one's going to say anything about it, right? So why are these specific mushrooms problematic? So we want to say, hey, you should be able to do whatever you want. Stick with abundance, share with other people, etc. The gather model, it means you can kind of pick it out of the ground, gather it out of the ground, but also gather in community, connect with each other. And then the gifting process is really about a sharing process. When you have these models of abundance, how can we connect with each other? We can sort of hold accountability with each other. We can find out ways to bring wisdom to each other, share, about their experiences. Oh, I had a difficult time. What do I do, etc., etc. There's some really nice, approaches that are happening in Colorado right now. For those that live in Colorado, I know I saw a couple people said some maybe I think there's a Colorado or two in here, but in Colorado, like Travis, for example, will do like, okay, we're doing an hour-long class, and this is kind of like a gifting model approach, right? We do an hour-long class, maybe give me $60 or $50 for the class, and at the end you can take your free mushrooms, right? Or hey, how about you rent this room that I have, and I'll sit in the room with you for 6 hours, and you can have all the fruit on the table, and maybe there's some mushrooms there as well. So it's trying to find ways to get around actually putting any sort of commodification on the material itself, but actually looking at the services that people are engaging with as being part of this. It really brings in more community here. So those are kind of 4 different aspects we're talking about when we refer to decriminalization and why we went about doing it. Here's a little example of the cities and counties that have decriminalized entheogens so far. As I mentioned, actually, Denver, technically, we're now technically the first city that has decriminalized anything because Denver's ballot initiative was repealed once the state level happened. But that's a sort of a side nuance there. But started here in Oakland, California. As you see, almost all of these are unanimous votes. The biggest places we have: California, Washington, Michigan, and Massachusetts. Those are the four main states. Also, Minneapolis, Minnesota passed through a mayor executive order. Portland, Maine passed as well through a city council. About 14 to 15% of Washingtonians live in a decriminalized area, which is pretty powerful if you think about state level movements. You have 14 to 15% of the area. And if you look at, if you include Colorado, there's over 11 million people nationwide that currently live in a decriminalized area. And this continues to grow. Danielle mentioned, a dozen cities that have passed. I've probably trained 100 people this year alone who are activating in their city, and we see policy as sort of the end result, but we do a lot of education, we bring a lot of information to people, we help them build support systems, we do a lot of things that maybe don't really successfully show a policy movement, but there's Missouri and Northwest Arkansas and Kansas and Oklahoma and a couple different spots. If anyone lives in Wyoming, Idaho, North Dakota, those are some holes we have in the U.S. there. So if you know anyone in those areas, please have them reach out to us. But as you can imagine, as you can see here, a lot of communities have come together and really wanted to share the importance of these different plants and mushrooms. And then we're sort of using the megaphone of the city council to say to everyone else in the community, hey, we've looked this over. There's some potential here. We certainly shouldn't be wasting any city resources going after people that are growing mushrooms. So how do we go ahead and change and shift that policy? So that's what we've done sort of across the US now so far. But really, when we look at what's going on regarding microdosing and why I sort of advocate for a decriminalization framework as much as any other framework is because when you look at something like, for example, in the Oregon model, while they have reduced their prices quite significantly in terms of the microdosing things because they're allowed to do group works now, there's still some restrictions. You can't just go ahead and take your microdose in the morning and go do your thing. If you want to do microdosing in Oregon through the legalization framework, you first have to have a preparation session, then you have to have the administration session, you got to go to the service center, you got to take your microdose, it has to be on site, you can't take anything home. There's a weight rule. So imagine you want to take your microdose. Now you got to go to the service center, however far away that is. You have to sit there for 15 to 20 minutes for them to make sure you aren't having too big of an experience, and then you can go and do your thing. But if you're doing other things, if you're trying to do this for work, if you're trying to do this for cluster headaches, anything like that, that might be like a really big experience that you need an immediate, spontaneous dosing. You really can't go through that whole process necessarily. So while it's good that they are doing some attention to microdosing, the process, the protocols, the restrictions to it are just really big. Also, obviously, transportation restrictions, and we're not saying everyone should go out there and drive, of course, but even bicycling and other things like that, I heard were part of the restrictions in the Oregon model there. So that becomes a little bit problematic for people that want to actually have agency over their own experiences. And really, that's kind of the next thing I want to talk about: microdosing wellness. What is the case for decriminalization? So on all these cities, as I mentioned, that have passed, you can have your microdose, you can have your macrodose, you can have your megadose, you can kind of have across the board. There's not really any restrictions there. So what's really nice about this, we have the personal agency. You have the agency to microdose when you choose, on your own terms, on your own schedule. So that's really great in terms of decrim. You also have freedom of access for certain conditions like cluster headaches. You don't need to have you need to have it in your possession for spontaneous attacks. It's not locked behind a service center visit. Workplace support, as I mentioned, if microdosing at work for professional support or creative problem solving, why should you need to go to the service center just to be told you're okay to leave? Again, this is like, treating adults like adults. Like we do a lot of things, we often talk about the risk, with these different psychedelics. And, we look at, extreme sports. We don't arrest people for extreme sports. You look at, risk of criminalization. We don't say really anything about that. There's a higher risk of criminalization than there is of people actually having these experiences. And of course, Dr. Kono, who is one of our original founders as well, co-founders as well, said something like, there's more people that have died taking selfies than all these different, mushrooms and other plants combined. So we don't necessarily need to have somebody, watch us and keep an eye on us if we're doing this work, especially on a microdose or a threshold level. And then, of course, what's the cost of freedom, right? These regulated prices are pretty expensive. We're looking at maybe 1/10 of a gram or less sometimes in terms of microdosing. And some of these are costing people, plus the service, plus everything else, $200 plus, or they have some package of $1,000, something like that. That really doesn't seem like it's important, or it's in the sort of cost-effective way of doing this, especially when you can just have a little mushroom yourself, and you don't barely need anything in order to make it move forward. So those 4 different reasons I think are really important for bringing decriminalization to your area. If you're in an area that isn't decriminalized or deprioritized and defunded yet, think about that in terms of microdosing and personal agency. Another thing to think about too that's really important is this idea of radical change, and that requires creativity. Now, I don't know if you all saw this study, maybe you've talked about it already, but there's actually a recent study that happened with Prochaska, I believe, in 2025, which was looking at microdosing and creativity. And they were saying that active microdosing increases the ratio of original responses, so originality and fluency, for indicating a higher quality of divergent thinking in the active microdosing condition. Well, that's also very fascinating. What can we learn from these different experiences? And then how do we take these insights? And that's really what integration is all about when we talk about these, bigger, profound experiences, but also from the microdosing perspective. What types of ways can we start thinking about the world now that's different? What ways can we get activated? What ways can we say, oh, wait, the government works for us? We don't need to be asking for permission to do something like microdosing a natural material that grows out of the ground. So utilizing the creativity that you're gaining from these experiences and figuring out how to, get into your community, start building communities, start building support structures, doing your own education in your own communities. While Danielle's doing amazing work and everyone else out there is doing amazing work too, we can't get everywhere. Right. And so it behooves all of us to really become professionals in this area and really reach out to our own local communities and teach them, bring them together, and really become the beacon. Oftentimes people get really isolated or alienated when they have these big experiences. That was a big part of us doing our integration circles in the first place. Somebody has a profound experience, they go somewhere, they don't know who to talk to, they don't want to go to their therapist because they're going to give them a diagnosis and try and reduce their feelings down with some medication. But what if we share in a circle of peers and talk to each other about these experiences and really sort of connect in this deep kind of way? So I think, really bringing people together is a really big part of microdosing. Also, is how many people, I think 1,000 people signed up for this, right? So all these people are going to get this video. This is really a hot topic for folks. But when you come together and you share with each other, it becomes something that you're really just continuing to build community on, and that's what we think is really important. And then, of course, so we do this microdosing creativity, and the idea here again is to bring it back to our communities for decriminalization. Now, decriminalization, what do? We basically do a monthly orientation. So these are some things that if, for everyone out there that's doing this kind of work or that is interested in participating, reach out to me. Even if you're in New Mexico or you're anywhere else that even in Oregon, there's a lot of work still to do. We can do decriminalization on the city level. We can start to bring policy forward that will really sort of shift the conversation and force people to actually have to listen to, the grassroots community. Oftentimes it's very easy, even the conversation I'm sure you've heard between medicalization, it's medicalization or non-medical, right? Prioritizing the medical is sort of this ontological privilege that happens there. But if we start saying things like naturalistic use, right, or microdosing or other things like that, we can sort of bring the power back to the people. We can have a bigger stake in the conversation, and it just won't be about commodification. So once a month on the last Wednesday of the month, I'm sorry, we do a monthly orientation. We usually have an average of 10 to 15 people that show up every month, and we kind of give them all the tools. It's a bit of an info dump. We go through the whole phase structure. This is how you start. This is how you build a team. This is how you analyze your city council. This is how you begin to pitch it. Don't forget, lobbying just means, waiting in the lobby until somebody comes and sets up a meeting with you. So we can go ahead and, set you up to really start engaging with your city council members. And, I often say this, it's been a surprise to me how many times the city council has been like, you know, uh, this is something that I didn't know about, and I've been waiting, or excuse me, we go up to them, we think that they don't know anything about it, and they also are like, actually, we've been waiting for you to ask because we can't just present this ourselves. So thank you for coming and bringing the community in for this. We also have a podcast, which is called Restoring Our Roots Podcast. Pretty great to check out. If you get a chance, that's on Spotify and YouTube Live. We do that every other week. We have leaders from all over the U.S. that are talking on there, so you can get a sense of what's going on in their different communities. You can obviously contribute via donations, merch, or volunteer. Go to our website, decriminalizenature.org. You can start building your team and educating your community, as you're probably already doing out there, which is really important. and then work with us to pass policy in your local jurisdiction. I think that's really the key right there. Like I said, 11 million people now live in this area. We saw a news report from CNN you might have seen recently, which I think I pat myself on the back when I hear that, which is, unregulated use of psychedelics has gone up dramatically in the last 5 years or 7 years since decriminalization started. It's like, all right, good. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make sure that people have access. We're trying to do it in a safe and responsible way, which is why it takes some time on the local level, going city by city, building that community together, building that grassroots energy up together, educating each other and moving it forward. It's certainly not unregulated. We're all kind of connecting with each other and we're sort of holding accountability in our communities. So, I don't know if I went over time or under time, but I'm here basically to answer any questions. If you need to reach out and find out more about Decriminalized Nature Movement, please contact us at decriminalizednature.org. That's me, Larry Norris, PhD. You can find my website there as well if you want to do any sort of consultations. Decriminalizednature.org on Instagram as well. Meta platforms have become a little bit challenging in terms of some of the censorship that's happening. I'm sure Danielle and everyone else out there probably knows about this as well. But now that the AI is attacking anything that says psychedelic or entheogen, it can be a little bit difficult, but we still have a pretty robust program there, and also on our YouTube page and Spotify, etc. And then if you want to do anything regarding workshops or integration work education, come check us out at erievision.org as well. So yeah, if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask them. And I really appreciate your time and energy on this. Let me just sort of look through here. It looks like there's a lot of stuff here in the see some of the cities. Palm Springs, Shelly. There's Palm Springs crew is getting really close right now. Actually, I just had a meeting with them this morning. Actually, so keep that in mind. They might even be able to pass by June or July. So reach out to me and I can connect you with the team if you don't know them yet. Asheville, Maui, Hawaii. Okay, yeah, definitely. You're looking at some Maui. El Dorado, California. Okay, Sarasota, Florida. Yeah. I mean, there's some teams in Florida that are happening. Golden, Colorado. You're doing good there. Utah, you have the Jensen case. So hopefully that'll help you in the future. Santa Fe, New Mexico with well, it's good that you have a good decrim movement. Greg, if you need any support on that, please reach out. I know I've been working with Joaquin way back in the day and others as well. Athens, Georgia. Yeah, I know we had an Atlanta team that was doing some work, and Athens have been sort of moving some progress there. KCMO, I'm not sure. Missouri. Okay. Yeah. So there's definitely some teams in Missouri and other places as well. So yeah, really great to see this sort of Illinois has got some teams going on. I know if you're in the Chicago area, we've been working on Chicago for a while. I think we have like I think probably about 10 supports and 4 co-sponsors or 5 co-sponsors, but we don't have a sponsor yet. The challenge with Chicago is you have 50 alder people. So whereas we had to, get 10 or 15 people on board, when it's 50 older people like the Chicagos or the New Yorks or the LAs, it's a little bit of a bigger struggle. So if you do have a lot of support and friends in the Chicago area or other big cities, please have them reach out because I can connect them with the local teams. But yeah, and also there's a group in Santa Barbara as well. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Judith, if you know um, Suzanne and all those folks. Yeah, great. Yeah, so she's doing a great work out there, and we have a weekly meeting I think on Thursday. So if you get a chance to check that out, please come check it out. Southern California as a whole has been a little bit slow. I don't know why that is. I think there's more apathy maybe in Southern California. Northern California, we have it. Bay Area, we have it. There's a lot of teams that have started, a lot of teams, especially in the LA area, that have started. I think LA in general and San Diego they're big behemoths. I just found out something recently in San Diego as well, where their local non-San Diego, but out, Encinitas and other cities that are on the outskirts of San Diego actually commission out the San Diego county sheriff department to be their police force. So it kind of shifts how we do things because basically on the city level, the city has the power of the purse strings, and that's what we're working with. But when it's sort of funded by somebody else, we have to figure out different ways to get there. So, Shelly, if you want to reach out and learn some more about Southern California, I'd love to help you out, whether it be in Santa Barbara or places, Palm Springs, etc. We'd love to get some Southern California things going on because then we can maybe have a bigger conversation on the state level. And for those of you that are in California, as you know, Newsom vetoed that bill many years ago, and now it's just kind of getting more and more watered down as not really much of a bill at all right now. It's, okay, at these 3 universities, if you have these conditions, these 5 people will have an experience and that type of thing. So if we can hopefully get some bigger conversation with more cities coming into play, it'll be hard to turn it down on the state level. But yeah, if there's any other questions, please go ahead and let me know.
I think that was incredible, Larry. Thank you so much for your paradigm shifting work and just the massive impact that you've created on the United States and training so many cities to implement this at their local level. It's just incredible witnessing you and the work that you do. And there was a question that came in the chat from someone that says, also want to consider, how do you handle potentially marking myself as a criminal by advocating for illegal substance? How do you navigate that?
Yeah, definitely. So that's something that comes up in a lot of cities, especially because we have some professionals that are like a little bit skittish around this, or obviously people are worried about their children, or all the other stigmas that can come into play that make it difficult. There's always a way to take arm's length distance from these experiences. So there's some people, like I said, that went to the Oakland City Council, myself included. Hey, I've had these experiences, and kind of like admitting to the crime, so to speak, although it's not, shouldn't be a crime at all anyway, but admitting to that. And that's obviously going to create some visibility, and other things like that. And if you're worried about that, there's always a way to say, hey, this is a human rights issue. Hey, have you seen this research? We want to have healing in our community. There's always a way to talk about it without necessarily being directly into it. So if that's a concern, I would just say be a little cautious about personal experiences. I think actually I always refer to Dr. Fadiman when he says, how do you talk about your experiences? He's like, just say it happened. Don't say when it happened or where it happened, and then you're okay, because it might have happened in some place that was legal or not against the law, that type of thing. And then you kind of have a little bit more sort of, yeah, someone who isn't me. Exactly. Thanks, Greg. So that's kind of a way we kind of pitch that. I think, but I'll be honest with you, it's so powerful, especially in the city council meetings. I haven't seen any person that's admitted that they've committed a crime in any of these cities get arrested by anybody or even harassed by anybody. This hasn't really been an issue, but it is obviously something that you want to be aware of. But yeah, I think that when you see uh, the heartstrings that are being pulled with these emotional stories, sometimes it's worth sharing a little bit about how this has helped you heal, and change law and change policy. Really look at we don't think about this often, but policy is magic, right? One person passes one thing, and then the next day you're either a criminal or you aren't a criminal, right? So we can actually engage in this language game to actually shift things, so we can participate in these different healing modalities. Great. If anyone have any other questions, please go ahead and put it in the chat box. I have no idea if I went over time or didn't go over time, if I still have time left, or I kind of lost track here.
I think we have time for one more question. And
Okay, great.
I was just curious, and I love what you said around policy is magic. And, we are alchemical, magical beings that can create magic internally and externally. And I'm curious, as there's been a lot of conversation just about the executive order today and the shifts that are happening federally. How do you see our role as advocates and educators and facilitators and leaders and individuals in shaping policy, and like, where does decriminalization fit in with the landscape that's happening right now? And what's your ultimate vision of what you could see in the future?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So I mean, the executive order, is for everyone that's read it. Obviously it was going straight for the FDA trials and trying to sort of faster track the fast tracked. Like Compass Pathways already had a fast track, which started in 2018, by the way. So that's like it shows you the speed of bureaucracy, right? That's 8 years now that it's still been working on something. But now they're getting these vouchers to get them to move a little bit faster. The vouchers, ironically, they were talking about ibogaine, and none of the vouchers are even talking about ibogaine. They're talking about, mushrooms with Compass Pathways, or psilocybin with Compass Pathways, psilocybin with Usona, and then an MDMA sort of type thing from another company, Otsaka, I believe is the name of it. But they didn't really talk about ibogaine too much. But what does that mean for us on the local level? Well, that means for us on the local level that we can actually start spinning it in some of these conservative, as Angela said, medium-ish redneck towns that don't have policy, because maybe they're concerned, oh, is the federal government going to come after me? What's going to happen here? Do my colleagues like this idea or not? But now we can sort of point to it. And while those studies are still going to take a while, just saying there's an executive order to do more studies doesn't make the study pass. What still needs to happen is phase 3 trials, many, probably maybe a year at least, if not more of time, tens of millions of dollars, and the hopes that nobody, messes up on their science, because there's a big spotlight on that now, which I think would affect us more so than if somebody had a bad experience from decrim would affect the FDA trials. So that's happening. So now we just figure out how to spin that on the local level. What this does is suggests that the compelling interest is lower. Compelling interest means that, well, government has a compelling interest to come after you because it's dangerous, or you're going to divert it to somebody that it could be dangerous for. But you're actually saying, okay, we think there's some medical potential here, so it wouldn't really be a Schedule 1 substance anymore. We need to start rethinking of the rescheduling, of course, descheduling altogether in the perfect scenario. Also, as I mentioned, the Jensen v. Utah case, we can start thinking about that. If they're going to allow for a medical approach on the federal level, maybe we should be able to do a spiritual or personal growth approach on the local level as well. And also just in general, I think finding ways to let people know the cost prohibitive nature of these FDA trials. As I already talked a bit about, $22,000 for a single experience is pretty hefty price for a lot of folks. Even the $3,000 price tag is a lot for folks. So if we can just find ways to actually engage with this on our own terms, growing our own mushrooms or what have you, I think that's a good pitch as well. So what we need to do is just figure out the right way to spin this for the people that are in front of us, which are the city council members. Each of us has a different city council. We have different ideologies, but figuring out how to pitch it to them, which is part of what we do through our training process. We go through a lot of mock pitches with individuals and pretend that we're the city council member and kind of go back and forth on that. But on the very top level, the FDA trials isn't going to help us anytime soon, except for changing the narrative, shifting the narrative for us on the local level to be able to talk about it in a bigger way. Again, I don't see, in terms of the microdosing information, I don't see microdosing getting in any FDA trials anytime soon. Or maybe Danielle, if you've seen anything, I haven't seen anything recently around that. So that's kind of way down the road. But it doesn't mean that we can't work on it locally and pass policy and get engaged and build community and shift the conversation. Why do you think? I'm going to say this, and props to everybody that's here and everybody that's doing this work for the last 7+ years. Why do you think they even were talking about this on the federal level? So we kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. The people that were behind some of this evil gain initiatives, had heard about mushrooms from the first time from some decriminalized nature people actually in Kansas or Kentucky or something like that. So you never know what types of things that you do in the community that can help push something in a good way. So keep the conversation going. Keep talking to your city council members. Utilize this to shift the narrative for yourself, but don't wait for that to happen. Just keep making things going on in your local space.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Larry. Let's give just a gratitude, some hearts, some claps, some appreciation for all of his amazing work that he's been doing all over the US. We really appreciate you and your advocacy and all the freedom, ultimately cognitive liberty, as you spoke about, and the freedom of consciousness. And these plants, fungi, medicines never should have been criminalized to begin with. So we're really just reclaiming our right.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Danielle, for all your work on this. Thank you, Nicole, for being a co-founder of this incredible organization and for your continued support throughout. And thank you to everyone else out there for bringing your conversation, being sort of thought leaders yourself, even being here today to learn more about this so you can bring this into your community. Everyone has a great night, and contact us at decriminalizednature.org to learn more.
Thank you so much, Larry.
I know.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Such a lovely day of, spending our Sundays doing something that can create deeper alignment with ourselves and with the world, and also create, some more creative solutions to some of the old patterns that we have in our world, and also something that is, it seems new and fresh maybe, and the hot topic was actually something that's like so old and so part of life in so many communities around the world back in time. And now it's time to start our closing, and we'll would like to also let you know that we're going to be doing another brief talk about Danielle's microdose facilitator training program now, which is starting pretty soon, right, Danielle? And this
Yeah.
is your third time doing this program. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Maxwell. And I just really appreciate the opportunity. I'm just going to go into a little bit of a presentation about the training, and then we'll close us out with a closing circle. Well, I'm just really excited to bring this training into the public consciousness. I've been training people for the past several years. I've trained over 100 facilitators and clinicians to be certified in microdosing facilitation. And I'm just such a big advocate for how microdosing can help so many different populations of people. And I'm partnering with DoubleBlind Magazine on this training. The cohort starts on May 17th, and you will get to learn from 13 of the world's leading experts. It's not just teaching people about dosing, it's really teaching people how to use the microdose as a tool for neuroplasticity and to create positive change, and really teaching people how to become skilled in microdosing, to shift their consciousness, to shift their patterns, to shift their conscious reality, and to change their lives and help them become the best versions of themselves. So, I really see the work that we're doing as a continuation of the work that Jim Fadiman has done for so many years. He brought microdosing into the world, introduced it to the world, was the first person to create structure and protocols and professionalism. And this is an extension of his work. And he's also on the faculty. So you'll get to be trained by the inventor of modern microdosing, Dr. James Fadiman, who says that he's, honored to be a part of the most comprehensive and well-designed microdosing training that exists. So what kind of populations can benefit from working with the microdosing facilitator? I work with so many people that have heard about microdosing, but they don't really approach it because they don't know how to work with it. And maybe there's people that have tried microdosing, but they either say it doesn't work or they didn't really get much out of it. So there's just so many different types of populations of people that could really benefit from a microdosing facilitator. People experiencing addiction, depression, anxiety, PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, neurodivergent individuals, also just newcomers that are wanting to learn about psychedelics or microdosing, or elders that are brand new to psychedelics. A lot of athletes, coders, people in performance. I work with a lot of executives and impact leaders, people, and also just individuals that are curious about psychedelics for transformation, or individuals that are preparing for larger psychedelic journeys or integrating the journeys. And also, one of the biggest roles of microdosing facilitation is helping people that might decide to either taper off of medications or withdraw off of medications using microdosing as a tool. So you're going to learn how to safely guide someone through a microdosing protocol and really create a custom microdosing protocol, and how to help people actually create transformation, not just good experiences. And then to how to turn this into a real sustainable business and start working with clients. So it's not just theory, it's really the application of the facilitation practice. And in every training session, you'll learn from the trainer. So you'll learn the concept. And then in the session, you'll also witness a facilitation session. And then you'll learn how to actually apply that in the training session and practice that with the other students. So you'll learn all about education, screening, nervous system awareness, as well as how to create a concierge custom protocol and really provide harm reduction and tracking to help people get results. I want people to get results with microdosing, and working with you as a facilitator. I want you to also get results from taking this training program. Like, your success is my success, and I'm really invested in that. You'll also learn contraindications and how to safely help people that decide to taper, how to create a facilitation business. We have a whole toolkit of all the different things that you'll need to learn to have a business. It's different from just having a coaching practice. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to having a facilitator business, like credit card processing, marketing yourself as a facilitator, how to actually go about getting clients. It's different from other types of field. It's more nuanced when it comes to psychedelics, and I've just spent over almost a decade as a microdosing facilitator. I've worked with thousands of different people, and I'm putting all of my expertise and energy into this training because I want to help so many people all around the world, and I can't do that alone. I really want to empower facilitators to be able to share this transformative practice. You're also going to do neuroplasticity coaching, protocol changes, noticing change, really tracking your clients for results, and creating lasting transformation. As I shared about earlier, we have an incredible faculty, and you got to learn from some of them here today, like Dr. Minesh Gurn, Dr. James Fadiman. Monica teaches about ADHD and neurodiversity. You'll also learn advanced facilitation practices from John Bodine. He's trained over 2,000 integration coaches. You'll learn, how to navigate the legality and how to stay compliant legally while also kind of navigating this new terrain. A lot of you loved Reggie Harris's session. He's going to do a deep dive into psilocybin testing, strains, and how to really talk to your clients about different types of mushroom strains and microdosing. You'll learn from the leading clinical pharmacist in the world who specializes in medication contraindications. Dr. Connor Murray is going to do even more of a deep dive on the science. And then you'll learn from Stephen, who works at MAPS, about the whole psychedelic landscape and our role in that landscape as a facilitator, as well as some harm reduction and conscious client strategies if you are a clinician wanting to integrate this knowledge into the work with your clients and patients. And a lot of our individuals that have taken our program have seen a lot of success in completing the program, working with dozens of clients, and even integrating microdosing, creating courses for psychedelic programs after this training. And there's so many different things you can do with this certification. You can work one-on-one with clients, you can teach workshops, speak at conferences, even do microdosing research. One of our students is now doing a research study with Connor Murray, and she graduated from the training. You can also create programs and courses, work with couples, facilitate microdosing groups and retreats. It's really limitless in terms of the potential that this certification can create. It's a 3-month program, and it starts on May 17th. So, the classes are on every Thursday and Sunday evenings from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time. You get this beautiful certification when you complete the program, and it has mushrooms all over it. And really what that shows your clients is that you're certified by 13 of the world's leading experts in microdosing facilitation. And it really builds a lot of trust with the people that, you're going to be working with, so that they know that you have this background and training. We're offering, as we've shared about throughout the summit today, just calls if you're interested in joining. There's been over 10 people that have already joined the program from today. So we have a really big group that's already joining us. So we'd love to have you in this program. If you're interested in joining the program, you can book a call with me, as well as we're giving $500 off to join the program to make it accessible for anyone. You can use code DB500 to join the training. And thank you for receiving this information. Thank you for considering to get trained in this powerful modality. And thank you all so much for being on this path with us. I'm just really grateful to have you all here in this program. And I really appreciate DoubleBlind Magazine for partnering with us on this training and bringing this education to the world. My contact is connect@lumerianow.com. And we'll also send out information more of how you can get involved in this training program. Are there any questions about the training? How was everyone's experience on our session here today? Any last questions that didn't get unanswered? So what are the hours for these lectures and frequencies? So the hours are every Thursday and Sunday from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time. And if you ever can't make a session, it's recorded so you can watch it on your own time at your own pace. I see a lot of enthusiasm in the chat, a lot of excitement, and just really grateful to everyone for being here, for being in the community. I know that it takes a certain type of individual to do this work with microdosing. Will there be another cohort in the fall? This is the last cohort of the year. So now is the time to join. We have a great group of individuals joining. This will be the last cohort we're doing this year. It was a marathon today. We're so grateful for you all. Thanks for being here on all the sessions. There was a really good group of just consistent individuals that have joined us, and we're going to send out the recording via email.
Do we do our little closing circle now?
Yes. I think the last thing I'll say, for more information about the training, the website is lumerianow.com/MFT.
All right, so end it with some quick little meditation, if that sounds good. I know that good being, again, like I said, is really good to process information, to not just intellectual, but also getting it in a diffuse mind state. And that's really what is missing a lot with our education. And we only learn things if we navigate between the focused and the diffuse state. So I'd like to invite you all to do a little quick meditation on that note. And psychedelics are definitely something that are similar to meditation in that they activate the diffuse process in your brain, and which allows you to not just be more creative, but feel more connected to yourself and others. So I'm really, even virtually, really happy to see everybody today and all the wisdom shared. So thank you so much for that. And so I'll guide a short meditation now. If you want to close your eyes, you can close them, or you can keep them open with a loose gaze, knowing anything I say, just a suggestion, do whatever feels good for you. Maybe starting with a little stretch. A little neck roll. Some deep breathing in through the nose. Long, slow, and deep. On your exhales, do a little sigh. Feels good. Just a few more at your own pace. Slowly breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. You can let go of any focus. If your mind wants to think, let it think. If it wants to be still, let it be still. Really nothing to do, Nothing to do. Slowly coming back. Feeling the weight of gravity connecting you to us and to the earth. May we all set an intention to help foster psychedelic movement for ourselves and other people, help free us from the shackles that we put on ourselves and the shackles that society puts on us, help open us up to deeper communities and new ways of moving the world forward. And also at the same time honoring the past as well with these events that have been around for millions of years or longer. And yeah, I'm so honored to be helping put this work out on behalf of DoubleBlind. I'm so honored for all of you for your intention to cultivate a psychedelic practice, and to those of you who feel called to sharing it with other people. It's such a wonderful way to spend your time to help people integrate with psychedelics, and something that is really, in our age of technology, just more important than ever. So thank you all for being here. And Danielle, thank you for creating this training and working tirelessly to really help shift the world and help open this all up to this very kind of non-intellectual, but also just embodied on so many levels. And to everybody who stayed this entire time, wow, you are amazing, and we really appreciate you being here. And we will hopefully see you soon for more double-blind workshops. We have one coming up later this month on this has to do with how to find clients for people who are wanting to pursue psychedelic therapist or guide, or how to add it to your wellness practice. And Danielle and I are also working on creating a group microdosing container program. DoubleBlind did this like several years ago, and people really loved it. And it's to quote the Buddha, if really the most important thing that will help you in life, whatever you're wanting to do, is to find a group of like-minded people. And so I think that with all these programs and Zooms and the local psychedelic communities is really important for us in this age of isolation. So yes, thank you all so much. And we hope to see you soon. Keep in touch.
We did it. We did it. Thank you all so much for such a beautiful summit. Thank you, Maxwell, for collaborating with me and inviting me to organize it today, and for all of you for being here on this educational and transformative journey with you. We hope that you created new neural pathways just by being here, and we look forward to continuing to weep with you all in future programs. And remember, we are the medicine. We are ultimately the medicine, and being here, sharing this information is a way of giving back to these powerful tools and medicines for how much they bring into our lives, and really being in that relationship and that reciprocity. So we invite you all to unmute and just share some love as we come to a close. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And
Thank
have a
you so
great
much, everybody.
evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's incredible.
And I will leave on the link to if you're interested in the microdose facilitation. So I'll leave you with that, and see you all soon. Take care.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. So grateful.
Thank you.